The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is the weekend, but the cricket just keeps on coming here. We are in Vienna, Austria for day 6 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Conditions today in Vienna, well, a bit of cloud cover, a little bit brighter than yesterday. We are expecting a maximum temperature of around about 15, 16 degrees. Currently it's about 11. Good news is no rain at the moment. It was kind of persistent yesterday. There was drizzle, but we still were able to get all 5 matches started, 4 completed. So that was something, I suppose. So we'll have a big program ahead. 5 games coming your way, matches 26 through 30. But Rico's off today, so I was just saying to everyone in the chat, good morning to you, ECN European Cricket Network. Stay interactive with me today. I'll tell you what, yesterday it was pretty crazy, even by ECN standards. Something about the weather, potentially. And it was quite the finish. We had records broken. We had things that you just wouldn't often see. It started with a fairly high scoring game, and we thought this was high scoring. Just wait till what you see later. Daredevils scoring 130 against Vienna Eagles, but that wasn't enough. Kumajar and Karanbir Singh putting on a big opening partnership that would set up a big day for the Eagles. They were flying high. Kumajar breakout innings, his previous high score was 23, ends up putting 84 off his own stick, off just 30 balls. Karanbir Singh just 33, but the best was yet to come for him. Good win for the Eagles. Then the Daredevils once again putting 116 on the board, so getting the 100 plus, but not able to defend it. Pat Riders were on a rampage. Zishan Arif, 67 on out off 24. Well supported by Ruhullah Abdurrahimzai, and he would have certainly a breakout in the last game of the day to come. As far as the bowlers went, well, some good performance there. I think Nasiri with his 2-4 was pretty good. Shahid Abed as well, picking up 2 wickets in that game. Third match of the day, Eagles 145, holding off Vienna Danube 133. Danube always seem like a good team out of luck, don't they? Karanbir Singh, though, with the first century of the series, 100 not out off 34 balls. Hasabullah Mirakel was excellent, 2 for 3. That was late in the piece to hold them back, but Danube just not able to get there despite giving it a good shake. Amin with 31 off 15 was their top scorer. Naveed Hussain with 3 was the best of the bowlers. Match 24, unfortunately, this is where the rain really get heavier. We only got 1 game in there. So Danube get their first point of the series in match 24. So they're really playing catch-up, just the only point so far for Vienna Danube. Still some matches to come. Don't forget that only 4 teams of the 11 will make it into the semi-finals. But then it's set up match 5 of the day, match 25. And this was something. Karanbir peeled off his 2nd consecutive century, the only batter to ever do that on the European Cricket Network, as they put up 163. It would have to be a record chase if they were to do it. And guess what? They did. Ruhullah Abdurrahimzai with 89 on out of 26 as they achieved the target of 164 with 4 balls to spare. It means the Riders are right up there. 3.5 wins out of 5. Don't forget they were part of that washout yesterday in match 24. Donaustadt, though, top of the table at the moment, 5-0. We'll see them very, very shortly. They're taking on Graz Cricket Academy here, who are 2-1. And Cricketer CC are kind of nestled in that 2nd position at the moment. And yeah, I think those teams kind of 4 to 8. They're going to be playing for that 4th position or 3rd position. Still about half the games to go. This is what's up first up this morning, match 26. Graz Cricket Academy winning the toss and deciding to bowl against Donaustadt, who are 5-0. And I think Donaustadt wanted to bat anyway. They've got a long, strong batting lineup, batting all the way down, really. Graz Cricket Academy, though, they were the surprise packets, I think, on their first day of ECN action when we saw them earlier in the week. They're 2-1. They put off a couple of good chases of their own, so they're sticking to kind of their strength instead of, I suppose, playing into the opposition's tactics. And Donaustadt would be comfortable batting either way, I think. Let's just talk about the conditions. Like I said, we're expecting perhaps some rain during the day. At the moment, it's held off. Fairly damp out there. But the good news is we're good to go. And it's going to be Habib Ahmedzai to get us going. Here's the start of day number 6. And it starts with a fairly tame dot ball. Openers out there. It's Iqbal Hussain on strike. Kadagul Utmanzai is the non-striker. But what do we think of yesterday? That was absolutely crazy, wasn't it? Hello to Kaiba Delda, who's watching from Hungary. Hello, Kaiba. Hopefully you're well. saying hopefully we have a good day today, less rain. And Rob saying, you'll certainly be quiet with no Rico. Well, Rico, I had to bench him, got to be honest. He was a bit hoarse yesterday after some of the action that we had. Oh, this one could be gone, you know. I think that's straight off the glove. Umpire, he doesn't have to make a decision because the batter walks. So that's a really good start. Iqbal Hussain, again, just gets strangled here. Bit of extra bounce maybe from Habib Ahmedzai. Yep, straight off the glove, kind of balloons to the keeper. Manzoor Safi behind the stumps. So that's a brilliant start for Graz Cricket Academy. Just one of those things, I suppose. And the first wicket falls for Donnerstadt without a run on the board. So Iqbal Hussain, again, not the start to his Saturday that he wanted. Looks like a semi-transparent Derek there. It's like a ghost duck for Iqbal Hussain. Anyway, we see a wicket before we see a run. Hello to Dave B. He's asking what's the state of the wheat. Well, I'd say probably pretty damp. We had some interesting chases in there yesterday, didn't we? But, hello to David Taylor saying good morning, cricket fans. Good morning to you, David. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Neville Russ as well, to Croom. It's the weekend, so there's a lot of activity in there. Keep it coming. And Sush is saying he's excited to see GCA playing with probably their strongest team. I know that they had to play during the week, and because of the 200-kilometre distance, it's about 120 miles from Graz. It's perhaps they weren't able to get their best 11 out there during the week. Despite that, I mean, they played well. 2-1 record, nothing to be sneezed at. And, really excited to have Graz involved in this tournament. It's been expanding. Now it's most teams we've ever had involved in an ECS in Austria. Shigarwal comes out at 3. The Austrian national captain hit on the back pad. My feeling was this was a little bit high. It did nip back and kind of hit him in front. Didn't have it missing leg. Let's see what the replay says to us. Nips back a long way, see? That's not missing leg. Yeah, see how it hits him above the pad. So that's climbing over. Good decision from the umpire, but a good ball as well from Ahmedzai. He's dealing early on a Saturday morning. Really early start for Graz, who have a more or less a 2.5 hour drive to get here. 9:30 start, local time. Ahmedzai will finally get a go here. Yes, I was just saying, put the call out. Be interactive with me today. Don't have Rico here because he's thoroughly deserved his weekend off. He'll be back on Monday. Even he was floored, so was I, at what we saw yesterday. Not just the records, but even some of the moments. I think the social media account will be pretty busy over the next couple of days posting those highlights. Got a good Ahmedzai. Just grab a little bit of the thigh pad on the way through. Oh no, maybe not. Called a wide. Let's have a look on the replay. I just thought I felt it might have grabbed a bit of the shirt, but I suppose if in doubt, you call it. Give the benefit to the batter. Ill-directed delivery by Ahmedzai to do a left-hand, right-hand combination. Similar kind of ball. Just cramps him up. No run. Hey, so, yeah, Rob saying to Nick, yeah, he'll watch the match 25 replay tomorrow. Do it. Watch the whole thing. This is one, I mean, you could just watch the highlights. You need to watch the whole thing. Hello to Jeff Maguire as well, watching from Northern Ireland, as is Nick. Hello to Nick as well. Pretty good over this so far. Bit of a blind spot there for Ahmedzai, isn't it? He doesn't really want to go through with that shot because they got a man out there at deep forward square leg. So he feels, you know, off at the wind going left to right. Doesn't want to take this one on. Pretty good bowling this from Ahmedzai first up. Starts are so important. And a bit of a risk because I think, you know, Donnerstadt want to bat first, whereas Graz want to bowl. Graz saying, you know what, we're going to stick to what we want to do. And certainly they've started very strongly. They will all attack, though. They'll bat all the way down. We know that. Donnerstadt defending champions. A lot of national team representation there too. It's a really good over. It's allowed to do this. He hits the ball a second time. And normally you can't do this. There's an exception if you're protecting your wicket. So because that's around the wicket, you can see that he says, okay, just don't want to take any chances. You can't run, though, in that scenario, so you can't score. But he doesn't score. What a really good first over that is. And at the end of it, the score is 2 for 1. Let's have a look at some of the top performers for these two teams. Graz Cricket Academy. Well, they were impressive, weren't they? Shaukat Durrani was brilliant once he got going on their first day of action. Gowda, the captain, pretty key as well. For Donnerstadt, Shigawa, 159, top scorer for them in this series, and he has looked really good. Did score 1 goal in dark, but when he's got in, he's been very good. Striking the ball really good, really well over the leg side to that kind of ball that's short but not that short. He said that one really well. When you know the conditions here in Austria, they do favour the right of screen, so the right-hander's leg side, the ball's been flying in that direction. It's going to be my one Momand to bowl over number 2. It's pretty well bowled up in the block hole. Shigawa just digs it out for 1. And Dave, just reminding us, yeah, Grants Cricket Academy were the only team to beat Cricketers. And that was a very good cricket match, wasn't it? Cricketers probably don't feel so. That was back on Wednesday, match 14, as Cricketers were held to 97 by Grants, and then Grants were able to chase it down in 8.5 overs. Some crazy numbers, actually, from yesterday. We had over 100 maximos. That's despite match 4 effectively being washed out. We had 105 sixes in the day. This one's pulled to the left. It'll be a wide. Yeah, so just to give you an idea, yesterday 460 balls were delivered. There were 105 maximos. So that means 23% of all legal balls bowled yesterday, they went for 6. And their maximo rate, 13.7. So that's in an average innings, 10 over innings, you'd see 13.7 sixes. That's kind of off the charts. That's about double what's normal. Utmanzai finally goes for it, but he hits it up in the air. Fielder comes around and he takes the catch. And so Utmanzai just never gets going. Bit of a change of pace there from Momand, I think. And it forces the false shot. So he's early on this. Have a look at it on the replay. He's early on it. And down the bottom of the bat, it's Habib Ahmedzai, who has just finished his over. He skates to his left and takes the catch. So a really good start here for Graz. They have 2 early wickets, both at openers back in the shed, and it's 4 for 2. And well, looks like Derek has regained his full colour. And his presence isn't welcomed by Cutter, who has to go for a globe. What a start this is. I think with Donnerstadt, though, they're pretty experienced. I don't think these early wickets will put them off their plan or knock them off their plan. But it is a kind of a high-risk, high-return plan, because we've seen with teams like Donnerstadt, like Fresh Tropical, for example, they can fold occasionally when everyone fails playing that kind of high-risk cowboy kind of cricket. This is Mohammad Sadiq, who's coming in at number 4. Again, he's got a really unusual technique, Sadiq. He loves to get outside off, and pretty much he plays his poker face up. He says, I'm going to try and whack into the leg side, which is probably what he's going to do right here. He's Momand. And he's knocked over first ball. And that's 3 down now. Like I said, Sadiq, he's about as predictable as the sun coming up in the east and the sun setting in the west. He's sidled over to the offside and he swings all around it. Off stumps tilted back. And suddenly Momand's on a hat-trick. What a start. It's 4 for 3. Just a little bit of in movement goes. And that ain't pretty, but that's the way he plays his cricket. And he punches his bat. And, oh, well, Sadiq. Again, he kind of showed his cards there, showed a lot to the bowler. And unfortunately, it's a golden derrick. So Donnerstadt being sent in at the moment. It's paying off for GCA. 4 for 3. What a start for their supporters. I suppose if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. But right now, I mean, if you look just at the batters, I mean, 3 of them are out. There's been 9 legal deliveries. They've only scored 2. Haven't had a hat-trick so far, though we did have a 5 for yesterday here in Vienna. Rajmani Sandhu, the last man to do it. So, Ahmedzai comes out. Again, I don't think this will change their approach. I think they know you've got to still be attacking. And you might look at that shot from Sadiq in isolation and say it's not a good one, but that's how he makes his runs. And we know, for example, 2 years ago, he made a bunch of runs. So that's his game. What do we think about this start? Donnerstadt 5-0, being challenged hard by GCA. And here's my one, Momand, on a hat-trick to Ahmedzai. Just plays it away. It's a slightly careful shot first up. Graz, I mean, I don't know what time they would have got out of bed. Probably around about 5:30. Well, they got out on the right side at the moment. Got to say, I love their kits as well. Bit of the old school New Zealand about it. Graz is proudly displayed on the chest. That means a lot to them, I know, to play in this European Cricket Series. David Taylor saying, great opening spell. Yeah, what a start. 2 runs off the bat and 2 wides. This one goes the other way. A spill wide. Very interesting appeal from the keeper. He does well not to try and spoil this. Shapes away, kind of pulls out of it at the last moment, doesn't he? Kind of checks his swing. Ahmedzai. Yeah, Rob said he's going to go back and watch match 25, so maybe don't look at the scorecard just yet, Rob. Even though we showed you, we showed you the highlights, but it's worth watching in full when you get a chance. This is high-ish. Oh, almost a chance for Rana if he picks up cleanly. It's an interesting one. Don't feel it's above the waist, but it might be corrected. Oh, probably not. Maybe. You can kind of see it's probably just below. I think it's just okay. That's a good shot of it coming in and leaving. So I think it'll be okay. Tight one. I think it's the right call that's made. Awkward one, though. Shigawal, though, he's a man you better get if you want to make this happen. He gets a wide. But you see with Momand, the kind of movement he's getting is subtle, right? So sometimes you see opening bowlers swing it from their hand, and yeah, it's good, but it's kind of predictable for the batter after they see it a couple of times. Thing with Momand is some of his are going late, and they're going unpredictably. Some are curving left, some are curving right. Nick saying, bit of a lively start this morning. Yeah, you're not wrong. Last ball of the over. Memorable over. And that one, see, it comes back a little bit, and that's fine. What an over that is. 2 for 5 for Momand, and Donnerstadt on the back foot. 7 for 3 after 2 overs. If you just joined us, let's have a look at the table. And Donnerstadt 5-0. And yeah, their net run rate of 5.3 plus 5.3 basically says an average game they're winning by 53 runs. So that's a pretty good start to the tournament. Again, they're into the second half of their matches. First team to do so. Graz Cricket Academy just played the 3 so far. Only the 1 loss. And like I said, a win over the Pack Riders was a very important one, I think. So they do bring back Habib Ahmedzai, keeping the pressure on. Oh, this one, I definitely heard a noise here. Could have been a number of things. I definitely heard a noise in my ears. But let's see what it might have been. Yeah, it might have been above the bat, maybe just flick the shoulder. Good bounce again, Ahmedzai. He does seem to have toned it down a little bit. Coming in so early. People just debating what their favourite games were yesterday. Most people going for game 5, but there were a couple of close seconds. It's been the only thing so far for GCA. Just spraying a few around the place. But they've been asking the right questions, haven't they? Well, if anyone thought we were going to have a sleepy start to the Saturday morning, got another thing coming. I suppose Austria ball doesn't really have the same ring as Belgian ball. And it's pretty exciting nonetheless. Ahmedzai to Ahmedzai. Again, tries to pull this. Good channels from the bowler, Habib. Shigawal's at the other end. Hasn't had too much of the strike. Remember, he came in after just 2 deliveries in the innings, 2 legal deliveries. So he's only faced kind of 4 balls out of the 2 overs he's been there. Something's got to give here. Yeah, he tries, charges at it. Got the fielder well placed. Just 2 outfielders allowed in the first 3 overs. That's what we call the power play. Rob had a comment saying he watched dull replay game 5. I said, well, didn't seem dull to me. He said, sorry, full replay game 5, yeah. Nothing too dull about it, was there, Rob? And what's everyone got planned for their weekend? Some people will be right into it now. So in New Zealand, be half over, I'm guessing. Saturday night fever. Shigawal's back. What can he do? Oh, again. This is the shot he's played so well, but he just missed times at this time. It's going to be a nasty one as well. Doesn't really commit to the pull shot. Maybe a bit early through it. Rattle's smart in these conditions. Back arm. Almost funny bone territory, but nobody's laughing. Ahmed's been brilliant. How long can they keep this phase of the game going, though, Grants? It's like we're in the twilight zone here. Don't think so. He's just missing leg. Maybe a bit of bat in it as well. Yes, I mean, Shigawal, earlier in the week, he was on. His timing was on. This is the kind of ball that disappears into the wheat. Maybe a bit too full to whip comfortably. Ahmed's continues his good work. I mean, Grant's obviously coming from so far to play their games, and they are travelling every day that they're playing here in the European Cricket Series. They got that kind of 2.5 hours travel each way. Obviously, you want to do really well once you get here. Bring some of their supporters as well. Last ball of the power play. And that's more like Shigawal. He picks this one up nicely. Maximo! What was raining them yesterday. This is the first one we see of day 6, and it comes off the bat of Rasmo Shigawal. And as long as the Austrian captain's there, this innings, not as much trouble as you might think. Big blow to end the third, 15 for 3. And Shigawal had no problems with his timing off that delivery. Rob just telling us what he's doing with his weekend. He said he's trying to watch the cricket. Well, that makes sense. That's how I'm spending my weekend. I'm loving the opportunity to see these guys going toe-to-toe. This format's pretty ruthless. The 11 teams play, 4 get the chance to play finals. Really makes every game pretty important in the group stage. And typically what we've seen so far with this format is that the middle's a bit of a traffic jam, fighting for those 4 top spots. Moman comes back. I like this as well. I mean, try and keep him on while he's performing. Get that little bit of shape. To be a wide first up. But yeah, he's an awkward kind of bowler, Moman, because yeah, it goes late and it can go either way, and there's no real obvious tells about what it might do. I actually don't think he knows what it's going to do either. Just kind of puts the seams up and puts the seam up, hopes for the best. At the end of the bat, get lucky here. This kind of ball, it's probably caught if it was a couple of minutes ago. But now mid-off back because we're out of the power play. 5 outfielders being employed now. Well, hello to, I'm just going to say, no name in the chat. Because there's no name. I think your name's a space bar. But saying, hi ECN, remember watching Hornchurch on your channel. Yeah, Hornchurch from Essex in the UK. They were the English representatives at the ECL recently, the Champions League of European Cricket. Up in the air. I don't think this is carrying. It isn't. Over the rope, I mean, because it's straight down the throat of Kotwal. And now Shigawal's going to have to go. So it's a 6 and out effectively for Raz. And that is a big wicket. Can't underestimate the power of Shigawal. And you can't overestimate the importance of that wicket. So they bring Moman back and he's got a third. And it's a big one. 17 for 4. Again, just wasn't really timed down the bottom of the bat. And Donesh Dutt, 17 for 4 now. Is this going to be one of those innings where it just never gets going? See, pat on the back from Raz. I mean, I can't really criticise the shot. He just mistimes it, doesn't he? And a very, very important one for Grants. Yeah, Hornchurch. I know they're into their club season now. I think they started either last weekend or maybe this weekend. They've been in touch with those guys a fair bit. They really loved their ECL experience, their adventure, starting the long journey of I suppose, trying to qualify again. Asif Sazai comes out. He gets a ball that ducks in a little bit, but he's good enough to get bat on it, gets off the mark. What do we think of this innings? Can they turn it around? I suppose even if they can get, let's say, an ugly 80, 90 on the board, and they'll still want more than that. But if they can do that, they do have the bowling to restrict, don't they, Donnerstadt? They are defending champions for a reason. Full ball. You can see slightly careful approach from Ahmed Zai so far. He's 4 off 7. So he's one guy I think has kind of tempered his game a little bit. But yeah, Grants Cricket Academy. The key to a start like this is, yeah, I agree with not changing anything until you have to. So they've bowled the same bowlers to the end of 4. They'll have to make some changes now, and some other guys are going to have to go and try and keep up the pressure. But you know, as we say in Australia, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. You got to try and keep the pressure on. That looks high to me. We have to have a look at it on the replay. Puts his hand up. I think it's been called straight away. Again, doesn't get the hands through it though. You know, he's happy just to protect the family jewels. And have a look at the free hit. Asif Sazai. Good call by the umpires as well, spotting that one quick. Sush is pretty excited, saying, come on, GCA. Dave saying, bad morning for DST. Well, maybe they can get something going. Sazai, he's got the license. Here's the free hit. Pretty good comeback, though, from Oman. He'll just get the single there. Dug out. Sazai couldn't do too much with that. Yeah, so Donnerstadt have been champions the last 2 years of European Cricket Series cricket here in Austria. Won as Vienna Afghan back in 2021 before a name change. Obviously still very proud of the roots of the club, but Donnerstadt maybe a better reflection of where they're playing today. Last ball of the 4th. Again, it's good length. It's a really good spell from Oman. Just one got away from him, but 3 big wickets, including the Austrian captain, and still Grant's right on top. 21 for 4 after 4. Innings like this, you've seen a lot of them, but you just feel there's a turning point somewhere, and it might just be one bowl that bowls an over that goes for plenty, but you feel there's still time for Donnerstadt to turn this around. Yes, they're down to number 6. Still got batting to come, though, and I'm looking at Sahil Zadran still to bat. You know, you've got like Mohib Shenwari. You've got lots of guys that can bang the ball around. Even someone like Iribash Adida, who's batting 10. That's a guy that can hit 6s. Change bowling then is forced. It's Shorkat Durrani, the leading wicket taker. The first date comes in, and there's a bad ball first up. It's too short, and it's hit out of the ground. Maximo Zazai takes full toll, and maybe that's the turning point. We thought it might have been with Shigawal, and he got out. And deep in his crease there, though. Asif Sazai plays a really good shot. Dave asking, Donnerstadt renowned for their high batting scores. Are they up to defending a small total? Well, I think so. I mean, I think that you look at their bowlers they've got, particularly I'm looking at guys like Sahil Zadran, like Dida, for example. But, you know, Davitsi in the lineup today so far. May have some club cricket commitments in the Czech Republic over the weekend, not so sure. So that takes a key batter and a key bowler out, doesn't it? Against these good teams, you know, you better not show them any mercy in a situation like this, because they can certainly manoeuvre their way out of it. Donnerstadt, it's only the first few overs of the day. Great slow ball from Durrani. It wasn't picked by Zazai. Yeah, I have a bit of a rule not to call games in the first 5 overs. We've seen teams, I mean, even as recently as the Milan series, we saw a team kind of 26 for 7, turn it around and win the game. We've also seen teams 100 for none and lose the game. Anyway, this is skied. Don't know if it's carrying, though. It might. It's dropped. Well, oh, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. He had 2 line under that, didn't he? That's Yogesh Balage who came in. It was mishit, so I wasn't sure straight away if it would carry, but yeah, hung. And Balage actually, he got a good jump on the ball. That's why he gets there, but just didn't quite get the pinkies together. And out it goes. Just remember that. So Zaya dropped on 8. Again, good slower ball. They won't get a run. It's probably coming back inside the line. The way it was moving, we'll never know. So, Grants Cricket Academy first. Kind of red cross against their fielding performance. Now hook shot. This is flying over the finder who's in the circle. It'll be touch and go, but he does get there. That's the fielding. He'll get 2. Ahmed Zai, and he's kind of ready to explode at any moment as well. Don't be fooled by a 6 off 10. He's kind of played the situation. Need a bit of luck to get out of it. A hole like this as well, no matter who you are. Got to start fighting. Last ball the over. Well, that's going to be a no ball. It would have been a wide anyway, but the no ball takes precedence. Girani tries the Yorker. I think he's bowled a few slower balls. This is the one he tries to put the pace on. Tries to jam it in the block hole, but just misses. Swings down the leg side as well. So another free hit. It's not the worst over. It has gone for 11. Free hit to come. Yeah, slower ball, but he picks it and he hits it. So maybe that's the turning point as Girani goes for 17 in the 5th. And it's 38 for 4 at the halfway point of the first innings of day 6. So it kind of just rolls, not really rolls the fingers, it kind of comes out the front of his hand. It's a bit of a back spinning slower ball, that one. Halfway through the first innings of the day. Let's have a look at this. Maximo power chart. Well, this is how many sixes are hit per 10 overs for each team. The overall of 9.2, that is significantly higher than average. Average is probably in the 6s. So you've got pack riders there, 12.7. That's off the scale. That's for the whole series. I'll give you a tip. Yesterday, the Maximo rate was 13.7. So 13.7, basically 14 sixes in an average innings. And we haven't really seen that this morning, have we? From memory, we've seen 2 sixes. Yeah, one off the bat of Shigawal. Actually 3 now with that last one. And we're bowled. Well, a little bit of the Greco-Roman wrestling style here. I don't think there's ever going to be a run there. It was funny. Neither one of them were like too aggressive, but also neither one was willing to really get out the way. This is going to be 4. It's up-ish, but it's around the fielder. So Afzal's come on, changing the pace. Well, he has 1 tackle and 1 boundary against him now. It's not a good ball, is it? About knee-high full toss, turned around the corner, 4 runs. Donishart gathering steam here. Again, I don't want to pick on anybody, but dropping that catch, even though it wasn't Ahmed Zai who's scoring that last boundary, just has kind of taken the wind out of the sails a little bit for Grants. Better ball, gets it up there a bit, does have the protection kind of in front of the wicket on the leg side. Samit Safi doing the fielding. Wasn't he an exciting batter to watch when we saw them on Wednesday, GC8? I feel like Donishart going to end up somewhere in the 80s. Just got a feeling that's where they'll end up here. Maybe 90. A bit late on this. We'll get 1. I suppose if GCA can pick up these 2, maybe get a roll on. Could still rock and roll them for like 70 or something like that. Still batting to come, like I said. And these guys, they're not scared, especially when we get late in the piece. Last 3-4 overs, they're going to throw the bat, really, whoever they got. And you see it here. It's kind of off the toe, but it's good enough. Maximo! Afzal goes the journey, and Ahmed Zai's warming up. He was careful early, wasn't he? Uncharacteristically so. And even though this is down towards the bottom of the bat, modern bats, they really fly. 6 runs to finish the over. 50 comes up as well for Donishart, 51 for 4. Yeah, well, 6 over check-in time. They will target something like 2 a ball from here. 2 a ball gets them to 99. So maybe I'm being a bit conservative. Hello to Siddharth. Hello from us here at the venue. All the blue crew. 23 for Ahmed Zai and 11 for Zazai. The only players to reach double figures. 3 derricks in the first few overs of the day for Donishart. Cotwell coming into bowl. It's hit off the back foot, hit pretty well. 1 bounce 4, nice shot. And this really kind of opens up the field, doesn't it? If you can go over cover, there's normally a gap there because everyone's pretty conscious of protecting that leg side. So what do you do? I mean, yeah, you are bowling away from the leg side, but you don't really have the field to counter it. So Cotwell, probably the length there is the issue. I don't mind trying to hit that channel. Yeah, see, that's the same line, but it's a better length. Zazai couldn't really do too much with it. I think we had a good game in our hands. I think we might have a different sort of a thriller this morning. Not the 320-something run variety. Tries to force it, hangs in the air, and gone. So Zazai goes. Doesn't cost him too much in the end. Again, it's good bowling. Just hanging with that channel. Okay, Zazai got one away in that region, but this time he missed times. It sets himself deep in the crease. Kind of wants to go leg side, but he's late on it. And that's why it's a fairly simple catch for Bharath Gowda. And wasn't he a live wire in the field the other day with some incredible direct hits and also a very sure pair of hands. So it's all the fives. Halfway through the seventh, 55 for 5. Sahil Zadran comes to the crease. Again, he is a powerful hitter of the ball. He won't mind this. 3.5 overs to go. Zazai had an important role there, just turning things around. 15 off 11. Probably was more valuable than it looks. Zadran thinks about pumping it, but then says, I'll be a bit careful. He just knocks it out for 1. Dave saying, Donnerstadt is changing gear. Feels like it. I mean, you're not as worried now about the wickets lost. I think you feel like you're in a good position to bat out your overs now. So you're not as scared of getting out as you might have been 3-4 overs ago. It's well bowled by Cotwell. I think he's good when he gets that length. They think about 2 here, but it's not really on. I'll just get a single. Hello to John. To Woody. John Woodward watching from Madrid. How are you, Woody? Let us know what's going on in that part of the world. Say, buen dia to you and all of our viewers in Spain, of course. He goes after this, and he gets it. What a shot from Zadran. Only the second ball he's faced. He's got such fast hands. I was worried for a moment that he might have picked out the fielder, but yeah, clears the front leg. It's a good straight hit. So Donnerstadt, as advertised, they're going to rebound, and they have to 63 for 5 off 7. They're on 90 pace now. Looking at our upcoming events, this is our schedule over the next few weeks. We've got 2 weeks here in Austria, which will culminate in the ECIs. So it'll be finals day, 19th of May on Friday. Then the weekend will be an international tri-series between Austria, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. Then I'm going to take a break in Bulgaria. Charlie will step in for me. It'll be 2 weeks there, also finishing an ECI. And then we'll be in Stockholm. Some Swedish cricket. Nice long days there. And that'll take us through midway through June. It's a bit high for Afzal. I like this appeal. He appeals, and he gets the house bit out, and he doesn't bother with the that. He's already into an apology. He says, actually, you know what? I'm going to withdraw the appeal. I'm going to use it when it might be have more of a chance. It's just 1 down to long on. Ahmedzai at 25. And he started fairly slowly, didn't he, Ahmedzai? But this is his situation. This is probably a time where he normally would come in, normally with a few more on the board, but he's very comfortable in these last few overs. Well, full toss, goes wrong, goes very wrong for the bowler, Maximo. Sahil Zadran gets one out of the ballpark, swings it away. Again, going for the block hole there and over pitching it. And that one carries comfortably. Dave saying, watch out, Karina. Well, it's Gunnars that's up in the tower at the moment. And Karina, not that she's scared of being up there. Gunnars and Karina split the camera duties. Anyway, this is up in the air, and this is also going. So Maximo back-to-back for Zadran. And you can see what Afzal's trying. He's trying to get up in the block hole, but he's missed full, and then he's missed short, and both times he's been punished. Donnerstadt coming with a wet sail. Woody was saying sunny and warm there in Spain. Said looks nice there too. Well, I'll say playable, I wouldn't say nice. Starting the Madrid T20 says this evening. Morning to Charlie as well, yeah. One forces Zadran back, but it's been the ultimate impact innings. You can see how they're not too scared, like I said. Even if they lost another wicket now, I think they've got more batting to come. Only half the wickets down now in 8 overs. Looks a lot different to when you lose, say, 5 wickets in 4 overs, for example. Last ball, the 8th. And he takes it off the stumps and he hits this for 6 as well. Maximo! That's in the wheat. That's not a chase that anyone's enjoyed over the last couple of days. I like the way they look at each other. Eventually, Balage is the man that has to chase it, but the 6 to finish the 8th, it's 83 for 5. Well, I thought they might end up in the 80s. Oh, now I see him getting probably 110 the way things are going. Let's have a look at that acceleration. And that isn't a cumulative graph, that's the run rate. So it's actually harder to move that worm the longer the innings goes, because it's harder for one over to change the average. It looks like a good old-fashioned worm. They've got it up to 104 pace at the moment. You can really feel the shift in this innings. There's always going to be probably unsustainable to keep Gratz down all the way. Cottonwell steps aside. Still got one up his sleeve, but Safi comes into bowl. Hamid Safi. He's a really exciting player to watch. Yeah, Cotwell probably comes back for the last. It's either Cotwell or Girani. Cotwell took 1 for 12. Girani number 17. So probably I'd say Cotwell might be the man. Even though Girani, his numbers are better across the week. Round the wicket in the slot, and adios Pelota. Auf Wiedersehen. That is out of here. Amidzai has timed it perfectly, hasn't he? It's kind of rolling off cutter. He steps across and he sends it. Wow. This is not in the script for GCA after the start they had, but you know, it's kind of on the cards, wasn't it? Up to 90 now, still 10 balls to go. Well, 2 a ball from here gets you 110. Desperately need a couple of wickets just to put the pressure back on Donnerstadt. They're not feeling the pressure anymore. I think they feel like they got enough. Oh, once again, goes through it. Doesn't get it as well. This is just a single. I mean, the fielding from Gratz has been one of the keys to their success. But yeah, just a couple of little moments that they dropped their standards. Just instigated a bit of a turnaround, a bit of a shift in the energy in this game. Oh, this one goes a long way wide of the off stump to be called. 92 now. What good teams do, they find ways to get out of a tight spot, and that's what Donnerstadt have done here. If you missed it earlier, they lost Iqbal Hussain without scoring. They lost Utmanzai without scoring. They lost Mohammed Sadiq without scoring. Shikawal, the captain for 8. Now they're going to get lucky and they're going to get 4. So everything rolling Donnerstadt at the moment. The partnership is 41 off just 13 balls. Again, you can't have them everywhere. This is rarely protected. And with the pace in this pitch, it races away. That's despite the kind of amount of rain we've had over the last couple of days. It's been pretty persistent. But you know, when I looked at the fours rate, for example, 4s per innings, that's a good gauge of the outfield. And we're getting 7.4 for 4s per innings, and that's about average. 7 or so is average, 7 to 8. Slow outfield, you'll get less than that. Really fast outfield, you probably get more. Oh, big swing and a miss. That goes straight over the stumps. Safi can't believe it's missed. Just losing his shape on that occasion, searching for it. Probably needed to get across a little bit if he was going to play that shot. Zadran played a bit easier. He stayed leg side of the ball. Last ball of the 9th. They're okay for time here. Yeah, that's one that is in the wheelhouse, and it goes. Maximo! 19 off the 9th. Yogesh, he's going to have to do the wheat chase gallop out of there. Again, see the line. This is where, if he'd made that position on the last ball by getting across, it would have looked like that. He's just got such a good eye. Sahel Zadran, he's a good cricketer. Probably no more for his bowling, but he can hold the stick. 102 for 9 after 5. 3 wickets early for Moman. Had Donnerstadt on the back foot, but they fought back. 1 for 10 Ahmadzai. Habib Ahmadzai was brilliant earlier as well. Cotwell with the other wicket. So who do you bring back here? They've got the option really, because they have used 6 bowlers. They can use Cotwell, or they can use Durrani. And it looks like they might go for a completely different option. Okay. Looks like they might be going for Atef Sohail. So yeah, not using either of the bowlers available. So they go for a 7th bowler. So maybe a bit of a risk. And it is a risk, as this first one is just a little cutter and it ends up miles over the rope. Maximo! Donnerstadt, I mean, they're going to have what I call probably an average total based on what we've seen last couple of days, but they're going to have all the momentum heading into the second innings. GCA will be scratching their head about how this one got away. The 50 partnership comes up for the 6th wicket as well, of just 16 balls. Yeah, the decision to bowl a ball that hasn't bowled yet. I guess jury's out on how that'll work out. This one's a full toss, but he hasn't got it. Hanging in the air a long time. Fielders come in, they're not going to get it. They think it too. He's just back, I think. So just a single. Yeah, I mean, that could have easily hung up towards the fielder. You can see that Ahmadzai gets the stop sign. He just gets back here. So 1 is the result of the play. Yeah, Zadran saying, hey, no need for a silly run out. I got this. That's well bowled, though. Somehow gets it a long way off the bat, considering it was pretty much jammed in. Now they think about an overthrow, but it's well backed up. Just a single, so credit to Sohail. Got spanked first ball, but he's come back with a couple of good deliveries. 110. I thought they might fight to 80 or 90. They've outdone that comfortably. Bit of length on this, but straight to the fielder and gone. Nice catching. And even at this stage, that can save you. That's Momand, who's had a really good morning. Wasn't a bad shot because he throws the hands at it. Actually drills it. And if that's 5 metres either side of the field, I think that's 4 or maybe even 6. But my one Momand takes a very good catch, but a good knock from Ahmadzai. Remember, he came in with his team in all sorts of trouble. When he came in, it was 4 for 3 halfway through the second, so he leaves his team some 106 runs better off while he's there. Very good innings. And he kind of took his time. He probably curbed his natural instincts to hit from the get-go. Just made sure he stuck around. He knew he could accelerate, and that's how it works out. 45 off 25 for Aman Ahmadzai. Doesn't quite reach his 50, but a valuable innings nonetheless. Ishak Safi will be the bowler with 2 to come. I think he's probably going to go for it. They'll probably be running no matter what here. Maybe not. Zadran's going nowhere. 110. What do you think about this? Who's ahead with 110 on the board? That's Cricket Academy. Can they pull it off? Well bowled again. And they'll probably try for 2 anyway. Yeah, and they'll get it on the slip. Now we see the ball horned in. They will get 2. Safi gets his only runs of the innings. 112 will be the score. That's exactly where you want to be. Not much you can do with that at all. Does manufacture a 2 out of nowhere. This will be an interesting golden ball. Shortcut gets low, and he does something which I think I've only ever seen in the gymnastics at the Olympics. But anyway, 112 is the score for the loss of 6 wickets. And Zadran had a pretty important hand there as well, didn't he? Well, we saw it all on day 5, but it was Saturday morning. And really, there was nothing sleepy about the start from Graz Cricket Academy, who went 1, 2, 3 with 3 early wickets and 3 derricks to start the morning. Worst possible start for Donnerstadt. They caught well, they bowled well. That was Utmanzai, who just got cramped up a few times. Eventually, he got caught. And then Sadiq came out. He gave us a Sadiq special, but he came up with nothing but fresh air as he swung around that. He was out first ball, so at that stage it was 4 for 3. Shigawal, again, he looked a little bit off, didn't he? But this is the one blow that he got away. First maximum of the day was joined by Aman Ahmadzai, who'd have a key role to play. But then Shigawal dragged one. He was well caught as well. So that was 17 for 4, and they were staring down the barrel, weren't they? I think that this was a key partnership that got them back on track. 38 for the 5th wicket, Zazai and Aman Ahmadzai coming out. And yet, with new bowlers as well, it just kind of broke the momentum of GCA a little bit as well. Eventually, Zazai would go. So after he got a life, And Zadran came out there and he came in kind of a perfect time as well. 32 off 10, the ultimate impact innings there. And this is what makes Sonnenstadt so dangerous. You can see how they've won 2 trophies here. A team that should have come to the ECL, except the year that they qualified, it was cancelled due to the pandemic. That was a good catch late in the piece, but they were still able to instigate a bit of a turnaround on the way to 112 for 6. And so, looking at the scorecard, 3 ducks in the top 4, wasn't in the plans. Shigawa with just the 1 blow, but all the production in the middle order there. Ahmed Zai top scoring, 45 off 25. He was brilliant, wasn't he? Had to take his time early, but he ended up whacking 5 sixes in that knock. Apart from that, Zazai had a big role in the turnaround. He scored 15, but Sahel Zadran put the finishing touches on the masterpiece. 32 off just 10 balls. Moman and Habib Ahmedzai were brilliant early. Moman 3 for 11, Ahmedzai 1 for 10. Other wickets to Kotwal and Sohail late in the piece. But you can see all the bowlers except for the openers going double digits and some quite significantly so. So I think this is a genuine coin toss because we saw Graz Cricket Academy. They have some good players. They won't take a backward step, but they're going to be chasing 113 against the defending champions who are undefeated so far in the series. Join us after the break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Saturday morning. More action to come. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Vienna. Weekend's here, cricket's still here as well. And it's going to be great to see this second half of match 26. It's the newcomers Grants Cricket Academy taking on the two-time ECS champions Donnerstadt here in the first match of 5 today. Now, in the first innings, it was Grants Cricket Academy. Their captain, Bharat Gowda, won the toss, and he sent in Donnerstadt, and he had them in some early trouble. Early wickets falling despite that. And kind of predictably, Donnerstadt fighting back to a score of 112 off their 10 overs. So the target will be 113. Openers out there, Habib Ahmedzai ready to face up, and Shaukat Durrani at the other end. And Grants Cricket Academy, they had quite the journey in their first day of ECN cricket. It was on Wednesday. We saw them for the first time as they pulled off quite an unlikely chase in one of the games. In their first game, they went down by 9 runs. A pretty spirited effort against ICCV, Indian CC Vienna. They're chasing 137. They ended up making 127. Some late hitting got them that close, to be fair. They looked well out of it for most of that chase. But then they held cricketers to 97 and chased that down. They held Vienna Danube to 99 and chased that down in only 5.3 overs. So, I mean, they do like to chase, and they've done it pretty well so far. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but their biggest test is here against the two-time champs. And it's Sahil Zadran to get us going. 113 for victory. Oh, a very good ball first up. I don't know if this is a slow one first up from Zadran. I just think it's just a regulation ball that doesn't get up, and it comes in seams away. Dave's asking me, am I alone in the grandstand? Well, I'm commentating alone, but I'm definitely not alone. Got the Blue Crew with me. Got Neil Cash and Maxi and Sam. Got Andy around as well today. Rico having a day off. Well, straight up in the air. Anybody? I think it's falling safely. That's the luck factor. They'll get 2. It's just a thick outside edge from Ahmedzai. Off the mark, but not convincing. Probably need a bit of luck as well, I think, when you're trying to knock off the champs. They'll feel this 112 is very defendable. It's the kind of game that I think both teams genuinely would have the confidence to think that they're favourites. And that's what I think makes for it a really exciting contest. Spoils are wide here. Instead, it's going to be a dot. So, yeah, Durrani out there. He played a very good innings the other day as well. I mean, Grants certainly seem at home in this format of the game, taking on the bowling. Been pretty good, I think, with their fielding as well. I think the captain has been a standout in that respect. Oh, what a shot. He steps down and he pumps this one. Well, that one's agricultural, not the shot, but the result. That's going to head into the dirt. What a blow that is. And I suppose this is what was missing from Donnerstadt in the power play, because they kept losing wickets. They weren't really able to get anything going. Turns that into a half volley with some good footwork, and that was pure. 6 runs. Yeah, well, if you got off the mark in an unconvincing fashion, that one put the downers to bed pretty quickly. Sahil Zadran just seems a little bit short of top pace this morning. I suppose you can understand that. Not the warmest conditions first up. Batted very well though, Sahil. Zadran with the right of reply. Not a bad one. Pushes him back, gets one smart. Batting as well from Ahmedzai, not going at everything. Yeah, this run rate, 11.3 and over required at the beginning of the innings. Pretty much where they're at still. Just don't want to let that climb. I think a power play is super important to make sure you're on top of things, not behind. Otherwise, this experienced Donnerstadt lineup will just try and choke you in the middle overs. Now's probably the best time to target boundaries. Only 2 outfielders available. That's exactly what Durrani does first ball. And he sends this one out of the ground. Maximo! 2 early blows for GCA. It's another one that's dirty. And great camera work there. Go on, keep zooming in. We'll probably see the Grizzly Bear logo. That is goodness up there. Well, I like my martinis dirty. That Grizzly's dirty after ending up in the ploughed field a couple of times in the first. End of the over, 15 without loss. One thing we haven't had so far in Austria, this year at least, is a golden ball. 62 matches since we had a golden ball. The only golden ball we've ever had in Austria involved Donnerstadt, then known as Vienna Afghan, on the 23rd of April 2021 against Salzburg. It was a dramatic finish where they were able to pull off a run out off the golden ball. Sahil Zadran, from memory, was the man that whipped off the bails and had them jumping for joy right now. It's all business. Idibasha Dida to bowl over number 2. Maybe a bit high. Just felt this was climbing over the stumps. Again, bit of a risky shot to get across. Maybe sliding past leg, but I think for me the height was the thing here. I wasn't confident that was going to hit stumps. Ahmed Zayat gets away with the leg bite. Girani's only faced one ball. It disappeared. Oh, yeah, I think that's a wide. Itty doesn't like it, but I think that's a wide. I don't think it gets all the way back inside the line, you see. Threatens to come back, but it's pretty much straight over the line. He doesn't like it, but it's a good call from the umpire. You've got to back your instincts there. Just needs to bring it back kind of one ball width, doesn't he? Dave's enjoying the potato field getting ploughed. It's better from Dida. Durrani does kind of stay leg side of the ball, so we'll give you a look at the stumps. See how he's hoping it to pretty much back away and smack it straight. He's not really an LBW candidate if he keeps his toes outside the leg stump like that. Good game to start the day. Goes short, maybe slightly slower ball as well from Dida. And that's Zazai doing the fielding. He was really good, actually, Zazai. Scored 15 off 11, so, you know, history won't really note his innings as too significant, but I think it was just kind of arrested the momentum and kind of got it back to square, and then he got out 15. So continued on with it. Zadran came to the crease and whacked him. Pitched up, doesn't carry it in mid-on. Well, not to have a mix-up there. Razmal Shigawal, that's the 1-6 for him this morning. He's had a very good start to his tournament. Yeah, but good teams find a way to win, even out of circumstances where they haven't really had things go according to their script. And the fact they got 112 to bowl at says a lot about this team. Idibasha Dida, I don't mind him opening the bowling. I've got to say, I do like him in the middle overs as a kind of, just like a holder. At the moment, they are using him with the new ball. Charges and gets enough of it. That's out of here. Maximo! Ahmed Zayat goes large. Again, he just runs at Dida. Kind of shows his hand early. Dida gives him something he can get under. I don't think Dida changed his plan at all. He's bowled the same ball he's going to bowl anyway. Maybe that's the time you can make a late adjustment, make a late decision to maybe bowl a bouncer or maybe bowl a slower ball to try and counter the premeditated charge of the batter. Anyway, not an easy role to play, opening bowler in this form of the game with only the 2 outfielders available. Last ball, the over. Let's go a bit shorter this time. They go on contact. If this is out, it's gone. Wow, it had to be a perfect piece of fielding, and Girani's run out. I mean, that's one of those ones that, okay, there's a single there, probably 9 times out of 10. Needs to be a clean pick-up and hit one stump, and that's exactly what happened. And I think that's Mohibul Shenwari that's hit the stumps there. We'll check it out on the replay. I mean, they both decide to go. Picks up to his left, has one stump, and hits it. Bang. And he's barely in the picture. It just keeps on walking. What a piece of fielding. That's the kind of thing you practice it all the time, and you probably hit 1 in 20. And then the one time in the game that it comes to you, he just nailed it. Wow, end of the over. 24 for 1. Girani, key player, run out for just the 6. They're all off one shot. Grutz Cricket Academy trying to go 3 and 1. We'll put them in a really good position. Of course, they've got a big day today as well. We'll see them throughout today. They play in the first, third, and fifth matches. So, again, there'll be 6 matches deep after this. So it's like Mansur Safi coming to the crease. His non-strikers end. What a piece of fielding from Mohib. And everyone, I won't say that they were in disbelief, but let's just say raised a few eyebrows with his teammates, and they were over there quick as you like. Maybe, I didn't even know if he'd have the distance, but he hit the stumps on the full. Great piece of work. But still, they're going to attack. This is almost creating a run as well. Shigawa with a clean set of hands. Thing without a piece of fielding like that, it's just such a spark for a team in this kind of 50-50 type total. Dave's called it a booster. Yeah, it is a booster. Brilliant piece of work. I mean, it hit the middle of the one stump he was aiming at as well. Ahmed Zayat, thorn in the side of Donnerstadt though. 15 off 10 at the moment. And goes a little dab, smart batting. It's a really good shot, really, with no third man in play. Ahmed Zayat. It's all the footwork here, that back foot. Look at the back foot. Just kind of doesn't back away, holds his position, holds his weight back. Kind of see it here. See, little bit of a weight transfer back to give him a bit of extra time. He dabs it away for 4. Captains hate that, because if you keep doing that and you can play that shot well, then you put the third man back. It means you open up a space in the outfield somewhere else. Oh, well. This goes pretty much straight over leg stump. This is going to be edge of your seat stuff, folks. Buckle up. We've had some great finishes, haven't we? Seen some big hits. We've seen some low-scoring thrillers as well. VNCC won a fairly low-scoring game on day 1. And I'm just happy the rain's held off. Forecast wasn't looking particularly good for the weekend, but allowing us to see some top entertainment. Pitched up, goes after it, and he gets enough. Is probably rolling away. Just holds up in that area of the ground. So they'll just get a couple. Again, it's good power play batting, taking on the infield and winning. Ahmed Zayat up into the 20s. He becomes a key, doesn't he? But GCA, I mean, they do have a lot of batting to come. That's why I know they run out Girani, and that's obviously not ideal, but I like the way they're trying to be proactive, trying to keep the score moving. They don't want to get bogged down here at all. It's well bowled by Safi, but whipped away. Full and straight. Settle for 1 here. Pretty good power play. They're pretty much at the rate, aren't they? If they want to go 11 and over, that'd be 33 in the power play. I still think it's pretty much a coin toss at the moment. We've got Mansur Safi out there at the moment, about to face his first ball. Hamid Safi impressed me with his approach the other day as well. Balagi still to come. Right, he steps across, gets the end of the bat on it. And this is going to run away for 4. It's just enough. I won't say it was pretty, but it was effective. And the last ball, the power play, disappears for 4. 35 for 1 after 3. And I think that puts them pretty much on the red line at the moment. Despite running out Girani, he's a guy who's been in form, not a guy you want to lose, but that's the price of doing business. I think sometimes in this form of the game, you've got to take some calculated risks. Donnerstadt at this stage, you can see they were 16 for 3. They had a horrendous power play, didn't they? Yeah, that was just before Shigawal got out. So I think they were 17 for 4 soon after that. They were able to turn things around. If you offered them 112, At that stage, they certainly would have taken it. So we're going to see a change of bowling now. And this will be interesting. Osman Khan, the leg spinner, coming in. Now, he bowled really well, I think, the other day. He loves the breeze here, which is drifting the ball into the right-hander. So it'll kind of move in the air left to right, and then off the pitch, it'll spin to the left. It's a genuine leg spinner. But in these conditions with a slightly damp ball, can he locate it? We've seen some of the wrist spinners having all kinds of control problems, particularly with length. First ball's pretty good. I think a 2 here. You know, they might go for it. It's probably there, if I'm honest. And Safi had zero interest. Yeah, so the thing with getting those revs on the ball, and Osman really does give it a rip, is it'll drop a bit as well. You see that one looked like it was going to be a full toss. It could drop nicely into the block hole. I think he's a very clever bowler. Gives them that key variety in their attack as well. I mean, you've got Shigawal that might be able to bowl as well, potentially. That time it does stay as a full toss. Again, they don't really put it away. Nice sliding stop by Ahmedzai. He sniffs the turf as he makes the sliding stop. But you've also got your Safi to bowl. You got Mohib Shenwari, I think, to bowl some spinners as well. I think, you know, with that run out, maybe you get him into the action. Using spin, as long as they can be accurate, I think it's going to be a really effective strategy. Seeing the paces have gone for plenty more often than not. This could be gone, and it is gone. He's dragged it to mid-wicket, and that's Sadiq that's taken the catch. Well, he didn't have to move. He's got company now. Oh, all hugging the teddy bear, aren't they? They're in, and it was just kind of off the inside half of the bat. Osman, see, they get that drift in, drags it, and Sadiq, well, he hugs it. He gets hugged. It's hugs all round. That's something we didn't have too much of in the 2021 series here. And we were kind of immersed in the pandemic. But that's a break, really, because that could have gone anywhere. Having to go straight to Mohammad Sadiq, and it's 37 for 2. The end of a good innings from Ahmedzai. 23 off 15. And, yeah, GCA had a bit of a crossroads here. The addition of spin has immediate results as Khan takes a wicket with just the third ball he's faced. So here is Bharath Gowda, the captain. I think Gowda and Balagi, the two GCA players that have some ECS experience. They played for Zagreb Assassins in the Croatia series last year. Assassins didn't have a great series, to be honest, in Croatia, which is always a great series, actually, because it includes clubs from Slovenia and Serbia, so it's kind of a multinational ECS. Quite unique, although we'll have something similar in Bulgaria soon when we have Istanbul KSK, you might know from the ECL, the Turkish champion club, playing in the ECS in Bulgaria. Just about a week and a half away. Anyway, Gowda to face up to Osman Khan for the first time. Good ball, dabs away, but there's a fielder guarding that. This is super key now, next 3 overs. I think determine which way this match goes. It's a 2 ball required. 2 fairly new batters at the crease. Tossed up. Nice orthodox looking drive, but it'll just get a single. Gowda's off the mark. I suppose, yeah, you don't want to let the game drift too much. You still have some kind of genuine out-and-out hitters to come. So, yeah, you want to be careful, and I get that. But you can't be too careful. You don't want to put too much pressure on those late hitters. You're not really in trouble as far as wickets lost. 2 wickets lost in 4 overs. But Osman, what a good over this is. Just conceding 3. He has pretty much got it right. Again, that's well bowled, and that's fine, I think. So, end of the over. It's 38 for 2. You see this? The keeper takes it outside the line, but when it passes the crease, I think it's pretty clearly inside. Yeah, so it's good stuff. And it's the end of the over. It was 38 for 2. You see, they've just taken a dip there in the 4th over. And GCA, 38 for 2. That's a really important addition. I've been tempted to go with some more spin. In fact, I'll do something like that with Ahmedzai getting a bowl in over number 5. They just look at this lineup for Donishap. There's no Nor Ahmedzai in the lineup. He normally provides a bit with the ball in the middle. Got other options though, don't they? They've got pretty good depth in all departments. Oh, close. Ahmedzai has a nervous look around. I don't know about this one. Pretty much umpire's call. Is that whole ball inside or not? Oh, I think that's a wide. 1% of the ball on the line. I even squinted. This should be gone. It is gone. Shigawal takes the catch. And Suffy goes. Never really got motoring. Razmal shakes it like a Polaroid picture because that stung, but it'll sting more if it dropped out of his hands. 39 for 3. And it's Ahmedzai with the wicket. And just, you feel things are pushing against GCA now. Takes it on again. Hits it all right. It goes pretty quickly to Shigawal. He chucks it back saying, well, that hurt, but I'm happy. Ahmedzai with the wicket. And yeah, the slowing down of the attack, paying dividends, 39 for 3. The GCA needs to be brave here. They need to have those attacking instincts. And here's a man I was looking forward to seeing bat, Hamid Shafi. And he will go for it. So you need to just fight fire with fire. Sometimes it's hard to know where the line is between aggression and insanity in these situations. I don't think Safi will care. I think he's there to hit sixes. Still got Balagi to come. Haven't seen him yet. He's also a good striker. But cannot let that run rate get out of control. It's at 13.5 required and over at the moment. Ooh. See, I reckon this is a wide as well, if I'm honest. I think this gets a bit of the line. Let's have a look. Okay, little step. Maybe you could argue his toes were at half a stump outside off. I don't know. He's lucky to get away with that. That one will be a wide. And in fact, it's going to get away from the keeper. Good bounce from Ahmedzai. We'll get 2 runs for free there. Ahmedzai. Yeah, he's a guy that enjoys his cricket. I think he's just saying, yeah, that was a pretty good bouncer, wasn't it? I don't think he meant it. Gowda on strike. Again, watches it smart. You can see off spinners will do this, saying, look, I hope you might go out there and spoil it, because they got the deep cover point in place, the kind of sweeper on the offside. And batters, they can often reach those, so they'll just kind of clunk them away for one. That's a good result for the fielding team. This one bounces a lot as well. So yeah, spin, strangling the middle overs. This is what I love about T10 cricket and ECN cricket in particular, how many momentum swings you can have in one match. It's probably the thing that surprised me the most when I started commentating this form of the game. See, this would have been a wide. Instead, it'll get more than one. It'll probably reach the rope. It does. Cuatro carreras. Gowda nudges one away, uses the pace of Ahmedzai, who's pretty quick for a spinner. And Ahmedzai only conceded 4, but he doubles that in the last ball. 8 off the over then. The score is 46 for 3 at the halfway point. Let's have a look at the ECC groups, and yeah, about 19.5 weeks away. It'll come up quickly. We have 31 countries taking part in the 3rd edition of the European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. And you can see there, Austria nestled in Group D. I remember last year that Group D, typically we call it the group of death because it's convenient. Not an easy one for them, really. No weak teams in it. Ireland 11 probably be the favourites, but Austria, they might have something to say about that. Osman Khan comes back. Just have not been able to get ahead of the spin. And even that boundary, 8 off the over, is not really enough to stay with the rate at the moment. You need someone to have a real heater here in the second half of the innings if Grants are going to get close to this. Short. Couldn't really time it up. They should get 2. They almost get 4. If they run harder there, they would have got 3. They didn't really run hard the first couple, so they'll just get 2. That was a funny one. Gowda was in a good position, but he just misjudged the pace of that ball, so he couldn't get a full swing on it. Foot fielding from Safi, but then he had to come back and grab it himself because there was no one there to help him out. We did see it all run 5 yesterday. Won't go into that. Well, this could be gone. Better throw, he would have been gone as well. So Safi's almost run out here. Kind of just made the decision to go. Just pulled the throw to the right. You see the keeper is saying, yeah, come on. Probably not the greatest position from the keeper as well as Azai. He needs to get kind of right behind the stumps, not to the side. All right, he launches this one, and here's the counter-attack coming. Safi, oh, he's going to rattle the cage. Maximo. And Gunnars, give us the thumbs up if you're all right, because that was in your general direction. Yep. Going, gone. Safi had a scare. Yeah, well, those mittens. Thumbs up in the mittens. Say he's all right. Well, they're really gloves, aren't they? Not really mittens. That's what Safi's there for. Osman can't be rattled by that. Just keep giving the same stuff. He does. Slight miss hit. Mohib, who's now the Jonty Rhodes of Austria, comes around to his right and takes it on the bounce. Good game this. Got to stay in touch. 13 and over required. Last ball for Osman Khan. He's bowled well. Challenges. Just sliced away for one. Gowda to double figures. He'll retain the strike. 4 overs to go in this contest. It's 58 for 3. 55 required off the last 4 overs. Around about 14 and over, just under. Ahmadzai got them off to a good start. 23 off 16 before he dragged one to Sadiq at mid-wicket. Durrani was run out off a sensational piece of fielding for Mohib, who hit one stump from point. And Mansoor Safi couldn't really get going. He was out for just 5. But you know, 2 guys there that I think they fancy, have what it takes to get them the runs required. Now I like this. They're going to Mohibullah Shinwari. Spin has been effective, so they're going to serve up some more of it. He's a pretty clever bowler as well. So yeah, I just said a moment ago. Well, first, I think this is high, you know. This is a bit of a game breaker. Wait and see. I mean, Mohib comes out. Oh, yeah, that's really high. Yeah, that's going to be a no ball +4. I was going to say, as good as it's in the tower at the moment. And Karina will be there a little bit later on. So they'll split the duties. Oh, free hit coming up. Gowda does get his hands through that one. Can they get the big over to maybe put them ahead in the contest, Grutz? Great ball from Mohib. Even on a free hit, not much you can do with that. Just forced to kind of jam down and it gets one. And that's kind of a non-standard Maximo first ball. They get 6 off it. 49 off 23. Oh, not a good ball. Good keeping though. And he jumps all over it. He rolls kamikaze style and he makes the block, just the 1 extra. Mohib, well, his throwing's been more accurate than his bowling so far. I'll give you the tip. I like that. 4 points from the judges. This is down the leg side. Well, that's better. And, well, it's good for the batter as well. It's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. Not a great throwback, if I'm honest, but a good result for Graz. And once again, you can feel there's an intangible kind of momentum shift that's come. Osman can't kind of turn it back towards Donishtar, but now Safi, 12 off 5. He's been good. Oh, this cracks the keeper in the shins. What's gone on here? Wow, where's this hit him? Hit him low. I think it might have hit him just on the knee. Maybe he has those low pads with not a lot of protection, but this has hurt him. It's just missed the leg stump. It'll be a bite. I hope he hasn't put something out here. Is this with the impact, or is this, you know, like a twist when he's landed? He's definitely holding above that left knee. Let's check out the replay and see exactly what's happened here. Is it the ball hitting the leg? If it is that, that's normally okay. It'll hurt, but you hope it's not like a twist and he's blown his knee out. That'd be the worst possible result. But he's gone down straight away, and it's more than something usual. I'd be curious to see exactly what's happened here. So they'll get 1. Give me a chance to say a quick hello to Andrew Hogan. Hopefully you're well. And of course, good morning to Mrs. Hogan as well. Hopefully you're well. Just want to say hello to Dave as well. Yeah, so I'm a bit worried that this isn't actually the impact. It might have knocked something out. Or, yeah, something internal. It's a really strange one. We'll show it when appropriate, but yeah. If it's just that he's been clonked on the knee, then he should be all right. You know, if it's that something's been twisted or something, then that's different. But yeah, I'm curious. I mean, there's a few giggles out in the middle, which tells me that maybe he's all right. He's overreacted. He's getting the pads back on. Yeah, I think what's happened is just his pads are a bit low, and he's copped it right in the kneecap. I mean, it does look like he's been... They don't even take a run there, by the way. So they don't even get a bite. You see, it hits him on the knee. I don't know. I mean, it obviously hurt. I'm not saying it didn't hurt. But the fact that well, is he going to continue or not? He's getting some extra knee protection. Okay, well, that'll help. But, I mean, you would have thought he was hit with a rock the way he went down. Anyway, I'm a bit of a football fan. Probably I would have got the yellow card out for that one. But I think in the end, when he was asked how you're feeling, he said, yeah, I'm fine. It just really hurt. You got to be tough to play that position. All right, well, we were talking about the ECC a moment ago. So while he's composing himself, let's give him a moment. Let's go through a group. Let's go. How about Group F, which will be towards the end of the tournament, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 12th, 13th, and 14th of October. Scotland 11, they were into Championship Week last year. Had to fight hard over Belgium to get there. This time they've got Germany in their group as well as Portugal, Luxembourg, and Norway. Thing with that, Group F, I don't see any lesser lights, if I'm honest. I mean, Luxembourg, you could say, but they were so improved last year. They got some good cricketers. They got Thomas Martin and some of the guys like that. They got the Copes. I think that they'll be pretty good. Portugal, we know they've been good lately. There he is. Asif Sazai. Looks like he's put a batting pad, but on the knee that wasn't hit. So I don't know what the strategy is there. He got him in the knee. I tell you what. I mean, I'm happy he's okay. Let's just leave it at that. Mohib, apparently the fastest bowler in Austria now as well, judging by that reaction from the keeper. Anyway, this is a full toss, and it's been dragged away. Knee high. Safi would have hoped to put it away, to be honest. It was Ishak Safi out there that tried to make a play on it. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, that's dropping. But yeah, he's dropped. That would have been out, you know. That's a wide, you know. +1. Don't think there's two here. I feel like they're about to take off anyway. Good keeping. 2 wides. This is a cliffhanger waiting to happen. Mohib's just kind of got a little bit straight a bit too often. I think he needs to concentrate on dragging it outside off stump a bit more. That's better, and it induces a shot, which is down the ground, but it has the legs. Maximo! Yeah, Safi said, yeah, give me a bit more room. That's what I want. Still, yeah, challenged him to hit down the ground, but he was up to it. I don't think it's the worst ball. I suppose the length allows Safi to get a swing in it, and with the win, drills it down the ground for 6. 35 off 19 now. Momentum with Grants. Steps away. You get 1 to the sweeper. As Katagul Manzai doing the fielding into 7. 79 for 3. 34 required off the last 3 overs. This would be a huge win for GCA if they could pull this off. Not much was expected of them when they lost their first game, and they were losing it pretty badly. Turned out to just be a 9-run margin to ICCV. But then coming up with 2 good wins, and this will be even better. Donnerstadt, the defending champions, are back on deck in match 27. The second match of the day against the Austrian Daredevils. Donnerstadt winning the toss and batting. They'll be hoping to put a few more on than last time, especially early. That's coming up in half an hour. And listing a pretty similar looking team. I think looks like the same 11 to me. Austrian Daredevils, though, 1-4. They need to make something happen. They might feel Donnerstadt a little bit under par this morning. Maybe they can take advantage of that. So you're looking forward to seeing the Daredevils on deck again. All right, well, this is not going to be easy. Dieter's coming back for the 8th over. He's a good bowler, and I actually really like him in the middle overs. Maybe the ball slightly older, not as shiny. Here we go. 3 overs left. And he knocks him over first ball. It's full, it's straight, it hits the target. And look, even Safi has to congratulate Dieter, who comes up with the goods. Yeah, just think that later in the innings, he can just concentrate on bowling that Yorker, and he bowls it so well. We saw him bowling in the middle overs in tandem with Javid Zadran in the ECC last year. And he was right on the money here. Safi doesn't want to have a look, he wants to attack, and he was just in no position to deal with that. Bounces between the legs, perfect length. Absolutely perfect. And so maybe another momentum swing coming back to Donnerstadt. And what are we thinking in the chat here? What a great game to start the day. Because we saw some high-scoring thrillers, but, I mean, you can get thrillers at any run rate, if you like. This is more or less an average score that they put on the board. If I had to look at the run rate through the first few days, 12.1, a little bit under, but 12.1 was after yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was a crazy one. If I had to look at the run rate yesterday, it was 14.5 and over. So 145 was an average score yesterday. Nothing average about it, though. Momar, the new batter, bowled well. What can he do with the bat? Now, he attacks straight away. I'll take one to Shigawal, who thinks about throwing but thinks better of it. And Momar is the one that started the day with a bang, with 3 big wickets, including the Austrian national captain, Razmal Shigawal, for 8. Yeah, Dieter in the middle, I like him. If Osman Khan could bowl with a new ball, that might be an interesting one, to just do a switch. To get Midibar bowling in the middle. It's wide, I think. Yeah, misses the leg. Misses the leg stump. Bit of tension about this. Gowder's been there. He's seen it all. He's kind of been the passive partner so far. But yeah, Dieter, he loves this kind of situation. Defending champs getting pushed here. They won the 21 series. They won the 22 series as well. Trying to go for the three-peat. Missing leg. They do have a backstop who's just a bit of a coverall. But now, it's a throw that eventually gets back to the keeper. It'll be 2-leg bias. Osman Khan. Well, didn't bowl too many short balls when he was bowling. This throw's probably a little bit shorter than he intended. But he does get it going forwards, so that's important. Keeps it to 2. 30 off 15. 2 a ball is the rate they require. Oh, gets lucky. That was right up there, but luckily they got a fielder there for just that. Osman gets a bit more distance on the throw this time and almost puts one through Dieter. Just a single. That could have easily been chopped on, you know. I thought originally it might go for 4, but then I forgot. They got the long stop back there. Actually, it would be offensive. Back when I was playing, offensive to the keeper to have someone there. But just kind of protecting both sides of that backwards boundary. Yeah, well bowled. That's Dieter's length, isn't it? 29 off 13. Just feel I need somebody to come out there and take control of the situation. Grant's not being allowed to breathe at the moment. This is a really good over from Idibasha Dieter. Last ball of it coming up. Oh, that was a fully, and he misses it. He was just too late on it. And only 5 runs come off that over. 2 of them were leg byes. That's the kind of knee-high full toss. And he swings straight through. So it's 84 for 4 after 8 overs. In the first innings, at this stage, it was 83 for 5, Donnerstadt. But they finished with a bang, didn't they? They scored 19 off the 9th. They scored 10 off the 10th. So you can see they're pretty much bang on. The Worms have come together, but it's a little bit less than the red line, which is kind of the average run rate needed to to match the team batting first. Biggest over of the game coming up. It's Ishak Safi who's going to bowl it. Gowda hasn't gone out of second gear here, but he needs to. 29 off 12. Well bowled. It's a pretty good shot as well. Gets a lot on it. They should get 2 here. They will. It's almost the Yorker's next best thing. It's maybe half a metre short of a Yorker. And he just has to drag it out for 1. Plus an extra. Good running. 27 off 11. Need a couple of boundaries this over. Where are they going to come from? Gowda goes straight. Tries to pick the gap. Doesn't hit it hard enough though. Now they're going to take on a 2. And they're going to get there. It's good running. Even though Moman cops the throw on the way back. It didn't quite get all of this. Otherwise I think it's going to the gap for 4. But Zadran was quick to prowl around. You don't need anyone backing up when you got the batter there. Hoofs it away. 2 to the total. Goes over the offside, but it's going to just get over Zadran. Again, they'll probably take on a 2. No, they won't this time. Oh, now gets over the keepers. They would have got 2 if they gotten there. Having said that, Gowda just doesn't seem like he's bringing it boundary-wise at the moment. He's a good player, but you can tell he's just not quite in the zone. And that's what they need. So maybe Moman can be the man. Maybe it's not a bad thing that he's on strike. It does look like he hits the ball pretty cleanly. That's Safi. So far, doing a good holding job in the 9th for Donosh start. What a good game this is to start the day. First to 5 today. Oh, again, full toss, but he can't quite get there. They're going to take on a 2. Good throw. Haven't been trouble. Well, if that's hit the stumps, I think he's gone. But has it hit the stumps? Again, I didn't get a great view from our vantage point. He's already walking, so it must have hit the stumps and he's run out. But we'll check it out on the replay. Goes straight. Gowda saying, right, come on, it's worth taking on. Probably feels like he's kind of dispensable. Throw comes in. Yeah, it's gone. You can see there, just flicks the top. I wasn't sure what hit the stumps there. Thought maybe it was the... Yeah, you can see he's just gone. Great effort from Gowda to get home, but he's run out. And it will be 1 and run out. So Gowda run out for 21. It'll be 90 for 5. Good throw. Coming in. I think that's Aman Ahmedzai. That launches it. Direct hit. So 90 for 5. Yeah, Gowda, like I said, on another day, maybe he can come up with that flurry of boundaries, but just wasn't really happening. He was having to work hard for his runs and work hard for even 2s. And now you're in a situation where you need pretty much 3 a ball. So you need more. New batter out there is Cotwell. I mean, he can hit him. They get 1 off that. This game's just slipping away at the moment. Again, remember we said that early on, first 4.5 overs of the day. I think I said, don't judge a game too early. Because a lot can happen, a lot can change. Safi, he's been dealing here in the 9th. 2 to come. Off the pad. Now there's a bit of a mix-up. Oh, I think this is gone, you know. He's flicked it back on their stumps, and I'm pretty sure that Moman's going to be out. It was a really quick bit of work, and it's amazing how that knee's recovered so quickly. He was all over that like a flash, wasn't he? And there you go, the limp's back, but tell you what, the bail came off. It's a matter, does the bail drop in time? Definitely hits the stumps while he's out. Yeah, he's not even, I mean, is it, oh. I think you got to give that out because you can't actually see the bail fall because it's falling in line with the stumps. But yeah, I think that's out. It's disturbed the bail. From there, you can see it falling. Yeah, and so he is run out. Direct hit. So, 90 for 6. And you just have a look at this acrobatic stuff from Zazai. Again, instincts took over despite that slightly injured knee. And I think that Moman knew he was in trouble. So, Balagi comes out at 8. That's very low, you know. He is capable. But now we're looking at magical over to finish. Anyway, first we've got to finish the 9th. 23 required. Big swing and a miss. I wonder if will remain behind the stumps next game, actually, the way that he's moving. But that's a brilliant over from Ishak Safi. So only 6 come off that, no boundaries, and it kind of mirrors the work of Dida. So the last 2 overs have only seen 11 runs, so they've only really gone at half the pace required in those last 2 overs, and it set up, surely, a victory for Donnerstadt. This is what good teams do. As my teammate used to say, winners win. And that's despite the fact that they had a horrendous start in the first innings of this game. Remember, they lost 3 wickets really early. They were 4 for 3. They were 17 for 4. They turned it around. Ahmed Zai to roll the last over. 23 required. Cotwell hasn't even faced yet. Maybe that's a good thing. He's going to come out fresh. And who knows? I mean, 4 big hits and this game's over, and Grants have a great story for their grandchildren. But you're going to have to do it. It's almost like you're coming out to face the first ball of the innings here. Need a big first over for Cotwell. Ahmed Zai conceded 8 in the first. Did pick up a wicket. 10th overtime. Oh, again. Oh, he's chopped on. Has he? And it would have been a big wide. Maybe it's come off the keeper. I don't really know what's happened here, to be honest. Let's have a look at the replay. Bales fell so quickly. Yep, he's bowled him. This will show it. The ball that would have been a wide. Instead, he's managed to chop on. It's going to be a wicket for Ahmed Zai. So everything rolling Donnerstadt now. And it looks like the defending champs are going to go 6-0, but not without a scare here in match 26 at GC8. Something about their first games that they play of the day. Things just going all right. Still a very exciting team. We'll see plenty more of them today in matches 28 and 30. Yeah, Knees in the chat saying GCA have the personnel, but this is a questionable match strategy. Chasing a gettable total. Well, tell us what you mean. You think you would have done something different with the batting order? I think the intent's been there for the most part. Just dealing with some very, very good bowlers, I suppose. Not giving them too much for free. Sohail comes out. Can he be a hero? Yeah, that has to be a wide. Similar kind of line that somehow bowled Cotwell for a golden. Still, a bit of a thriller to start the day. Stings out of it now, I think. Goes back and flat bats it. One bounce down to Shigawal. Finds himself on the boundary for a little bit. So Donnerstadt, they'll take on the Daredevils in the second game of the day. See what their strategy is. A little bit concerned for Zazai. I mean, that's pretty good footwork from him. Trying to think of who might be another keeping option. You've got Iqbal Hussain there, I suppose. But yeah, it's a bit like my great-grandpa's knee. Just plays up at times. Short and pulled away and gone. Straight to the fielder. That's Itibasha Dida. That picks up Balagi for a second baller. And so Grants started with so much promise in this game, but it's ending quietly, isn't it? 93 for 8. Yeah, what do you think, guys? Yeah, Kaibe saying Donnerstadt now played 6 and 1-6. That should be enough to make the finals. Yeah, you'd imagine so. I mean, I'd say 7 guarantees you spot in the finals, 6 with a good net run rate, which they do have a good net run rate at the moment. Yogesh, unfortunately, has some company on the way back to the dugout. But yeah, thanks so much for your company this morning. But, you know, GCA certainly shown a lot. See them a little bit later in the day. We'll be taking on Austrian Cricket Tigers in the middle match. That'll be a good one. And then the Daredevils in the last match of the day. So new batter out there. Just a little bit of a delay. So it's Ashtak Shah He's going to come out. Might have changed his damp shirt. That's why just a bit of confusion there. Sounds wide, I think. Yep, and called. Aman saying, what are you doing to me? But I'm telling you, this hasn't passed wholly inside the line. It's passed mostly inside the line. That's not good enough. But don't worry, Aman gives you another chance to take a wicket. I feel like this is okay as well. It's not right where he wanted it. That's Sadiq. Oh, he was a magnetic teddy bear earlier, wasn't he? When he took a catch and then had some company. Graz. Oh, they'll feel like this is the one that got away for many reasons. Can't have too many complaints about that. It'll be called a wide. Yeah, Kai saying Derek's lost his ghostly hue. I don't know what's going on. The first up. Couple to come. Oh, right off the end of the bat. He should get extra points for playing a shot like this. So he was saying, yeah, look where he hit me. Hit me right down the bottom. He's off the tone. It's still gone backwards. Anyway, here we go. Last ball of the game. It's going to be called. Aman cannot believe it. Well, you can still get a 4 for Aman. Again, look at this one. I agree. You know, it's not completely inside. It's just 99% inside. He's got the number 99 in his back. Come on. 3 sticks in the ground, Aman. And you can get your 4 for if you aim at them. Well, he won't get a 4 for. I think this game is going to end with a single. So plenty of action for most of that game. In the end, Grant's not quite able to crack the triple digits. The final score here in match 26, Donnerstadt 112, Grant's Cricket Academy 98. But a really fun game to start the day. And Dave, a bit surprised they didn't make the 100 in the end. But I think you've got to give credit to the defending champions there. They just put the squeeze on, didn't they? And they never allowed Grant's Cricket Academy to breathe. I mean, this was happier times early as we saw some big hits in the power play. Habib Ahmedzai with 23 off 16. Durrani with the one big hit. But I think you can trace everything back to this bit of work. And we'll see very, very shortly because at one end you had Ahmedzai going great guns. But then Durrani, they go on contact and Mohib hits one stump. And Durrani is a guy, he can smack the ball around. He wasn't given the opportunity. Just the one Maximo, and that was it in the innings. Brought out Mansoor Safi, he couldn't really get going. Gowda, they stuck around a while, but couldn't quite go at the rate required. Sadiq, he took one and got a few cuddles for his trouble. Sigawal took one that was speeding as well, wringing their hands, but they just had the knack, didn't they? I really like the bowling of Osman Khan again, even though that one went the journey, but he just kept things quiet. Mohib was a bit hit and miss, I think, with his bowling, but I think Donnerstadt, showing the depth of their bowling, the fact that they were still able to put so much pressure on. The occasional big hits just kept Graz in the conversation, but Dieter came back, and this was the beginning of the end, really, for Graz, because he was spot on. Started with a Yorker, knocking over the castle, but only 5 runs came off that. Only 6 runs came off the 9th, and it was too much to do with a magical over required. This was a really good piece of work from Aman Ahmedzai to hit the stumps direct and run out Gowda for making 21. And then, it was a comeback bigger than Ben-Hur as the Zai recovered from what looked like a serious knee injury, but he flicked it back onto the stumps direct, and then last over, all to do. Kotwan was a little bit confused. He wasn't the only one. He knocks a wide onto his stumps, and Ahmedzai wasn't done yet. One more wicket as Dieter takes the catch out at deep forward square leg, and that's all she wrote in the end. Donnerstadt keep their undefeated record alive. 23 for Habib Ahmedzai. Ends up being the top score. He departed for 23 at a key time. Durrani wasn't given the opportunity to shine. He was run out by a direct hit for just 6. 20s also for Gowda and Hamid Safi, but no one else could really impact the scoreboard. 18 extras in there, probably a few too many as well for Donnerstadt, but they get away with it. And they hold on as winners by 14 runs. As far as the bowlers went, plenty of good performance there. 3 for 16, Ahmedzai gets the figures, but I love the work of Dieter. 1 for 10 for me. He was the pick of the bowlers. 1 for 15, Osman Khan as well. Ishak Safi, he came up with the goods in a key over as well. And Donnerstadt, like I said, They go to 6-0, and they'll be back up again very shortly. The Daredevils, their next opponents. That's coming up in around about 10 minutes. Quick break. We'll be back here. Still 4 matches to come. Plenty more cricket action on your way from the Sabun Cricket Ground. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. See you after a short break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to the Sabun Cricket Ground here in Vienna, Austria. Great to have your company. Day 6 action. Already we've had a lot happen on the field. Donnerstadt recovering from an awful start to post 112 when it stood up against Graz Cricket Academy in match 26. Now it is time for the second match of the day. Match 27, Donnerstadt again. We'll get to see the defending champions taking on the Austrian Daredevils this time. Donnerstadt winning the toss and electing to bat a little bit earlier today. And that is the plan that they like to go with. And more often than not, it works. I mean, they even dug their way out of a hole where at one point they'd lost a bunch of early wickets. But it was Ahmed Zai and Zai, Nasim Zai, that got them out of the hole. And Zadran put the finishing touches on. Then they defended really well. Austrian Daredevils, though, we watch out for Tariq Ahmed Zai. He certainly packs a punch. You got Oria Kill, who's listed a bit higher today as well. Yeah, looking forward to seeing what happens between these two teams. Great to have your company, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Wherever you're watching from, there's been a lot of entertainment. And the good news as well is that, you know, a little bit murky today. You can kind of see it's a bit misty around, but the rain's held off for the most part. So we'll get to see, hopefully, 10 over contest. There is Tariq Ahmed Zai in the foreground. He certainly is a key for the Daredevils. Austrian Daredevils, their first ECS, and they haven't really had the best start of things, to be honest, so far in this series. They find themselves with the 1-4 record. The only win was first up when they were able to keep Snassi to 79, chasing it down in the 8th over. But since then, they couldn't chase 91 against Vienna Cricket Club. They had a real heart stopper against Cricketers CC in match 5, where Cricketers took 26 off the last over to beat them by a single run. Since then, they blew a 130 score and a 116 score yesterday. Anyway, they're back on deck pretty quickly, and it's a good start from Shahed Abed. And just getting a word from the umpire, and rightly so. You can see he's followed through right in front of the umpire, so can't really be doing that. Iqbal Hussain, the opener, and interestingly, they've thrown Mahbubullah Shenwari out there with him at the non-striker's end. Don't think that's out. Don't think he really plays a shot, but doesn't matter because it pitches outside leg stump. See here? Yeah, pitches outside leg. It's an example, if they'd gone to run, I don't think it would have counted as a run, because I don't think there was a genuine attempt to hit the ball. And all of our armchair umpires would probably agree with that. So I bet just cramping him for room a little bit. Yeah, so no Kadigal Utmanzai at the top of the order for Donnerstadt in this one. Pretty well bowled as well. Bites back and hits him high, going over the top. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Kroom saying it was a great win for Donnerstadt last game, considering they were 17 for 4. That's true. The GCA started with a bang and ended with a damp squib, didn't they, in match number 26. Iqbal Hussain, though, he didn't have the ideal start to the day. He's got a second baller. And this time he won't, because that is absolutely crunched over the offside. Maximal! First runs. And tell you what, you could probably hear this strike from downtown Vienna, because that was loud, and a loud start to the game for Iqbal Hussain. He'll be very thankful to get his first runs of the day. Just a bit of width. That one didn't really come back towards the batter. Great strike over the offside. A little bit shorter this time. He digs it in. There is good bounce in this pitch, we know that. That'll be the one for the over. It was about snout high. Last ball, the over. Off the end of the bat, that gets enough on it. I don't think this goes for 4, but they should get 2. And they will just. Mohib, probably not a fan of sprinting, but he does enough. As we get to the end of the first over, it's 8 without loss. See there, just kind of timed his run perfectly. Minimum energy that was expended in that. Have a look at the bat versus ball wall. Donnerstadt, 13-run favourites over the Daredevils here. Consider that might be a little bit generous to the Daredevils, considering that Donnerstadt are averaging 145 with the bat. I mean, that doesn't take into account the last game, though. But even then, they scored 112, so I still think they're averaging probably high 130s after that. But Donnerstadt only conceding 92, and that was the key last game. The fact they're able to hold GCA so well. Mandozai is the new bowler. Waliula Mandozai, who I'm sure we're hoping to keep things pretty tight. Just 8 off the first over, 1 below in anger from Iqbal Hussain. Iqbal Hussain, again, we've seen him featuring for the national team. Seen him at Cartama recently as well. Oh, he's knocked over Shinwari for a duck. Mendoza gets this one to bend slightly away, pitches on, hits. And what a good piece of bowling that is from the youngster. As Mohib gets the promotion to the top of the order, but he can't move the needle. Just look at this, just does enough. Comes in and leaves him. He was kind of on the long march to nowhere, wasn't he, Mohibullah Shenwari? He's had all the emotional highs and lows you'd want in a game of cricket in about 2 hours. Middle and leg. And the first wicket of the contest, 8 for 1. And there's Derek. Certainly not the kind of company you want, especially when you give an opportunity to open the batting. But you've got to give credit to the bowler there, Wally. He was right on the money. Rasmal Sugarwal comes out at 3, and this is always a big moment in the game. I mean, when it's all said and done, I think there's a case to be made for opening up with Rasmal Sugarwal. They've kind of been rotating the openers a little bit. He likes to bat at 3. I can understand that, but why wait for a wicket to get him out there? I think that pound for pound, he's their best bat. He's got the mixture of power and technique, doesn't he? Coming off a bit of cricket in the United Arab Emirates in the off-season. Nice one is Gundy down the leg side. Any sound to hear Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Rico is off for the weekend. You'll hear him back on Monday rejoining me. But I'm sure he'll be lurking from time to time. Keeper just has a bit of a strap issue. It's Rafiullah Mandazai. Good to see him back in the lineup as well. Didn't see him the second time we saw the Daredevils. Low full toss, finds the gap. Yeah, this is the part of the field where it slows up when it's along the turf. So we'll see another double. And in Donnerstadt, I think what you saw in that last game is how they're such a good T10 team, because they lose the early wickets, they find a way out of it. They still got hitters down the order. Sahil Zadran came in and whacked 32 off 10 at the end. Just makes it so hard to go through them. Missing. Wally with the 360-degree appeal. Not effective. As a scramble through for a leg bye. Good bowling, though. He's bowling with one pocket out. That's an interesting technique. Maybe it is. In his delivery stride of the appeal, it must have fallen out. Oh, big swing from Hussain. Hasn't quite been on it this morning. Bit of a one-hit wonder so far. He's better than that. Again, kind of loses his shape there, doesn't he? Just look where his head is when he plays that. Kroom is off for his first game of the season. He'll catch up on the highlights later. Well, good luck, Kroom. We'll let you know if you owe us anything, okay? Kroom said he was gifting memberships for every century, hat trick, or five-foot when he was watching. I guess you're not watching, though. Anyway, this is dragged through the leg side. Probably runs away for 4, I think it does. So Hussain and kind of clunks this off the inside half of the bat. And Wally goes to the boundary last ball. Again, Could have gone offside there, but it's a full toss. Could pretty much do whatever he wanted with it. And so takes us to the end of the over. 2 overs down, 16 for 1. Looking at the table, you can see that both these teams are already into their second half of the campaign. Austrian Daredevils 1-4 through their first 5 matches. They're on a 4-match losing streak, and they want to snap that. Donnerstadt, though, had a scare, didn't they? They were 5-0 start of the day, but they were able to overcome Grants Cricket Academy, who now sits smack bang in the middle with a 2-2 record. Only the top 4 teams out of 11 will make it through to the semi-finals, which is in just 6 days' time. It'll come up quickly. As we go back to the action in the middle. And this is going to be Shorkat Zadran, who's going to bowl the 3rd over. It's interesting, they don't go back to our bed. We've only conceded 8. This is a really classical shot from Shigawal for 6. Maximo! Step and hit, a little bit of width. And what I like about this shot, pretty much plays the line of the ball, doesn't he? It's a bit of a warm-up ball, to be honest, from Zadran, and it disappears. And that spells trouble with a capital T for the Daredevils. Shigawal up and away, up to 8, which is the score he got dismissed on last time. Next one actually bends a lot for a wide. Like that movement, though. To get good players out, you've got to bowl some good deliveries, and more often than not, you've got to move it off the straight, I think, to get good players out. They don't get much better here in Austria than Razmal Shigawal. This one doesn't really shape at all. It takes on the mid-off and wins, and probably runs away for what it does. So again, this one is an interesting one. I think Razmal plays for a little bit of out movement, and for that reason, kind of hits him high in the bat, maybe slightly inside, but does get enough of it to get it over the infield. And that's all about the power play, isn't it? Runs away for 4. Daredevils, I suppose, one of their issues. In fact, they've been conceding a few too many. That's one thing. The numbers aren't that bad. I mean, they are a team that have hit over 100 on their last 3 occasions. If you're going to see their batting kind of faltered. They only scored 70. That was chasing 91 for victory. But since then, they've made 103, 130, and 116. So, you know, they're competitive scores, but not really batting the teams out of the game. The fact that they haven't been able to defend any one of those last 3 scores I mentioned, including that 130 against the Eagles. We know the Eagles, they've been in destructive form with the bat. Zadran trying to fight back in this over. That won't help. Down the leg side. David saying he wants a plushy Derek. You know what? I think that when we get a bit of time off, we're going to have to really start working on this ECN merch. And I think that the stuffed Derek would be a bestseller. What do you think? It's called a wide for height. And bowler doesn't say anything, but his eyes say everything. Is it above the head? Yep, sure is. Good umpiring. Tell you what, eyebrows don't get much higher than Zadran's there. As he saw the arms extend, look at that. And he does have a little mutter saying, what? But yeah, it was a huge wide. Anyway, next one, you know, that's taken off as well. That's interesting, hey? Where does this pass him? Because, oh, it's close. Maybe, yeah. I think it is called, you know. It's touch and go, but he's just getting too much bounce out of this. So the first one that was wide, it still counts as you won for the over. You're allowed 1 ball over the shoulder per over. Once you bowl a second, it becomes a no ball. And it's to discourage the overuse of the short ball. Free hit, edge, 4. So they're saying cash is in the gift. Yeah, it was a borderline one, the second one. I've got to say my instinct was it probably was over the shoulder, but the replay showed that it really is a call that could have gone either way. And the result is a boundary for Donnerstadt. Good morning to Maya Patel as well. Hopefully you are having a good weekend so far. Yeah, what do you think about the merch? I think the Derek would be a bestseller. Maybe we could have a range of golden balls as well. Hit back pretty hard, and that has been absolutely cracked. Checking out the replay. I mean, this is pretty close to all the way. I think that's gone for 4. We'll have a look one more time. Where does it bounce? There you go, just inside. So that'll be 4 runs, but that went like a rocket, didn't it? Iqbal Hussain moves to 20. Also think, maybe some T-shirts. I mean, I would definitely love to hit the clubs in an "It All Happens in the Ninth" T-shirt. I think that would get the right kind of message. I was there to party. Last ball of power play coming back up. Goes straight and he goes long. Maximo! Well, that one is flying and it's going to clunk into the dirt. And what a finish to the power play. Donnerstadt, they've got a base to work with this time. 45 for 1 after 3. And Iqbal, well, he wasn't particularly convincing early, but he's getting into his work now, showing what he can do. And that over was on the verge of supersonic. 29 coming off the 3rd. And yeah, the extra forced him to bowl an extra ball, and it's a ball that got dirty. Give us your ideas in the chat. If we're going to do some merch, what do you want to see? Maya's got some more Derek suggestions. If someone gets a pair, you can get 2 Dereks walking. King pair, then 2 golden Dereks, or 2 golden Dereks with a crown on their heads. Well, I mean, the Royal Duck, I think, is when you get out first ball of a match or first ball of an innings. Tell me what you think. It's like the golden and the diamond are the ones that are without dispute. Everyone knows them. But yeah, I don't... It's a bit harsh, actually, if we start putting multiples up there. And then we'll take it on the... We'll take that to the production. Anyway, this is driven nicely into the gap. That's going to be 4. Shigawal's looking good too. 17 off 6 for him. Abed comes back and immediately smacked over cover to the boundary. Did bowl the first over, Abed. Only went for 8. You see Shigawal. What I like about his batting in this series, he's not the kind of guy that premeditates a lot. He's got all the tools. He just plays the correct shot for the ball bowled. And even this one, he's not confident he can get under it, so he's just happy to take the one. He's got Iqbal Hussain at the other end. Dave thinks we need some ECN cricketainment T-shirts as well. We have had some people produce some T-shirts before, but they pretty much produce them for themselves. And I feel G has done a bit of work creating his own merch. I think the day's coming. This one is going to get through the infield. Should stop in time. It does. 3 fielders with a beautiful little ballet. We'll keep it to 2. I suppose the thing with merch, guys, you got to remember, if we make it cost money, are you going to pay for it? When it comes down for it. Got to try and keep the lights on, And let us know what you want. If enough people say they want it, then I've got a case to go to the big wigs. 50's up for Don to start this over. It goes for this. Does it have the legs? I think it does. Going, gone. Maximo. Hussain now, it just looks better to me. He keeps his shape. He does clear that front leg a little bit, but he's not trying to drag it to the right. He kind of goes with it, slices, gets it up in the slipstream, and that one disappears. Donnerstadt swinging the way into the 60s, and Iqbal Hussain looking very, very good at the moment. 34 or 14, not quite 60 in fact, takes him to 58. Abed finding this a bit more problematic in his second over. Serves up a full toss and gets away with it. That's probably the one. You've got to be a bit aware of your field there. They had the kind of baseball field there where they had the cover back. That's the ball you could have easily sliced over point for 4, and there's no outfielder there. He tries to muscle it over mid-wicket. Baseball style. Probably just had to be a bit more aware of the field. Last ball of the over coming up. Oh, up, but this is a chance. And it's caught eventually. Well, Shigawal's going to have to go. Slight miss hit, and Wally, he's been in the action so far. Oh, he tried so hard to drop this first up, but to his credit, the young man, he kept his eyes on it. It popped out for a second, and he was able to gobble it up. Good composure under pressure. Shigawa with the one false shot. But then, yeah, well, he's all smiles, and so he should be after that, because that's a big moment in the game as Shigawa not able to go on with it here in match 27. He's the second wicket of 459 for 2, and Abed, after going through the ringer in that fourth over, does get the big wicket of the Austrian captain for 18 off just 8 balls. So maybe they can turn things around. I mean, Donnerstadt had a terrible start but finished strongly. This could be an innings that goes the other way. You know, if you can keep taking those wickets, maybe even from this situation, you could keep them to, say, 110. And with the Daredevils batting, that hasn't really been the issue, scoring runs of late at least. Had some issues maybe in that one game against Vienna CC, but for the most part, they've shown that they can stick them. Iqbal Hussain becomes even more important now, 35 or 15. And one of my cult favourites, Sadiq, at the other end now. Over number 5, it's Oriakil getting a bowl. His first one is up and it's out of the ground. Maximo! Again, it's the kind of length that Hussain's going to enjoy. It's just enough length to get under. You see, he backs his ability. He's got fast hands. That one flies out of here. Up into the 40s, 41 off 16 now. He had that little bit of luck early, didn't he, that he needed. Didn't get it in the game before. Over the wicket now. Oriakil with the change of strategy. That's a good ball. Sadiq, for once, keen to run, but Hussain turns it down. Yeah, Oriakil had a really interesting first day of the series. He bowled really, really well, but just had one over from hell at the end of the day. As Waka Zalma whacked him for 26 off the last ball. Last 5 balls of the game, last 5 balls today to win the game for cricketers. Anyway, he's in the slot again, and Hussain, he's going, and he's gone again. Maximo to 47. And yeah, once again, it's the length. Yeah, the line's different, the angle's different, but the length's pretty similar. And Hussain just backs himself to whack it into that kind of front umbrella area of the field. 47 now, staring down a half century. He's a danger man for the Daredevils. The Daredevils want to see the back of him. Blocks out the next one. He has been a little bit selective, which I like. Seems to be making better choices now that he's in. They're not really feeling the pressure as much, so he doesn't mind eating a dot like that, for example. Dave saying, watch out, Gunners. Yeah. Hussain's been on fire. Up in the air, sliced. And it's a big moment in the game. It's Zadran that's under it, and he catches it. Well, there you go. Oriakil gets the last laugh, doesn't he, on Hussain, who batted smartly for 47, but he's going to have to go. He hit 5 big sixes. He was going for a 6th, but he just sliced the ball high into the Austrian sky. This one's a little bit shorter, right? It's not quite the step hit easily down the ground, and that's why I think it ends up going up in the air. Zadran does well. Good innings, though, from Iqbal Hussain. He'll take that every day of the week. Goes for 47 off 20. And the score is 71 for 3. Aman Ahmedzai comes to the crease. Well, not under as much pressure as last time. He came in at 4 for 3 last time. This time, Aman come in at 71 for 3. In fact, it's not Aman Ahmedzai. It's Karagul Ahmedzai who comes in to bat. He was opening last time. He's coming off a duck as well. There we go. As confirmed. So I have it on good authority. Now I'll poke my head around the corner. So who was it? I think it was Dave that said, watch out, Gunnars. Well, Karina is back up there. And Karina, give us a thumbs up. Just, I can always tell by the nails if it's Karina. That's definitely Karina, okay? Unless Gunnars has had a manicure and I'm not aware of it. Although he does have very dainty hands as well. Both batters yet to face. Last ball of the 5th coming up. Utmanzai gets a wide and it gets away from the keeper. It'll just stop in time. They'll get 3 wides. Here's the issue with Karagul Utmanzai. Early on, they kind of found a bit of a blind spot where they cramped him for room. he struggled a little bit to get it away, and it was that kind of line, to be honest. That time he gets inside it, and we'll get 3 bonus runs for his team. It'll have to be re-bowled, but, you know, he's also very, very good striker of the ball. Yeah, that made such a good sound. That's out of here. Maximo! Well, this one's probably a homer at Yankee Stadium. I know they've got a pretty short fence in right field. That was just asking for trouble, and Oryakil finds it. And its name is Kadagal Lutmanzai. He's off the mark with 6. And at the end of the 5th over, it's 80 for 3. Let's have a look at the Maximo power chart. Well, this is basically how many sixes get hit per 10 overs. And you can look at some of the top performers. Donnerstadt, they're right up there. This doesn't take into account the first game of the day, to be fair. This was based on matches up to 25, which is the first 5 days of action. But you can see that the Daredevils, 8.2, just lacking a little bit in that department. They've got to find the power. You find the power here in Austria, you win cricket matches. A lot of them kind of huddled around that 10 mark. I mean, the average 9.2, but Snassi kind of dragging down the group, aren't they? With only 3.36s per 10 overs. Got to find some power from somewhere. New bowler coming up now. It's Narendra Polasam, who's going to bowl over number 6. Dave said he really likes Karina's nail polish. He loves green and purple. Thanks for the info, Dave. Anyway, Sadiq finally gets to face a ball, and he almost hits a boundary. Key being almost. It was a very good piece of fielding down there from Shaheen Mahmood. We have seen behind the stumps the other day, but now with Ruffy back. Yeah, that's fine. He doesn't come from the rope or outside the rope. Really love that effort. Saves a couple of runs for his team. Sadiq. And let me give you the 4-1-1 on Sadiq. He's going to get outside the off stump. He's going to try and whack the ball into the wheat fields. And he's the kind of guy that tells you what he's going to do, Babe Ruth style. And sometimes he does it. Exhibit A. He hits it. It's going into the gap. And it's into the wheat field. Well, you don't have to be Nostradamus to work out what's going to happen here. I mean, this is a ball that is probably a good 5 stumps outside off, but Sadiq gets the length to work with. And, well, he'll tell you he placed that one perfectly. Love to watch him, though, because he's something a bit different, isn't he? Yep. This time he finds the fielder. Here's the thing, though. Sometimes he'll surprise you, Sadiq, when you really keep dragging the ball wider and wider. He will slice you over point. It's rarely an area that's protected. So for me, they got a deep cover. He's a waste. I'd maybe put him at deep backward point. You can only have 5 fielders on the leg side. I probably wouldn't even have a long off to him, to be honest. I think that's a waste. Lutmanzai's on strike now, though. Left-hander. Gets a good one from Polasam. Yeah, so here's my field. Corey would love this chat. To Sadiq, I've got 4 back on the leg side, deep fine leg, deep square leg, and then deep mid-wicket long on, which is pretty wide, just blocking that right-hand side. And I've probably got 1 guy back, probably deep point or deep backward point. And then fill in the gaps with infielders, probably mid on and mid off up, really, to be honest. Kadagal just continues to have trouble with that kind of a line. He's a bit of a ball magnet at the moment, isn't he? Charges and kind of messes his timing up. Well, Dave's saying, bravo, Vinny, the great predictor. Well, it's not that much of a stretch to know what Sadiq's going to serve you. Anyway, Kadagal Lutmanzai picks out the outfielder this time. Fielding done by Tariq Ahmedzai as we get to the end of the 6th over. Pretty good one from Polasam in the end. Does go for a boundary, but only goes for 8 in the 6th. It's 88 for 3. Let's have a look at where we are at the moment. We're in the middle of ECS Austria, and we will have the ECIs coming up at the end of this 2-week adventure before the show continues in Bulgaria. 8 teams there, including special guests, Istanbul KSK of Turkey. Great to see them taking part. I think they'll really enjoy the dimensions of that Vasilevsky ground in Sofia as well in Bulgaria. ECIs to finish that, and then we head to Sweden. Always great to be back in Sweden. We'll be in Stockholm It's the only Swedish series on the calendar this year. Hopefully at some point we get to go back to Landskrona because I'm keen to go back there. Very good karaoke bar in Helsingborg where we stay. We're quite famous there with them as well, I think. They'd love us to be back. Expensive country, Sweden, as you sometimes will find out the next day when you check out the old bank statement. Waliula Mandazai comes back for over number 7. Just done a reasonable job last over of pegging it back a bit, but they're still on 148 pace. Oh, tell you what, he's copped that in the, well, I don't really know how to say it. I'm just going to say the midsection, but he's been an absolute ball magnet today and do something about the pain, but don't worry about the swelling job for Kargul Ludmanzai. Just cannot time up the balls that are angled in his body. This time he's got a bit of room to move. He'll get one. All right, this will be an interesting one. Mandazai to Mohammed Sadiq. Sadiq had a great series. I think he scored 285 runs in 2021. But I got to say, he hasn't been the same player since he ditched the 007 shirt, which he wore during that 2021 series. I think my information is he wanted to keep it, but his teammates thought it looked silly. Well, this one, he doesn't quite get it. Top edge, hanging, and a brilliant catch. Unbelievable catch, and they're off to the races. Well, you'll never catch him. Sadiq, he gets down, he slog sweeps it, but Oryakil comes up with a acrobatic effort. Look at that, he's in, full dive, protects the ball. Wonderful catch and a big moment because Sadiq, he's a guy that can score real quick when he gets in the zone. But he didn't get that out in the middle and he's got to go. 90 for 4. Just hung in the air long enough to give Oryakil a play on the ball. But yeah, you can see probably more often than not, he does get that over the ropes, but that's an excellent bit of fielding. And you've got to love the celebration as well from Oryakil. He's kind of the enigma, Austrian version. New batter comes out. Asif Sazai had a big hand in turning things around last time. For Donnerstadt came in an awkward situation. Mandazai's done a good job, hasn't he? 2 for 10. Mandazai does manage to get some bat on this. There's another one that was heading for his body, but just gets one. See, I don't know. Mandazai is a guy, I've seen him make a lot of runs, but he has been troubled by the ball angled in that's cramped in for room today. Last ball, the over coming up. Yeah, well bowled. Really good spell from the youngster, Waliula Mandazai. Finishes 2 for 12. 3 overs remaining. It's 93 for 4. Well, Dave saying, Vinny, we should take a camera crew with us when we do walkabouts in every country. We never see more than the grounds. You know, we already saw that earlier. Austria, Bulgaria, Sweden. After that, we'll be in Romania. Then after that, we'll be in Hungary, Czech Republic, Switzerland, Germany, Dresden, Germany, Krefeld, Italy and Rome. Then we'll have the ECC. Then we'll have Croatia, Malta, and hopefully Spain to finish the year off, and a few bonus ones as well. I know we've got some T20 internationals from Bulgaria. Next month we might be able to broadcast as well. Well, just going back to what you were saying, Dave, probably right now what you'd be getting is you'd be getting the ground and you'd be probably getting the inside of my hotel room. You know, I've been staring at the back of my eyelids a fair bit this week after some long days in the elements. 8th overtime. Wow, I wonder if there's any bat in this. I don't think so. Sazai misses out. Definitely wasn't LB. Does it get any of the glove? Doubt it. Maybe a bit of the arm on the way up. Anyway, top ball. Probably wasn't the best effort from Polisam. This time he times it up. He crunches it. That's out of here. Maximo! Hasn't quite been the heights of yesterday as far as the Wheatfield attack, but this time he has the second look at the same ball, but he's ready for it. doesn't really come through at Polissam's pace and disappears. 6 runs. Zazai, he's been battling with a bit of a knee knock that he took earlier, but seems to have shaken that off. Yeah, better line, better line. And this is an innovative approach from the keeper, who goes to appeal for this dumping despite not taking the bails off. You'll be very lucky if you can get one of these. Goes after it, doesn't get it, hanging in the air. Another catching opportunity and gone. So that's a good catch down there. Buset Amari takes the catch. He's having a pretty good tournament. And credit to Polissam. The first 2 weren't where he wanted them, but the next 2 were. And Zazai, the next man to go. They just keep themselves in touch at the moment, the Daredevils. That makes it 99 for 5. It's the end of Asif Zazai for 8. And Zazai, just the one big hit here. Creating chances and taking them, that's the key. They've taken some good catches. But here's trouble. And I actually thought we might have seen this guy 1 spot higher. Sahel Zadran coming off his 32 off 10. He's been such a good finisher. Coming out with 14 balls left in the innings. Laces this one first up. Picks up Omari. Handles it cleanly. Just the single. Kadagul needs to get going though, doesn't he? He's had a frustrating morning with the bat. The harder you try, the harder it gets sometimes when you're in these situations. Polissam going round the wicket. I think this probably is a good tactic to Kadagul Manzai, because he struggled with balls that angled in his body, so he's just trying to cramp him for room. Outside off though, driven pretty well. Long chase for the fielder, won't get there. So, yeah, Polissam probably not quite where he wanted it. It gives him some room to move. And yeah, inside out, slashes that away. And with no deep cover, that was always headed for the boundary. So end of 8 overs, the score is 104 for 5. Pretty consistent wickets taking. No partnerships have really ever taken hold in this innings despite that. I mean, the run rate's decent, isn't it? 13 and over at the moment, heading for 130. Hello to Wayne as well. How are you, Wayne? Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Hello to Shrug. How are you doing? Looking good with your crown there, Shrug. I did say probably wouldn't see too much except for the ground and the inside of my hotel room, but you would have seen one of the all-time great all-you-can-eat Greek meals the other night. Well, it wasn't technically all-you-can-eat. As this is pulled away towards the fielder. It'll just be a single. I say all-you-can-eat Greek. I mean, I suppose everything's all-you-can-eat if you pay for it, which is basically what we did. There's a platter for 4, which I went to town with our crew from Spring Productions. They were making pretty sure there was nothing left afterwards. Greek food in Germany. Never thought I would. Anyway, Umanzai does time this one up, and this is flying for 6. Maximo! Probably this was so short that he could get out in front of it. Ring, ring, phone home. This one is headed home. Look at that. We haven't seen too many go over the fence. Pretty good sharp fielding there as well. 1 hand, 1 bounce. On an important call. This one's pitched up, hit down the ground. Good fielding. Really good fielding from Omari. And he's actually going to keep it to 1. Excellent work. Omari's caught well. He's been good on the ground. You can see, likes to go inside out. It's just the exception with that short ball, but he really was able to make a conscious decision to pull it. Staying around the wicket to Zadran. He basically spoils the wide as he steps out and gets clonked on the pad. That'll be a leg bite. So what are they heading for here? Feel like we're heading for 130s. Maybe with a good finish, Daredevil could keep it down to 120s, but I don't see it happening, to be honest. Smart batting. No Kadagul Manzai. This has been the problem today, that sometimes those kind of balls he's got in the way of. So it's smart batting. If you see it's heading for you, you know, if your confidence missing leg, hey, have another one. This one, he does pick up and he gets the fast hands through it. It's going, and that's out of here. Maximo. The longer he bats, the better he's getting here. Kargulutman's eye moves to 26 off 11. I mean, you look at that. It's hard to make the argument he's been bogged down when he's going at a strike rate of about 237. Last ball of the ninth. We'll have to wait. Again, didn't have a great forecast today as far as the weather goes, but been holding off, and I'm glad it has been because we've seen some really entertaining cricket. Goes again, but doesn't quite get it. And he's gone. Nicely taken. That's Shortcut Zadran coming in. He's caught well in this innings. And Oriakil will get a second wicket, but he was fairly expensive here in match 27. He'll finish with 2 for 36 off his allotted 2 overs. And the score is 120 for 6. So yeah, Oriakil, yeah, credit to him. He does come up with a couple of wickets, but probably just slight non-execution of the lengths, I think. There's probably a few that went for 6 that were just probably not quite block hole. His pace, Don Sharp Baz were pretty confident driving him up and out of the ground. Waliula Mandazai, I think for me, he's been the best of the bowlers, so 2 for 12 so far. Oriakil with 2 wickets, as we mentioned, as well. Apart from that, Shaheen Abed with 1. Polasam with 1. He only went for 19 in his spell, so pretty good effort from Narendra. As we get ready for the last over. And my dreams have come true. Looks like we'll have an S Zadran on S Zadran contest. Shortcut to Sahil. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Sahil wants to take him down. 10th overtime. Starts with a big wide down the leg side. Well taken. Rafiul Amandazai back in the lineup again. He provides an extra dimension to the batting for the Austrian Daredevils as well. Saw him on day 1. It was pretty important. Oh, this time he decides to catch up with it, and he does. Good batting. Not a great delivery, to be honest. Maximo. Well, if you're going to hit a wide, make sure you hit it to the boundary or over. And Sahil Zadran does the ladder. It's outside the pad, but he just throws the bat at it and gets it all the way over Shaheen Mahmood, who was back on the boundary, but it didn't matter. So 127 with 5 to go. Hello to Kai as well, Mariam Patel, everyone else in the chat. Hope you're enjoying your weekend. Seatbelts on, 10th overtime. Oh, that's huge. That is large with a capital L. Maximo. Well, we had some trouble finding that with the camera. I'll tell you why. It was like world record speed, and nobody has even bothered trying to find that. That has climbed, and really, it was exactly where Sahil Zadran wanted it. He's winning the battle of the Zadrans at the moment. Got to think quick here. Got to be full outside off. He does it. He takes him on again. It's the top edge, and that's going to fly as well for 6 more. I'm pretty sure that's gone. We'll have to check it. It has. Maximo. Well, they say insanity is trying the same thing again and again and expecting a different result. Look, okay, maybe he beats him morally, but the result's bad. Top edge for 6. And, well, right now, I hate to say this, but we're on world record pace because Shortcut Zadran's gone for 48 and there's 3 remaining. The most expensive figures ever were 58. Oh, no! That brings up his 50 and not in the good way. Maximo tries it again. Halftrackers.com and they're disappearing. You got to try something different here. I tell you, I might have to get Gökhan from Turkey on the phone because it looks like his figures might be worsened here. I'll take you back to that game in a minute. It was Zaitenberner Zaffa versus Brescia CC back in the ECL. Oh, he gets a break here though. Oh well, we're going to the wire. I'll tell you, the most expensive figures we've ever seen. Gökhan Alta, 2 overs, none for 57 on the 22nd of February 2022. A boundary. Oh, he gets away with it. Zadran has missed 2 in a row. And Gökhan, well, time to sit down. That record survives, but Shortcut Zadran's figures don't really. He finishes none for 54. And yeah, again, just kept feeding that short ball. Zadran's 2 overs go for 29 and 26 if you include the bye. So, well, not the greatest figures for the Daredevil skipper. But you know what? Maybe it's all part of the plan because they're Daredevils. They're going to have to pull off a few stunts to chase this because Donnerstadt have built 146 off the 10 overs. And Zadran, once again, coming to the party with a cameo. This time 26 off 9, but 2 massive whiffs at the last 2, just when we thought we might have a 60 against the batter for the first time. Well, he might have choked up those 2, but he'll be out there with the ball before too long, I'm sure. Let's go back to the highlights, and there were some highlights for the Daredevils. Early on, Iqbal Hussain, he opened with Mohibullah Shenwari, but Shenwari didn't last too long, went for a second ball. Derek basically yorked himself and swung all across that one from Wali Mandazai, who was up and away, wiggling the finger in the traditional fashion. Fair few Maximos then started to go. The Shigawa looked dangerous again. Again, didn't go on with it, did he? But Hussain, despite being slightly bogged down early, he recovered 47 off 20. 5 big Maximos, 3 4s in his innings. Shigawa mishit one. Dropped it, then caught it moment for Wali, as he was able to grasp it at the second opportunity. And through it all, Iqbal Hussain just continued to then gather momentum and speed and confidence. This one was miles in the air, wasn't it, over cover? And that was a fairly simple catch that was taken. Sadiq came out, you know what he's going to bring to the table. He's going to try and swing across pretty much everything. He did that way as well, but this is an excellent catch. Probably the best bit of fielding in the 10 overs from Oriakil to pick up Mohammad Sadiq. Just couldn't quite get that out of the middle of the bat. Kadagul Manzai was kind of a little bit bogged down with a lot of balls that kind of crammed him for room. Zazai, I think, hit that one good shot. I couldn't do a lot different. That was a nice little change in strategy from Polisam to get him. Got it outside the off stump, kind of got length a little bit better as well. But Manzai found his mojo eventually. Some good fielding in the cheap seats. Late in the piece, he was caught. That was a nice catch by Shorkat Zadran, but he wasn't going to have a very good time with the ball. We thought the record was going to go 57, the most expensive figures, and he had 54 conceded off 10 balls. And I told you, I was looking up the international dialing code for Turkey to tell Gökhan Alta that maybe his reign was over with his 57 figures, but in the end, a dot and a bye finished things off. So not quite the big finish with 146 on the board, though Donnerstadt looking good. Again, not everything went their way, but plenty did during the innings. Ahmed Zai, just a little bit of a ghost batter there in the middle. And so 47 for Iqbal Hussain, 47 off 20. And apart from that, Kadagul Utmanzai, 26 off 12. And Sahil Zadran with another cameo, 26 off 9. 14 extras, 146 for 6 off 10. Now, if you do have small children, I ask them to look away from the screen right now because these bowling figures do contain some violence, particularly against Shorkat Zadran, who went for 54 of his 2 overs. Some good performers in there, particularly Wali Mandazai. I like the way he bowled 2 for 12, took some key wickets. Wickets also for Shahid Abed and 1 for Polisam, who bowled a pretty good 2 overs as well. But anyway, I'll say this, if 163 can get caught, 146 can get caught, so join us after the break to see the chase. Daredevils, well, they're flying and they're jumping out of the plane without the reserve parachute, that's for sure. 147 the target when we return after the break in match 27. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Come back soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Vienna. Great to have your company. Day 6 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. So after today, it'll be exactly halfway through because day 12 will be finals Friday coming up, only 6 days away. And then, of course, we'll have the ECS featuring Austria as well as Hungary and the Czech Republic. 3 national teams here for a 9-match European Cricket International. Right here, though, right now, it should be a pretty interesting chase coming up. Donnerstadt winning the toss, batting in match 27. Despite a few wobbles along the way, they have posted a very healthy total of 146 for 6. And so, right now, the opener's going out there, trying to put a dent in this one. Tariq Ahmedzai, he's having a bit of trouble getting the helmet over that fairly large head of his. He's built for power, isn't he? He's out there with Shahid Mahmood. He did a pretty good job yesterday, I think, as well. And so it will be Ahmedzai to face. 147. It's going to take a lot to chase this down. And need a good start, really. Because if it gets up above the kind of 16, 17 and over, then it's going to be really tough against Donnerstadt, who, a class act, we know that. Only some spins, there's something a bit different. Ahmedzai opening up. Oh, this could be out, you know. It may or may not be out. It's bounced off the keeper onto the stumps, and let's just see if the batter's out. I got a bad feeling about this. He's gone. He's going to be gone here. Look at that. Bouncer's definitely out, and you wouldn't read about it. It's a good fumble. I actually think if he'd caught it, there's no way he would have got back to the stumps in time. But Tariq Ahmedzai is going to have to go stumped off the very first ball of the innings. So there's good fumbles and there's bad fumbles. And that's a good one for Zazai. Have a look at it again. Just kind of swings away, drags that back foot, bounces off the keeper, back onto the middle stump. And adios, amigo. Worst possible start for the Daredevils. Especially a key player like Ahmedzai. But having said that, we're looking forward to seeing this guy live. I saw him make a significant contribution on day 1. It's Rafi Mandazai who's coming on to bowl. Coming on to bat, I should say. Coming out to bat in the number 3 position. So, Ahmedzai gets a wicket somehow. First ball. This is okay, I think. Sneaks back inside. So, you need to try and go that 15 and over, or die trying. I think that's the strategy. Just a little bit of turn there, I think, keeps it good from Aman. He's flirting with that wide line all day, really. Miss hit. Just gets over mid-off. Running away for 4. So, Mandazai is off the mark. And so, just a probably not the most convincing shot, but good enough. Rafi off to the races. Needs someone to play a big one. Look, Tariq Ahmedzai, bit of bad luck, I suppose, getting stumped in the fashion that he did, but hasn't used up any deliveries. Now it's a flat bat crunch, and that will be 4 as well. And picks this spot out nice and straight, the mid-on. Long on really on the boundaries, a little bit further around. So he pretty much tries to keep it offside just, and he does. So 2 boundaries in the over now. Well bowled by Aman. Really does have that strategy to drag the ball wide of the off stump, but not quite a wide. That's the key. And even with a Maximo here, they can get back on the pace. Kind of slip comes in. This one, again, probably would have been a wide. And that's what they're hoping, I think, sometimes, that they'll spoil a wide, which they kind of do there. So, end of the over. It'll be 9 without loss after 1. Hello to Dave. Hello to John Gray as well, and Rob Thompson. Everyone's ready. Well, 63 matches since the Golden Ball. We thought we might have a higher scoring one yesterday at one point. Now 163 game. chased down dramatically by pack riders. And we haven't had a golden ball in Austria since the only one we ever had back in April 2021. Vienna Afghan, now known as Donnerstadt. They were one of the teams there. Salzburg was the other team. Well, Ruffy has called for the box, and that's always a bit of an awkward one to deal with. Luckily, he's got the protection. He might need it as well with Dieter coming on a little bit quicker. Not that it would have been comfortable if he took one there from Aman Ahmadzai. Dieter's bowled well today. Again, I kind of like him bowling in the middle rather than with the new ball. Not that he does a bad job, but I just think he's so good at hitting the block hole, which is kind of what you need in that situation. But still, tough bowler to take on. Yeah, he does go for that Yorker first up. Kind of cramps Mandazite. Ruffy will be hoping he can turn it on. Scored 34 of 27 against cricketers in match 5. Got them up to the score of 103. It looked like it was enough, and then turns out it wasn't due to a dramatic last over. He was batting in the 4 position on that occasion. Steps across and tries to kind of whip this to the leg side, misses out. So here's the thing. Donnerstadt have a good bowling group. They've got good variety in their bowlers as well. They've got some spin options. They've got some pace options. Missing a couple options as well, but no Noor Ahmadzai in the lineup today, for example. But still, very good cricket team. No Davitsi as well. Absent. Steps across, and it's hard to get Dieter away to drag him from outside the off stump. So this is more of an early innings length that Dieter bowls here. Not kind of up and in the block hole, kind of challenging the batter, hoping they can get a miss hit, hoping maybe they can get a little outside edge, move the ball around a bit. Takes this off middle stump, knocks it away, just gets a single. Well, Desai's been in the wars today. This one almost hits him on the rebound. And look at this. Whoa. Oh, he does well. He blocks it with his hand. I think that was heading for that dodgy knee. Anyway, one scored. And it's going to be Shaheen Mahmood to face his first ball. Oh, thick outside edge. Probably spinning away, going, and getting to the rope. So Mahmood off to the races. And they've fallen behind already in this chase. It's going to be hard to peg back, but Mahmood hasn't really had a say yet. Not a bad shot, really. He kind of goes a little bit inside out. I don't think it's quite where he wanted to hit it, but gets enough bat on it to get 4. Dave's feeling a golden ball. Early call. Last ball the over. Wow. Gives him something at his throat. And all that Mahmood can do is instinctively deflect it away. No run, a pretty good over for Dieter. Only 5 come off it. It's 14 for 1 after 2. John Gray saying Donnerstadt definitely the team to beat here. And I'm assuming you mean for the whole tournament, not just in this match. They are back-to-back champions, and right now they are cruising 6-0. With a win here, 7-0, I think guarantees them a place in the top 4 regardless of what happens, but they'll be keen to keep on winning. There's going to be a lot of competition, I think. Indian CC Vienna, interestingly, have been lurking. They've only played the 2 games, haven't been beaten yet. Ahmadzai comes back for a second over. This is hacked away over wide mid-off, and this will be 4. So Ruffy, again, not quite where he was intending to hit it. I think he's a bit late on it, but doesn't matter. If anything, it helps. It gets it away from the fielder. Good power play batting. This is the last over of the power play. I think you need to attack this over, even though it does carry a degree of risk. Fielder go back after this over. Well, he's got an edge on this, and he's gone. Great keeping by Zazai. Oh, now his knee's good enough to do a little jig. Just watch this. It's a really good bit of keeping because he gets across. It's good footwork. You see, he doesn't just go with his hands. He steps across and gets in the line of the ball. Remember, Zazai took a nasty one on the left knee earlier. Yep, you see how he just shuffles across and gets a bit close to the ball. And then, well, there we go. The left foot takeoff from Zazai on what we thought might have been a dislocated patella. Anyway, he's recovered. It's the biggest comeback I've ever seen since Ben Hur. And Mari comes to the crease. He's a good hitter of a cricket ball. I mean, that's a ball probably wasn't going to be a wide because of the initial position taken up by the striker. He did sneak outside off stump a little bit, but still. Matazai goes for 14. Daredevils seem like a good team out of luck at the moment, don't they? Had their moments, but it's going to be really, really tough from here. Omari's a mercurial type player, though. He's impressed me with his ability to hit. Ahmadzai lures him into this one. Thick outside, half of the bat shot. Come back for 2. Omari's off the mark. But Ahmadzai's shown pretty good control here. He's a genuine flirt, and what I mean is he's flirting with the tram line all the time. He loses some battles sometimes with the umpire, it costs him a wide, but he's hard to get away. There we go. That's one where he will get called. He says, you know, okay, that's one run, I can handle it. And when I do get it just inside, it's amazing. But they're not able to really get too much on it. And the other thing is quite a few that would be wides will get hit. Brings it back this time, Omari just pats it back. Talking about the potential of a bonus point system as well. Games like this I find interesting. So they scored 146. If we had the bonus point system, then Donnerstadt would have to keep Daredevils to 102 or less. But with hitting like that, that'd be tough because that's out of here. Maximo! And Ahmadzai, like I said, his control's been really good, but this one gets away from him. Turns out to be about a shin-high full toss. Bang. Gets good contact, gets 6. Yeah, so in that scenario, Daredevils would need to reach 103 for a point. Otherwise, they'd come up empty-handed from the game. It'd be 3 points for a win, 1 point for a loss. Ordinarily, it could be 4-0 if you get beaten with a bonus point. I think maybe bring that in. Just got to write it up and get it all approved. I think that had an interesting extra dimension to some of these games. It's probably a better way to split teams that have an equal amount of wins. Anyway, this is the end of the over. 27 for 2 after the power play. So look, not the worst power play for the Daredevils, but when you're chasing 147, I think you need a bit more. You need around about the 40 mark, low 40s. Dave's impressed with Donnerstadt's ability to slow things down. Osman Khan, really like his bowling. Good old-fashioned leg spinner, gives it a rip. Gets good drift with this wind as well. Coming on to bowl the 4th. Very good bowling first up. The batter didn't really know what to do with that. Had a few options, none of them were easy. So Mahmood just takes his medicine, tips his cap and says, well bowled, give me another one. Another ball from Osman. That is a leg spinner. Just had a bit more width and Mahmood not able to time it up. One thing I've noticed last couple of days, bowlers really getting through their overs quickly. Partly it's about the fact that even the fast bowlers had to kind of limit their run up these conditions. Sets a bit of a task for the fielder on the boundary. That's Ahmadzai. Very good fielder. Make sure it's only one. Amari gets a low full toss, but drops on him. And Sahil Zadran does the fielding. Yeah, that's the other thing about the bowling of Osman Khan. There's so many balls, and it look like they're going to be higher than they are, because at last moment just drops on you. Kind of pulls the chain on them. That is kind of the one that's pushed through, a little bit short. Rushes Mahmood on the pull. Ends up at long off for 1. So Donnerstadt machine is kind of in full swing now, isn't it? Tossed up again. It's really good location. This has been a brilliant over just conceding for Osman Khan. And really, the faint pilot light of hope for Daredevils could be extinguished before too long, I think, as we get to the end of the fourth. And the score is 31 for 2. And looking at that, kind of tells you all you need to know, doesn't it? They've been very, very good at just limiting the scoring opportunities of the Daredevils. Yeah, Donnerstadt, they're a good unit. They're showing their depth as well. A couple of key players missing today. And we'll see them again in match 42 at the start of day 9. I believe that's Tuesday. Anyway, start of a new over. Shenwari comes on with some more spin. And, oh, it's a dangerous way to field the ball. Just stomps it into the turf. They'll get 2. I like Shenwari as a spinner as well, but probably didn't bowl his best in the last game. Did come up with a brilliant direct hit from point. Very popular player in the side. Anyway, takes this on and wins. Maximo Omari sends that miles away. That one plopped down with quite a big sound in the potato field. Probably just maybe a little too fast. I think the batters have cotton on. He's not spinning it a whole lot, Shenwari. He's more of a back spinner than anything else. Yep, that'll need a wipe. It's come down in the dirt. Up and in the air. And it'll just be a single. And Dave, I'm loving your enthusiasm in the chat. There's probably a bit of an unwritten rule, though. I'll tell you in a second. Normally, try and limit it to one message every, say, 1 minute every, one message every 2 minutes max. That's just to make sure that we can give everyone a chance to put in their 2 cents. Loving the enthusiasm, though, and I'm loving this hitting from Omari. Well, it'd be quite the comeback, and just have a look at that. Maximo time. And I tell you what, I don't know what club in the golf bag you'd use to play the next shot, because this has gone plop. And you might need to get the shovel out to get that one back. That was deep from Omari. He's 25 off 10. Yeah, so Dave, yep, no problems. I'm loving the comments. It's not a problem at all. I'm loving the enthusiasm. But maybe around one message every 2 minutes, I think is probably about right if you're really feeling it. As this one's in the air as well, and Omari goes deep again. Maximo! Well, there's only one way out of this because they passed the point of no return. But having said that, in Austria ball, I think anything's possible. And so, takes us to the end of the 5th over. Score 53 for 2. That one brings up the 50 for the Daredevils. Having a look at the ECC coming up in September, late September. And Austria will be in a group with the Iron 11, Hungary, Finland and Turkey. Hungary and Austria will do battle in the ECI, which is next weekend. So it'll be a good little preview to that. Osman Khan comes back for a second over. A pretty good effort, but he's going to find the fielder. And Iqbal Hussain is going to take the catch. So Mahmood's going to have to go. And yeah, I mean, I don't mind. It kind of plays it on length. Comes back at him, if anything. But he couldn't have picked out the fielder any better. And that's a great catch, considering he didn't really feel confident getting behind the ball because he's worried he may step on the rope. And so Mahmood's going to have to go. Omari's still there, though. And here's a man who'd love to get a bit of revenge. Shorkat Zadran, the Daredevil skipper, didn't have a great time with the ball in this game. He's got a chance to come out and whack a few sixes here at number 5. Hello to Molino as well. He's saying that his dad, and saying my dad and I love this pitch. Rehan asking, where is this match played? Well, we're in the Sabun cricket ground just north of Vienna in Austria. That's where we are at the moment. Picked up, and a bit of work for the fielder as well. Reads the last bounce. Iqbal Hussain keeps it to 1. Shorkat Zadran's off the mark. I think Rico was telling me the other day, Austria and Australia, they sound similar. So some parts of the world, they're always getting those two countries mixed up. And some packages, quite a few packages every year, meant for one end up in the other. And they're not too close together, Austria and Australia. Well bowled by Osman. Just a single. And I think he said that one package got delivered to the wrong place 3 times. So yeah, be careful how you label things, folks. Hello to Mohamed Jewel as well. Hopefully you're enjoying the day so far. Well, he gets the pitch of this. It does really well. Maximo. Well, there's a revenge blow. It doesn't really, I don't say gets the pitch of it. Got to a spot where it was a more comfortable length to drive. Takes a bit of a chance there, but you kind of have to at this stage. So he gets 6. Osman can't. First time he's been hit to the boundary or over. Push through. This one's the shorter one. It's going to disappear as well. Maximo. Wow, hold the phone. And if they keep whacking 6s with this kind of frequency, we might still have a game on here. I mean, it's about 20 and over required. It's hard to see it happening. Just shows you how important it was that Donnerstadt, they kicked late. Remember, they hit 16 off the 9th. They hit 26 off the 10th. Otherwise, these two teams could be a bit closer together. That one's a wide, I think, yeah. Again, he won't like the call, Osman, but if he looks at it back, he'll see that his ball's not completely inside the line. It grabs a bit of the line on the way through. Good umpiring. Good take as well from Sazai. It's a quicker one as well from Osman. He's kind of given up on the orthodox leg spinner. He'll go for a single. Still a pretty good spell from the spinner. 1 for 20 off his 2. And with 4 overs remaining, 69 for 3. This is pretty much exactly the situation that Sweden were in when they were chasing 150 against Belgium in the ECC back in 21, and they won from here. We called it the impossible chase. Very, very good cricket match. It was Emil Zuva for Sweden on that occasion. That had a big hand in it with a half century, but I have seen a game won from this situation. That's what I'm trying to tell you, but it requires some very, very good batting and requires a lot of luck as well. Can't see it happening with Dieter coming back. I like that they're saving him 1 over for the middle, or middle to late. 7th over coming up. That's a Yorker. And we almost have another direct hit from Mohibullah Shinwari, who pulled off a run out pretty much exactly like that earlier. Dieter just misses Yorker. Doesn't really matter. This would have been out had he hit. And it was pretty well hit. Second time by Shaukat Zadran. Accidentally, of course. Kai Bate making me smile. This is hit down to the line. It will be a single. Bit brighter now. Probably the brightest it's been in a couple of days. I even see a hint of blue sky. I'd kind of forgotten what that looked like, but that's a really good sign. We're a bit worried about the weekend, producing very little or no cricket. Skied, and Mohibullah Shinwari drops the catch. Well, upon further review, it went from caught to dropped. It seemed like he had most of it, to be honest, but I could just tell that he went back and he misjudged it. Last moment, he has to take a couple quick steps in. Look there, 1, 2, 3. Actually, straight through the hands. So, well, it was the best of fielding, it was the worst of fielding, and that's ECN, I suppose, for Mohibullah Shinwari. Yeah, I like this from Dieter, who sees Zadran on the charge, and he bangs it in short, saying, all right, you want to shorten the pitch? I'm going to shorten my bowling. Clever work. Kai Bay saying, mate, maybe another impossible chase. Well, this would be probably even bigger if they could do it from here. That impossible chase, though, Sweden ended up doing it with 5 balls to spare. I think they scored something like 93 off the last 19 balls or something. Something like that. It was crazy. I'll just get one here. Go back and watch that one if you like. try and find the highlights for you, maybe put it in the chat for you to watch, maybe in the innings break. And just keep an eye on the score when that happens. Tell you what, I'll go one better. I'll take, this is a bit of homework for everyone in the chat, okay? I'm going to give you the exact link of the last 4 overs of that game, or 3 in a bit, as we get to the end of the 7th over right here, right now. 73 for 3, as we have a look at what's coming up. Gratz Cricket Academy, 2-2. The ultimate mixed bag for them so far. They've got a pretty tough one against ACT, the Austrian Cricket Tigers. The Tigers batting first after winning the toss. Here's Hassan, still listed at the top with us and Yusuf slotting back into the team. He's a very good player to be able to come back. Was opening, but wasn't really clicking. So let's see if they go with that top 4 with us and Yusuf at 4. And, Austrian Cricket Tigers, former ECL representative team from Austria. They played in ECL 22, played very well, I might add. We're in a tough group. It's Tunbridge Wells of England ultimately won. As we're going to see Ishaq Safi coming into bowl now. That's a really good shot. It's kind of in the slot, and that's gone for 6. Maximo! Yeah, excellent batting. I suppose, yeah, this stage just had enough length on it for the batter to get a good look and judge the length. And it's pretty consistent bounce here. So yeah, I'm doing my best. I'll work on that link for you, okay? Ishaq Safi. I think at this stage you need to be a bit fuller. I think you gotta try and jam it up there. Picks up a bit. This one ties them up. There'll be no run. All right. So going back to that week, it was the first ever week of ECC, I think. I'm gonna say was match 18. Yeah, it was an absolute banger. This one dug out, and this one is kind of dead. Body's not quite cold yet, but Omari hasn't had a lot of the strike recently, has he? He's found it hard to keep anything going. Goes after this, and it is travelling out of here. Maximo! Nice shot from Shokat Zadran. It's all about just trying to get as close as you can now, I think. And they will get a 6 that makes the score a little bit more respectable. Yeah, I'm almost there. I'll get that link for you shortly. It is such a great finish. One that you just couldn't believe. Oh, this one sneaks past the leg stump, not sure how. Yeah, not missing by much at all. So this is your homework if you're still listening at this stage, even though this game's kind of petering out a little bit. I want you to watch the last, let's say 4 overs of this. I'll send you the exact link. And once you've watched it, go back in the chat, tell us what you think. It takes me right back to 2021. I was there with Rico. Well, up and out of here. Not a great ball from Safi. And he pounces Maximo. Safi probably has got plenty to play with. So yeah, your homework, like I said in the chat a moment ago, is watch this in the innings break and report back. It's 92 for 3 after 8 overs. You can see even though they're heading upwards, I just don't think they're going to catch that red line at the moment. Still 55 required off the last 2 overs. So there you go. I've put it on the chat. Keep that handy. Maybe copy the link so you can watch it. It's just 2 overs to go on this one. Then you probably have around about half an hour. It won't take that long to watch. But you can go back and watch that chase. Seeing we had such a great chase here last night as well. Pitched up. Well, got to hit him. And he almost does. Yeah, Shigawa probably had more time, but he didn't really need more time. He loaded up and just missed. And I mean just. Great fielding. Picks up, has a look, steps, bounces himself, throws. Would have been out by around about 6 metres. And although this partnership has stuck around for a while, it's just they've had too hard a task, haven't they? This one's called a wide. Yeah, you won't believe that. That chase. Oh, it's touch and go, that one on further review. That's the hell Zadran was so tight early in this innings, wasn't he? This one skewed up in the air. Shigawal takes the catch without a fuss. And look, what I'll even say, if you like, you're excused now for the rest of this game. If you want to click on that link straight away, have a look at that classic match. It is worth watching. Sahil Zadran's been good today. I haven't seen him yet in this game because they opened with Aman Ahmedzai, so he's only going to get one over here, but just shows you how deep their bowling is and all the options they've got. And this is even without, for example, no Ahmedzai today, no Davitsi today, for Donnerstadt either. Yeah, Molyneux saying a delicious roast lamb to accompany European cricket. What can get any better? Well, where are you watching from, Molyneux? Let us know as we see another wicket. And, wow, Jaffrey is going to go for a golden. Yeah, what happened here? Well, he's just played all around it, really. Zadran's only going to hit the one over. He wants to make the most of it. And Zadran, just kind of quiet assassin here, coming in, shooting down a few ducks late in the piece. And, well, that's one way to get off quickly. He's being chased. I don't know who was moving faster there, the Golden Derek or the batter, Jaffrey. All right, so do we have a late twist? I guess if you had started watching the Classic Match link already, then you might miss this. Hat-trick number 12 of the season. We're waiting. Will it be Sahil Zadran? He'd be a worthy addition to the Hall of Fame, that's for sure. And it's Waliula Mandozai to face the hat-trick ball from Zadran. Oh, good idea. Pushed it at the stumps, but he misses. And he says, oh, wind just took that one. You see, it has gotten a bit windier in the last few minutes, I think. There's natural movement, get it down leg side. But if that was on target, I have a feeling that could have been hat-trick number 12 of the season. Rob Thompson, big thank you to you. Tell you one in a minute. Oh, edged and gone. Great wicket keeping. And I would now say that that knee has come back stronger than it even was at the start of the day. As Zazai takes it, and I love this, Jeffrey Dujon style. Takes it and rolls, and then argues with Zadran for some reason, but I think it's one of those arguments that they're both enjoying. And Zazai takes an absolute specky behind the stumps. Big edge, pivots, protects the ball, and then throws it. I think maybe the issue was he throws it up in the air, has no idea when it's coming down, and then everyone has to take cover. Yeah, and then where that ball landed, nobody knows, but I don't think anyone got hurt. Great effort from Zazai. Oh, look, I'll be honest with you. If it stood still, he probably doesn't have to move, but he wrong foots himself. He pushes off the left and then takes a really good catch. Very, very good catch. Shahid Abed will come out. As a keeper, I always love those ones. I mean, they look great, but they're not actually that hard. But full points. Zadran 3 for 3. This is proper burglary in the 9th over here from Sahel. Maybe putting his hat in the ring for a player of the match, considering he did look really good with the bat earlier as well, as he was able to smack a few around earlier on, contributing 26 off just 9. It's got to be in the frame, doesn't it? Swing and a miss, so 3 for 5 off his over. And with 1 over to go, it is 97 for 6. Earlier on, we saw Zadran playing very well as well. Just looking for who was player of the match in that first game. As we get ready for the 10th over here. Ahmedzai was player of the match in the first game. And Amari has kind of played a lone hand here, hasn't he? 42 off 18. Gets the crack at Ishak Safi. He's coming back for his second. And that first one went for 19. First one, he turns it down. Omari, he said, look, I've seen enough of the other end. I want to sit here and bat for a while. So he's sizing up Safi. Yeah, so for me, we're just looking at this game. Sale Zadran, I know that I'd say they're dead wickets, but he has picked up 3 of them. And that last push that he provided that first innings, for me, he's player of the match. Steps across, and Amari didn't want the single because he wants 6. Maximal, and look, credit to Zadran there. He's clapping. Omari saying that's a really good shot, and it is. Just slightly ill-directed from Safi, pushes across outside the leg stump. So Rob, yeah, thank you for joining the Silver Spanner Club before you go to bed. Hopefully you're still with us. I got interrupted by Zadran rudely taking some wickets in that last over. But Rob, thank you for contributing to ECN. We are really thankful for your support, and we always love having you as part of the community. So don't forget your homework, everyone. At the end of this over, click the classic match, Sweden versus Belgium, 2021 ECC. It's the first ever week of ECC action. Oh, it's late on this one though, Amari, 48. It'd be fitting, I think, if he was able to score a half century. That one certainly rushed him though. And for the Daredevils, we'll see them again. We'll see plenty of them actually. We'll see them in Game 4 today against the Austrian Cricket Tigers, match 29, and also in the last game today against GC8. That should be a good one. It's good heat from Safi. Kind of blows him away with a fast ball here. Rob needs to sleep, but he is going to watch match 25 when he gets up. So good on you, Rob. Have a good night there in New Zealand. So it is pretty late there. I think it's about 11 o'clock p.m. Going to bed already on a Saturday night, Rob? Oh, I reckon that's a chance, you know. I think it might have been gloved. So Zazai. Oh, now we almost get a run out. Yeah, wait for it. I think that's runs. Didn't see a signal. So, well, I think it's going to be a run out actually anyway. Well, what's happened here? It's gone keeper and then overthrow. Yeah, okay. So I think that's going to be 1 and out. Took my eyes off the play. Just getting ready for the caught behind appeal. But yeah, I think that's spot on there. Bit of an unusual one. 3 players touched the ball on the way to that. But yeah, 1 and run out. I think that's going to make it 104 for 7 again. We'll check it out one more time, right? I reckon it's gloved, hits the keeper, and then the last 2 fielders get credit for this. So it comes in, and Safi's the one that finishes it, backing up from the bowler's end. I'm probably not quite sure how that ended up being run out, but it did, and now the last ball's coming up. So drop catch turns into the non-striker being out. And just 1 to finish. So Amari, he will actually reach his half century off the last ball as well. It's hard to celebrate with a broken heart though. Amari, 50 off 24 balls. He batted well, you know, it is tough. Let's just have a quick look here. Now what's coming up, Graz Cricket Academy versus Austrian Cricket Tigers. And match 28. That starts in around about 25 minutes time. The Tigers winning the toss and electing to bat. And that should be a pretty good game coming up as the players shake hands and exchange pleasantries Well, rock into the highlights. It was always going to be tough for the Daredevils. They needed to pull off a cutting stunt here. And, well, it was actually the keeper, Zazai, coming up with the party tricks as he just bunted that one with his body onto the stumps. And then he had some other good moments here, didn't he? That was a nice catch moving to his right. He had a scary moment earlier when he got hit in the knee. But he's come back really well. Ahmedzai was a bit of a surprise opening the bowling, but it worked out pretty well for Donnerstadt. That one, not so much, but for the most part, he was good. Mohib Shinwari went the journey a little bit with his bowling today. That one plonked into the potato field. So there were some good hits here along the way. I suppose one of the issues is that there were 10 sixes in the innings, but they only came from 2 batters. Omari with 6 of them. Shokat Zadran with 4 of them. That was a nice catch by Iqbal Hussain, who just moved to his right to get Mahmood for just 7. Once again, I was impressed with the leg spin of Osman Khan. Oh, he did go for a couple of maximos towards the end, but the game had pretty much been killed off by then. Zadran, well, he was last to the party, and he picked up the leftovers, didn't he? Took 3 for 5 in a performance I thought might give him the player of the match, because he did provide some really good late hitting as well. How about that for the catch from Zazai? Loved it. But the problem is, no one knew where the ball was coming down. And then look at that. Stop, drop, and roll job. I loved it. And, this was the issue. Everyone's saying, hey, watch where you're throwing that thing. Nice shot late in the piece. Omari fought all the way. And we thought he was going to get to his 50 off a drop catch down the leg side. He was strangled. But it turns out it was Abed who'd get run out going for the second. This was the 50th run. Well, Omari made it. Problem is his partner didn't. But he did reach his 50 off the last ball. So that's a consolation, I suppose. Busid Omari ends up top scoring with 50 off 24. 6 maximos in there. Didn't hit a single 4 in his innings, interestingly enough. It was an innings that kind of threatened at times, didn't it? But never really got going. Shokat Zadran, 28 off 12. Tried his hardest as well, but not able to go at the pace. 3 golden derricks in there as well. But pretty good discipline from Donnerstadt. Only 4 wines in the 10 overs. Not giving too many away for free. No, Mohibullah Shenwari's over went magical. He had plenty of support, and indeed, I didn't take a wicket, but it was great. Only 9 came off his spell. 3 for 5. Zadran was able to scoop the pool in the 9th. Apart from that, 2 wickets for Ahmedzai. First up, Ahmedzai, that is. 1 wicket for Osman Khan with his leg spin. Pretty reliable once again. Safi, a bit hit and miss, but won't bother them too much. Donnerstadt, magnificent 7 out of 7 for them. We've seen them now for the last time today. We'll see them a little bit later in the tournament, though. Daredevils go down by 41 runs in the second match of the day, but the weather's holding, and we've got more cricket on the way. Please join us in 20 minutes. Don't forget, you can do your homework. I've given you the chat in there. Do your homework. Come back. Let us know what you think of the impossible chase. But I'll be here in 20 minutes to see you to the start of match 28. Many sadly, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your weekend so far. Back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Vienna in Austria, where we're halfway through the action, almost halfway through the action in this sixth day of the European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you, and we are going to bring you match number 28 now. It's Graz Cricket Academy taking on the Austrian Cricket Tigers, and I can tell you the news from the toss was that the Tigers won the toss, selected to bat, so expect some fireworks. Hassan Yusuf comes back into the lineup for ACT. He was missing the other day. He won't come back into open though. He's listed at 4. I like that they've gone for Mirza Hassan at the top of the order with Asif. Asif was great, Imran Asif. That is back-to-back 70s last time we saw him. Graz Cricket Academy though, we saw them earlier today, went down in a tight one. They've got some very good players as well. Durrani got run out. He'll be keen to make some runs, I'm sure. I will say Hamid Safi, he's listed at 10, but I think he'll probably come in a bit higher. Man, I'm looking forward to seeing, as always, Mirza Hassan, who's going to retain his spot at the top of the order. He's a player that I think you've got to get him out there. He doesn't seem too bothered by pace. Always seems to have a lot of time when he's batting, and he's a genuine unit up there, wearing number 201 for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. Tigers, well, they're a team. We know that they were the All Austria champions in 2021, so they did take part in the European Cricket League in 2022. Didn't quite go to plan for them there, but they had some very good performances along the way, and it ended up finishing third in the group, so you might say that's a bit below par. But the two teams ahead of them were Tunbridge Wells, who made the final that year in 2022, and Dreux, who ended up winning the whole thing this year. So it was a pretty strong group now you look back on it. And I'll be keen to make a bit of a statement. Graz Cricket Academy, not as experienced, but they certainly have a lot of talent in their lineup. We saw that. They won 2 out of 3 matches when we first saw them on Wednesday. And they'll be keen to provide an upset here. I think it would be an upset if Graz were going to get up, but I think they're very capable of pulling it off. 13 degrees currently, heading for a maximum temperature of 15, so not there yet. Probably the brightest it's been at the moment. If you look at how the last couple of days have been. Pretty windy though. That wind's coming pretty strongly from probably backward point to mid-wicket. So it's a bit of a cross breeze here. Imran Asif to face up. It's going to be Habib Ahmedzai to get us going. Match 28. Starts with a bit of a careful shot from Imran. I want to say hello to everyone. Might have joined us once again. And let us know if anyone watched that link that I put in the chat just towards the end of the last game for the impossible chase. I noticed this morning we had a game where it's kind of similar situation to where Sweden were against Belgium, but they had managed to pull off quite a remarkable second innings and last 3 overs to get them to victory. Pretty well located from Ahmedzai once again. You can see if he's a player in form, isn't he? So he's not feeling like he has to go hard early. He feels that if he can get set, if he can get comfortable, then he can make another big score. Mirza Hassan, yeah, probably has had a funny time. He hasn't batted for very long, but he's still scored quite a few runs. As soon as he heard that there was a fastest 50 of 10 balls, he seems determined to try and beat it or at least equal it. So he won't be holding back. This one's kind of pullable. Sets a bit of a task for the outfielder, but he will get there. That's Abdul Kotwal does the fielding. So 2 runs, the first runs of this contest. Hello to Helix, hopefully you're well. Hello to Dave as well, and Wayne. Molino as well. Let's know where you're watching from. Heading for the midpoint of the day. You can probably hear the wind in the effects mics as well. Pretty windy here. No rain. I suppose that's the most important thing. Well, gets back and pulls this and pulls it well. That's Wheatwood bound. Maximo. Imran Asif. He's in a rich vein of form at the moment. You can't afford to bowl short to him there. He pulls, it's about waist high, isn't it? And he lifts it up and over. There was no one back there either. Oh, the search continues now. I've got a feeling we might need a new ball. A new ball it'll be, I'm sure. Asif. That was pretty close to the middle of that bat. Sounds like a good one that he's got. The search has been called off, and we'll get a new ball. I think normally in the first over, the replacement ball will be another new one. It sounds expensive actually for us, but still 2 to come. Ahmed Zai, he needs to challenge Imran coming forward here, see if he can induce a mistake. Oh, he does. That's kind of exactly what I was thinking. Everything so far has been quite a comfortable length for Imran to just swivel and pull, but this one forced him to come forward. It's a good seed. Ahmed Zai's impressed me, to be honest, with his bowling. It's a good performance for them this morning. Here's our son on strikers end. First time he opened the batting in this series, he didn't even face a single ball in the power play. He just watched the whole thing. Asif, 5 balls in, what does he do? Yeah, he won't get a single. I thought he might have been looking for it. Call me a conspiracy theorist. Anyway, it's the end of the first over, and the score is 8 without loss. Not the worst over at all from Ahmed Zai. Good comeback, probably just that one ball that got away from him and ended up going the journey. Having a look at some of the top performers. Imran Asif, no surprises. He's the leading run scorer for ACT. Back-to-back 70s. He has over 200 runs in the series now. And for the rest of the performers, you've got Aki Iqbal there, Mirza Ahsan, both over 100 runs. Gratz, I mean, Gowda scored some runs for them. Probably the issue is didn't score them really quick enough this morning. Didn't really click, to be honest, but he's very capable. Very interesting to see Gratz serving it up again. They have been one of the stories of the tournament so far, the way they've taken on some of these more experienced teams. Anyway, here's a guy that really impressed me this morning, Marwan Momand. 3 big wickets this morning against Donnerstadt. He's going to bowl the second over. Mirza has a look at one, and keeper doesn't get a dive on it, and that's going to be 5 wides. Oh, got to say, Mansour down the leg side doesn't even attempt this. Okay, yeah, it's swinging, keeps swinging, just a little bit slow to react, and it was a kind of still warming up kind of effort for me. Cost him a boundary in the end. Okay, it's probably on Momand for getting it wrong in the first place. Rehan has a good question. How many balls are lost in one day? Well, I don't know about lost here. I would call them temporarily misplaced, because we do normally find quite a few of them. I think we budget for 4 balls a match or something like that. Might have to check with our project manager who's just sitting next to me. Anyway, this is up and handsomely hit from Mirza. Maximal! Straight as the day is long. He's on track for that fastest 50. Just has to do that 8 more times. Really wasn't a bad ball, to be honest, from Momand. Mirza didn't care. Is that right, Sam? About 4 balls per game? What do we budget for? A bit more than that? About 40 spares per tournament. Okay. Well, make that 2 out of 2. I can just go on the sound. Mirza is on a rampage. I did check the forecast, and Hurricane Mirza was approaching the Saban cricket ground and ready to launch. 2 balls, 2 sixes for Mirza Ahsan. And it doesn't even look like he's broken a sweat so far. The first 2 balls of this over have gone for 17. If you don't know how that's possible, just rewind about 2 minutes. Momand is a man I do not envy at the moment, having to bowl to this guy. Goes again. This is high, though. Is it carrying? You betcha. That one's out of here as well. Maximal! A batter's hat trick to start off the second over. And Mirza, you can hear each time the crowd get a bit louder. Bush, straight as you like. I mean, he's no cross-bat slogger, Mirza Ahsan. Just 6 more. If we see a 9-ball 50, I'm calling it. I reckon we knock off for the day. We'll have seen it all by then. 10-ball 50, Shiraz Ahmed is the record. And it's weird to talk about that when a guy hasn't even scored yet, but we did. And so far, there's nothing to really contradict our prediction that he's going for it. Dave B reminding everyone that yesterday actually found the wrong ball in the wheat. That's true. All right, well, the sun's out. That might put him off, actually. Momand Don't envy him, to be honest. As I said. Goes again and gets it again. Maximo. 4 out of 4. And this is why I was calling for this guy. There's a petition going around Lower Austria. Get Mirza opening the batting because he's tailor-made for the power play. Not that it would matter where you put the fielders at the moment. 4 balls, 4 sixes, plus there was a 5 wides. 29 or 4 balls in this over. Most expensive over on ECM was 45 back in late 2022. Roman just hoping for a mistake. At the moment, it's only hoping. Oh, I don't think he's got that, or has he? He has! Wow, Maximo! He's just so powerful. He's mishitting sixes, and this over's gone supersonic. 35 off 5. And Mirza, he said, well, what's the fastest 50? And we said 10 balls. We don't think that'll ever be beaten. And he had a little glint in his eye and gave us a little wink, and he headed out to the middle of the Saban cricket ground, and he's hit 5 on the spin. And we did see the 6 sixes. Zayn Ali did it in Milan on the first day of that tournament. And we're on the verge of it again. I mean, already this over looks like it'll go for 36 or more. It could be the second most expensive over. We did have a 39 a couple of times, but 45 is the current record. All right. Buckle up, everyone. He's eyeing off the leg side, but he's been pretty good straight. He just needs to play the ball that's bowled to him here, Mirza. Here's the big moment. 5 sixes in the over. Here's the 6th ball. And he gets it, but how well? Not well enough. Well, that's the most disappointing 4 I think I've ever seen. You know what it does? It keeps him on pace, though, for that 9-ball 50, because he does get a boundary, and 39 come off the over. It's the equal second most expensive over we've ever seen. And the audible groans. Not often you see a boundary in the power play and a very disappointed batting team. That's how that works out. Let me just call in the accountants and work out what the score is. It's 47 without loss after 2, and 39 come off the second. There's the table. Austrian Cricket Tigers were 1 and 2 at one stage, won their last 2 games to get back to 3 and 2. Both these 2 teams hovering in the middle of the table. So he needs basically 16 off 3 to get the record. So he can afford to miss-hit one more that only goes for 4. I wonder what Mirza is saying there to Imran Asif. But he's a guy who bowled pretty good first over. It's Habib Ahmedzar coming back. What an assault that was. That one is flayed away. What a shot. That's the ball that probably would have been a wide. Well, there's Andy, member of our blue crew, picking it up and rolling out a left arm over. But this is absolutely cracked, and that's gone for 4. What a power play. 50's up in only 13 legal deliveries. 51 off 13. Oh, boy. What are we in for here? They're on 235 pace at the moment. That'd be a record as well, just. And Imran Asif plays it out. I mean, what's your strategy here? Mirza doesn't really care who's bowling. That's the thing. 34 off 6. Yeah, so it just shows you how amazing that innings was from Shiraz for Pakai Care back in late 2020. That's a record that stood for 2.5 years. Fastest 50. You've got to be pretty much perfect to beat it. Imran gets something he can turn on, and this is going to be 4 as well. 1 bounce. Ahmedzar gets a little bit short. This is where he got into trouble in the first over, really, to Imran Asif. Giving him something he can swivel on. It was better when he draws him forward and look short. He got smashed away. First ball, the over. That was probably the width that allowed Imran to do that. Hello to knees as well. He's saying, questioning maybe some of the changes. I mean, you can think of it 2 ways. Grants have a few more players available today because it's the weekend. Maybe they weren't able to play on Wednesday, but I mean, regardless, whoever's on the park is going to have a tough time, I think, with this opening partnership. Yeah, that's a better ball. So Imran, he's being selective. That's what I mean. He looks in control of his game at the moment. He feels he'll get 3-4 balls and over that are hittable for him. This opening partnership, up and out of sight already. Dave has just come back from his homework, watching Sweden's recovery in the impossible chase. Yeah, that was quite amazing, wasn't it? Kai saying, what a power play. They are putting the power in the power play at the moment. ACT. Charges. I feel like this doesn't work that well for Mirza. He'll just have to face one ball from a bowler he hasn't seen yet. I suppose he would have had to do that anyway, no matter who he faced next, because I doubt that they'll bring back Momand after he went for 39. I feel like Momand will get a second over, though, at some point, in which case that record we were talking about earlier might be under attack. All right, here's Mirza. Needs to hit a boundary here. Ah, gets a good one. See, that's what makes this record so hard to break. And now he'll get a single. So I suppose he could... No, I don't think so. What are we up to? Need to recount 35. No, you need to get 15 off 2. He could still equal it. But that's why I didn't like the single with the ball before. I thought Habib would be able to quieten down Mirza even for one ball, and he did. Having said that, not a bad power play. 57 for no loss after 3. Ahmedzai with pretty good figures of none for 18, considering who he had to bowl at. Him and Asif for 11 of the balls, and just that one to Mirza Hassan. So middle overs, very good platform to build from. ACT. Now we'll get Durrani to bowl over number 4. Shortcut Durrani. Also a very useful batter, but he got run out this morning after hitting one big 6. Anyway, strap yourselves in. Big swing and a miss from Mirza. Well, I suppose with the record gone, he can just concentrate on batting now, and well, he has scored 35 off 8, so he's still going at well over 4 a ball. He'll be disappointed. Well done to Durrani by keeping Mirza quiet. Early points win for him. Oh, slower ball. Gets it wrong, hanging in the air, should be caught. He's dropped him. Well, you wouldn't read about it really. That was a very clever change of pace from Durrani. And I think that's a Tefso Hill. He probably had too long to think about it. See here, backs back. Yeah, just doesn't get it in the middle of the hands. Ouch. Mirza had the best first 6 balls I think we've ever seen. Now, let's get squared up. Well ball by Durrani. All right, I'm going to put it out there. We have seen games turn around even after crazy one-sided starts. I mean, today was a really good example. Don't forget, Graz had Donnerstadt on the ropes. 17 for 4, 4 for 3 before that. Donnerstadt batted the way out of it. Could this be the reverse? Well bowled again. I like Durrani with those subtle changes of pace. Yeah, so, well, you're saying, well, how can you get back in it from here, Vinny? You're crazy. Well, look, you get these 2. You keep taking wickets from here. If you can keep it to, say 7 and over, maybe, let's say 8 and over. Maybe keep it to kind of 110, 120, and then bat well. Well, he loses his shape completely here. Surely he's not going to get dropped again. No, this time he's gone. So the drop doesn't cost him at all, and Grant's trying to put something together. Mirza gets congratulated by Habib Ahmedzai. But the hurricane has passed. The eye of the storm was pretty exciting, though. Austrian Cricket Tigers lose their first wicket, and it's 59 for 1. Credit to Shortcut Durrani. And a nice bit of sportsmanship as well from Habib. It takes the catch and goes over to congratulate Mirza on another powerful innings. And yeah, Mirza gets a good ovation from his teammates. What a great performance. And the thing about Mirza, he's barely broken a sweat there. Got him off to a really good start. So 36 off 10. Hakim Iqbal comes to the crease. And this is the thing, the hitters just keep on coming, don't they? They've got Hassan Yusuf back in the lineup. He'll probably come in at 4. Worked around the corner. Oh, I think that was another chance, you know. Hakim Iqbal living dangerously, and then he almost gets run out. The keeper was in a funny position. But let's have a look at this one, the replay. Anyway, it'll be the end of the over. Yeah, you see, mishandled originally by Punja. They get back for 2, and the end of the 4th over comes around. It is 61 for 1. Well, it probably doesn't tell the whole story. If you look at the scale of that, it's 30. So they were up flying at about, what was it? Well, after 2 overs, it was crazy, like 23 and a half, and dropped back to 19. Now we're back at 15. So look, it's been a good pace, no doubt. But you feel like Grants are finally kind of edging their way back into the contest. Having said that, Asif, he's still there. He's a danger man. So he'll be feeling really good about the fact that Mirza got out pretty much straight after he dropped him. Here we go on over number 4. Over number 5, I should say. Well, not a great ball. First up, hanging, and great effort. I think it's going to go for 6. But I'm just wondering about the height of this one, to be honest. Oh. Let's have a look. We'll wind it back a little bit. I feel that's high. You know, like one of those ones that he hits it slightly above the waist. Yeah, I think it's going to be called. So it's going to be a no ball. And then great effort on the boundary line to try and keep it in the field of play. But it is a no ball plus 6 and a free hit coming up. Slow ball. I like the idea. Here's the thing with good ideas. They don't always work out because that's muscle down to the ground. Maximo has 13 come off the first ball for Sohail. Again, got the length wrong the first time. I like the idea of a slower ball, but again, probably where the length it was pickable. Asif just kind of held his shot back, then uncorked himself. And he moves up to 30 off just 15 balls. Pace back on now. Nice little cut shot. Overcommitment from Aki Iqbal, and he'll scamper back. I like the idea. I like what Iqbal's doing there. You know, he's looking to score. I suppose he gets overruled. So even this is just behind point. I think Asif probably has a better view of where it's gone. So he kind of overrules Akib. Full toss. This time they take it on. Oh, that would have been out. And Asif takes out the stumps with his own equipment. But here's a guy that you don't want to take on too often. Gowda has been a bit of a dead-eye dick in this tournament. But have a look at this. We hear the footsteps coming. I think hit wicket would be a better rule if you could do it at either end, personally. But I think the bowler heard the footsteps coming as well. Slower ball, Aki Iqbal just moseys down the crease and goes bang. Maximo! As this over goes magical. Have a look at this for a shot. What I like about Aki Iqbal is even when he dances down the pitch, he still stays really balanced and he rarely loses his shape. And that one was as straight as you like. Another super expensive over. Overs so far in this innings, 8, 39, 10, 4, and 20. And guess what? The 20's not finished yet. Still a couple to come. Asif was changing his bat. He might have just cracked it. Doesn't surprise me. He might have been saying, give me the Mirza Hassan special, please. Not that he really needs it. He's a guy that scored plenty of runs off his own stick in this series. Back-to-back 70s last time we saw them. Good comeback from Sohail. I like that. I mean, he's got all the tricks, doesn't he? Sohail, you can tell. You know, he's got a good slower ball. Kind of mixes up his pace nicely. Just got to nail down that accuracy, especially when you're bowling to players of this calibre. Time to see what that new bat does for Asif. Well, he hits it pretty well. That's out of here. Maximo! Well, bring your plough. It's an old-fashioned hoedown, and there's plenty of cricket balls to pick up from that area. As this over ends up conceding 27. And we hit the halfway point of the innings. Score is 88 for 1 off 5. Well, don't forget, you can get in touch with us. You can get me at Mr. Maximo. You get Rico at RicoFull on Instagram or rico.full.1. Don't forget to follow European Cricket for all the best bits, and there's plenty of highlights, I'm sure, that'll be turning up there on our social media. Rico Full is off today, But he'll be back on Monday. Really hope he's enjoying his weekend. I'm sure he's finding lots of ways to relax around Austria. Hopefully he's having a bit of fun as well. Deserves it. Did say with the weather he might be spending a bit of time in bed. That would be my suggestion. Very comfy as well here at the Great Hotel where we are. This is a ball that would have been a wide. Will be a single. As Afzal comes on again. He's something different, isn't he? Yeah, I don't think it's a bad bowling change, to be honest. Let's see how it works out. Let's see if faces up. Yeah, good cut shot again. I like the way he plays this shot, to be honest. Finds the fielder that time. But I think it's a pretty good option because there's rarely an outfielder guarding that quarter of the ground. There happens to be one this time. There's a third man. There's a kind of backward point that he picked out that time. And if he can get around him, chance for a boundary. Like this. Although a deep point will probably get there. A long single. The bowled by Afzal so far. He's got the line right. Once again, that's good line, but oh, it's going to be 4. Sneaks across. And really, it wasn't the greatest bit of fielding from Yogesh. You'd have to say he went with the boot. Had to get down and make a better play on that. Check it out on the replay. He just kind of doesn't really get across. In fact, I think we'd have to run out of time, but probably the replay won't want to see again. He just went with the boot. Oh, almost out on 2 counts. Afzal didn't have too long to react. Hits his left hand and almost runs out Imran Asif as well. Look, comes back. Asif was just stranded and he realizes the ball goes past up. He gives Aqib Iqbal and dirty look as if it's Aqib's fault. I like that. Meanwhile, we'll see a little cut. I love that. I know we won't probably see that again, but he gives Aqib Iqbal like a really dirty look, like, hey, you almost ran me out. Say, hey, I didn't do it on purpose. 95 for 1 after 6. Much better over there for ACT. Not for ACT, pardon me, for Grants Cricket Academy, only conceding 7. Really good over for Afzal. So, had Shahabuddin Khan Afridi wanting to look at the point table. What I can do is I'll put the link in the chat for you so you can check it out. This one's whipped away, and I think that's gone all the way. Maximo off the hit from Iqbal, and a very, very classy shot. Takes it off stump. Yep, clearly a 6 there. So yeah, Iqbal 20 off 8. He's not going slow either, is he? Pick up and throw. I'll get 1. I'll tell you what, I'll even try and get the points table up there again for you. We normally do show it early in the innings. Shahab. Still, yeah, about halfway through basically. Be 55 matches in the group stage. Well, they're carrying on. I didn't see it myself. Oh, that's a huge wide. There might have been some sort of noise. Asif giving his own opinion about that, saying, I don't know what's German for what are you guys on, but I think it was something like that. I think that was well wide. I don't think he really catches up with that one. If there's a noise, it might have been just a little click of something else as he was playing the shot. A lot of moving parts there. This is a push and run from Asif. I'd say he's been sedate, but hasn't quite been his normal pace so far. Having said that, I mean, this guy's going about to a ball, just under. With just 4 teams out of 11, it's going to be Very, very tight, I think, in the middle. Oh, takes on the hook. It's a slightly short ball, and that's flying. I think that's gone for 6 as well. Maximo. They'll have a look, but I'm pretty sure that with the pace of the bowler, this carries the rope, and yep, 6 more. So again, probably not the best delivery. They don't have the field set for it. They don't have the fine leg back. And Imran Asif, 46, he's been brilliant. Oh, this will bring up his 50. And he's been so good, hasn't he, Imran Asif? And, yeah, he's not too fussed about it. That's just such a good innings. His 3rd half century of the tournament. 52 off 23. And he's really made a good fist to the first half of this innings. ACT flying. And so is Imran Asif, having a great tournament. Brings up his half century of 23 balls. And you can see how much it means to him. Kissing the turf in appreciation. He's had a very good time of it out there. That's his 6th Maximos. Hit 2 4s as well, striking at 226. Durrani has actually bowled pretty well. Feeling there was a bit of bat in this. And no signal from the umpire. So it'll be the end of the over. And after 7, it's 118 for 1. Now I know that Shahab was asking about the points table. So here, let's have a look at it. You can see the Austrian Cricket Tigers 3-2. They're on a 2-game winning streak. Graz Cricket Academy, mixed bag, but they are 2-2. They're challenging for the 4, tell you that much. You've got really good teams like Vienna CC and the Eagles below them, who are 2-3. They could easily make a run. What we saw in Milan is that some of the teams down the bottom, the capable ones, make a run at some stage, and it was really quite congested. Like I said, all teams in Milan won at least 3 games. All teams lost at least 3 games. Plenty of teams on the 5-5. And so, happy to please. 118 for 1. Of course, I had the link there. Shahab, you can click on that link anytime to see the standings in this series. So, updates pretty regularly after the last ball of the match. Wow, he hits this one to his foot. It's a funny one, isn't it? I think if he's straight from bat to foot. Oh, back to bat foot. I wasn't expecting that. But Asif still has 3 overs to party. Just haven't been able to get the breakthroughs here, Grants. They're on the back foot pretty much from the get-go. Pandya into the attack in over number 8. That's a good ball. This seams back. I love the nervous look from Pandya, but it's not a wide. He was a bit worried it's going to get called because in the movement back, look, it was heading for a wide and then seams back inside the line. So it kind of beats us if for bounce there on the cut. Good bowling. Can they slow things down? I mean, they're still on 161 pace here, ACT. Pretty good ball. Gets us if to the other end. Just cost him a single. Hello to Steve Cook. Nice to see you. He's saying, afternoon, everyone. Back down to earth with a bump after the wedding and honeymoon to Norway. Back to work this week with a stinking cold. Well, Steve, once again, congratulations on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Hopefully you've enjoyed yourself. I bet you have. And hopefully the cold isn't too bad, but not a bad price to pay, I'm sure, for what I hope is some of the happiest memories you'll ever have in your life. We'll create some more good memories for you here, Steve. Okay, big bulk. Great shot, but great fielding. Oh, you know what? If that had hit, that might have been gone. Very good stop. Just have a look at this. Bang. In the one hand, gets up, throws from a knee. And I reckon if that hits one stump, oh, I would have been close, put it that way. Outstanding fielding. Gowda is the kind of man that can make something out of nothing in that area. 120 on the board, though. Still plenty of balls left in this innings. Let's see if Loses his shape a little bit. And then he might have been run out here as well. Doesn't really go back because he feels like the throw is going over the stumps, I think, so he doesn't plop the bat back in. The scary thing about this innings from Imran is I don't even think he's batted that well. But you look at the numbers and he's 54 off 28. I mean, he hasn't batted that well for him. I think he'd be the first to admit he hasn't really had too much fluency in this innings. But he's still finding a way to muscle it. Again, this one, not quite out of the middle, but he'll get a boundary. That's what good players do. Can keep performing, just finding a way to put the runs on the board. So Pandya bowls a good over, but he does get hit to the boundary off the last ball. 6 runs come off that one. It's 124 for 1 after 8. That run rate graph, real altitude sickness risk after 2 overs when they were 47. From there, they have been able to peg it back to an extent. I suppose last night we saw the biggest ever chase on ECN up in the 160s. Right now, ACT on target for 155. You don't see many chases that big, even over 150, even in batter-friendly conditions. Which the funny thing is, I didn't even think it was that batter-friendly yesterday with the rain we had, kind of just drizzling all day, ball getting heavy. But we saw the batters just have a day out, didn't we? It's quite amazing. Here's Afzal, who's coming back in over number 9. Weren't quite ready. Afzal's an interesting character. He's a guy that he's played cricket around the traps a little bit. Has a bit of a history in Munich as well, where the origins of German Cricket TV, which formed the European Cricket Network. The seeds were sown there. Anyway, this is in the air, hanging for a long time and dropped. And that's Momand, who's having a bit of an innings to forget, to be honest. They'll hustle back for 2. And look, it wasn't an easy catch. He had to make a lot of ground to his left. You can see here, just always floating, but I suppose the wind was bringing it back to him slightly, and he couldn't quite hold on. Perhaps I'll be disappointed. Gets another crack at Akib, and Akib has a crack as well, and smacks it straight over the fielder's head. Maximal! The Tigers prowling into the 130s, and that's a class shot from the captain. I think he has more talent in his little finger than a lot of cricketers have in their whole body. You know, that kind of player, he's special. He's got a good head on his shoulders as well. I've seen him doing some really special things at international level as well over the last couple of years. His batting's come along so much as well. A genuine top order batter now. Goes again. This one doesn't get as much, but he still gets 6. Maximal! Iqbal 37 off 13, motoring along. And, well, don't forget Afzal had him drop 2 balls ago, or another way, 12 runs ago. There's 14 if you include the 2 that came off the drop. Steve saying he had a cracking wedding day and honeymoon. He played cricket cruising up and down the North Sea. What were the conditions like, Chris? Oh, Steve, pardon me. Hit down to long on, and that's into the gap as well. They just pushed the guy around a bit further. And there was a gap there. Keep targets it and gets 4 more. Cuatro, quedas más. Just like that, he's into the 40s. He's going at more or less 3 a ball here. Yeah, let us know, Steve. What are the conditions like when you're playing cricket up and down the North Sea? Do you mean on the boat? On land? Maybe tell us what you got up to. You don't have to tell every little bit, but, you know, tell us what you're willing to share. 8 balls remaining. Well, goes after a ball that probably would have been a wide. Instead, he's going to be caught. Very good catch out there from Yogesh Balage. And, yeah, I guess the batter gets a bit greedy. This is a ball that drags a keep well wide of the tram line, and he gets plenty of it, but into the wind, you got to nail it. And he hits it pretty well, but not quite well enough. Balage with a good piece of fielding that time. I'm glad he went the hand method there that time, Yogesh, because it sticks. And the productive partnership comes to an end. 142 for 2. And that partnership was worth 83. And they scored that in 5 overs. Akib, again, gets a lot of attention from his teammates, so he should. Hassan Yusuf comes out. Wide down leg side. Hassan Youssef, probably not a bad thing for him to get out there. He's batted okay, probably okay in this tournament so far. He'd be the first to admit he's been struggling to get any kind of rhythm going. So he can just basically swing away while he's out there. And these two will quite regularly open the batting together for the Tigers. That's a pretty good shot. Yeah, targets the offside, nobody back there. You hear his teammates loving that. They know that if he hits form, he's a real weapon with the bat. Also very handy left arm spinner. That's Yusuf off the mark. Over the killer banner. Remember the other day we had quite an interesting incident with that banner with Zagander Hyatt. Anyway, 147 for 2 off 9. Probably Panja comes back. You know, he's the death bowling option. Momand figures a none for 39. We want to kind of wipe that from his memory as soon as possible. It's going to happen to all bowlers though, I suppose. I still think he had a really good first over last time. In fact, his spell against Donnerstadt, the defending champions, he took 3 wickets. So you just kind of got to take the good with the bad in this form of the game. Just ask Oriakel from the last over of day 1. Can't let it knock you, but easier said than done. These players, they're living, they're breathing it, aren't they? So, Gratz, last over coming up. Panja, the bowler, bowled a good first one. Asif on 58. 2 genuine batters still there for the Tigers. Doesn't quite get it. And he's gone. Nice catch, and I'm liking that. Maiwan Momand has something to shout about, and he does get Asif in the end. This was just a genuine miss hit, wasn't it? Kind of maybe a little bit late on it. Inside out a little bit. That's a nice catch coming forward because it was coming at an awkward height, but I like the way he got down on his knees. Just kind of made it a bit more comfortable for himself. But at the end of a very good innings for Asif. 3 half centuries in the series. He's been great. And he'll get a warm ovation from his teammates. And look, he's even jogging, so it shows you. And he's full of beans, isn't he, Imran? And they're loving it. Yeah, well done to Imran. He's having a brilliant series. And we'll see him with the ball, I'm sure, in the second innings. Umar Tariq comes out to bat now with 5 balls remaining. Panja gets some good reward for keeping things quiet. Tariq has actually hit a decent vein of form as well with his batting. It's a full toss first up that he misses. Going down the leg side though. It's the regular appeal while sprinting, and it's not easy to do to keep the pace up chasing. And it kind of detracts from how convinced you are it's out. It's missing by about a stump and a half, but he really tries hard to sell the appeal while scampering after the ball. So I suppose he does stop the 2. If he committed to the appeal, maybe that ball's an orphan. All right, Yusuf's back on strike. Left-hander. Ties him up a little bit. Don't get one away here. He said easy in such a loud voice that it almost panicked the fielder there. But it worked. It'll be a dot ball. Yusuf will be annoyed at himself there. Nothing like someone screaming, keep calm at the top of their lungs to kind of throw you. It's wide. Ah, yes, okay. I thought he was shaking his head. But it has to be a wide. I mean, it bounces in line with the line, and that's why the line's there. I like Bhargav, though. He's got good emotional range, doesn't he? He's bowled really well, to be fair to him. Well bowled. Just had to bring it back a bit. And look at it. He wants it back. He's maybe thinks he's going to run out Tariq at the other end or something. I mean, this guy's wired. I love it. Look at him. Give me the ball. Give me the ball. But it's a brilliant piece of bowling. He needs to bowl that one again if he's got it. No, doesn't. But Yusuf again, just a fraction late on it. You certainly can't accuse Panja of not getting back to the stumps quickly. Just look at this. He's moonwalked back there. And he makes perfect position. I mean, he's guarding those things. And where are we at here? Great over once again. Last ball coming up. 150's come up for the Tigers. Last ball coming up. Full toss. Adios Pallotta. Gets it wrong once and gets hurt. Well, Pandya bowled so well. And if you just ignore the last 2 balls of his spell, then he's taken, 1 for 4. But the problem is he gets hit to the boundary. Last ball lets him down once again. 1-5-6 the total for Austrian Cricket Tigers. Take nothing away from Pandya. I think tried his heart out there, but it's a lot of runs on the board. And the Tigers will be very, very confident they can defend that. Grass Cricket Academy, again, they'll be throwing everything, and the kitchen sink will be coming out, I'm sure, against the Tigers in the second half of this game. But it's a very consistent performance from their top 3 that sets this up. And a nice blow to finish the innings as Tariq sends the last ball out of the ground. Let's go back to the highlights. Well, Mirza was on. He watched that one go for 4. Didn't have to do anything. In fact, there was 5 wides. But then he started turning it on. Bang, 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 bang. And a little bang to finish the over. 5 sixes and a 4 and a 5 wide. 39. They're still adding it up. He was after that fastest 50. Needed to be perfect. And, well, if you shoot for perfection, you probably won't get there, but you might catch excellence along the way. Eventually, the sideshow was over as Mirza went for 36 off just 10, but half of those balls went for 6, I should say. This would have been out. I love the scramble here for the Tigers, but I mean, for me, that's a textbook what they're trying to do in the innings. I like that they've moved Mirza up there and they've kept him there because he gave them such a great start. And they're almost too big to fail, like one of the big banks are out 2008. And Imran Asif, he was able to reach his 53rd of the series for him. Aqib Iqbal came out, did a number as well, didn't he? Batted so well. Just so much time when he bats. And, well, Gratz, I mean, they were trying everything to be fair. It just wasn't easy against the top 3 that they just couldn't penetrate. Had some good performers in there. Afzal, again, he tried hard, eventually got the wicket. I like the lines he was bowling. Eventually, he was able to get Iqbal to hold out to deep point for 41 or 15. But Yusuf came to the crease. Imran wasn't finished yet. And eventually he would go for 58. And he got a good ovation from his teammates as well. Hassan Yusuf and Umar Tariq finished things off. The last ball disappearing. 156. Well, I would say that's enough runs, but we don't know anymore, do we, after last night? We saw our first ever successful chase in the 160s, but looking at the scorecard, top 3 doing the business. If you look at them, 135 runs between those top 3. You add in a few extras, they're going to have a good time. Asif top scoring, third 50 of the series for him. 58 off 30, 36 off 10. Assad, he was booked for speeding in the power play. And he was the instigator of a 39-run over in over number 2. Iqbal with a handy knock, 41 or 15. It's hard to be overshadowed when you do that, but I suppose he kind of was in the context of this innings. Wickets for Durrani as well as Afzal and Bugger Pandya. I think Pandya, for me, it's either him or Habib Ahmedzai, best of the bowlers. They just were the only bowlers to be able to contain to an extent. But even Pandya, he'll be frustrated that last ball of each of his overs disappeared to the boundary or over. And so 156, a very healthy score to bowl the Austrian Cricket Tigers after dropping 2 of their first 3 matches. They're on a bit of a winning streak. They want it to continue. Or will we see a spatter in the works? Gratz chasing 157. Could we have history repeat? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. More big hits the other side of this break. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back. It's the weekend. We're still here. We've still got plenty more action for you from Austria in this FanCode European Cricket Series right now. Graz Cricket Academy. Well, they've made a bit of a name for themselves. About kind of pushing back against the odds so far in this tournament. They'll have to do it here. Austrian Cricket Tigers, they batted first here in match 28 and they put on 156 for 3 in their 10 overs. Significant contributions from all of the top three. Imran Asif as well as Mirza Hassan and Akib Iqbal. Right now, big chase on the cards. There's Habib Ahmedzai. Look, they've certainly got the kind of batters to do this, but you're going to have to do it against a very, very good attack. And I think Graz, this morning they had another tough game, didn't they, against Donnerstadt. The difference there, I suppose, they were chasing a bit less. They were chasing 113. They couldn't quite do it. Having said that, they had a few things go against them. One of the things was the run out of Girani. It's a brilliant direct hit. Saw him depart for just 6. And this is something we saw a lot in the ECL last year. Hassan Yusuf opening the bowling with his left arm spin. He had a very good ECL. People had trouble getting him away. So he's back in the lineup today. We didn't see him last time the Tigers were on the park. Ahmedzai and Girani, the openers for GCA. As we get ready for the first ball, welcoming you wherever you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in India. And we're away. First ball, punch to cover. They won't take a run. That's Mirza Hassan. He certainly set the ground on fire. 39 coming off the second over. Equal second most expensive over we've ever seen. It's the third time we've had a 39 run over, believe it or not. He had a 45 as the highest. And just have a look at this. We'll get one here. Just have a look at this. You expect the ball to spin right to left, I should say, but it comes the other way. See? He's got this. I think it hits the seam. I don't think it's that deliberate to make it to move the other way, but it just breaks in. He's not trying that hard. Shabazz, as he's known. Hassan Yusuf. Girani gets a shot. And he'll be super hungry for runs. Hit a good 6 earlier on, but then got run out to a 1 stumper. Pushed through. Again. Yeah, it's a funny one. It's the classic sneak through and over, and we might even see Yusuf coming back in the third, but when you're chasing 157, you don't want to be padding back too many. It's a couple of times that they didn't really try and take on the infield. Now he does. We'll just get another single. So, yeah, I've got to say, I never quite understood why they went away from bowling Hassan Yusuf in the power play. Seemed to work really well, and he's obviously done it at the high level and done a very good job. Also, a guy we've seen play a fair bit of cricket for Austria. On the charge, this time he goes for it. Ahmedzai, he'll get 4. So this is, what I call going through with the stroke rather than being a bit careful that we've seen a couple of times in the first over. And no real worries about being stumped there. He didn't care. He's just going to make his own length. Back his eye to hit the ball. There's 6 off this over. Still pretty good over for ACT, isn't it? Last ball coming up. Tries to make something out of this, but he picks out the field. He probably can't believe it. As we get to the end of the first. And the score is 6 without loss. Well bowled by Yusuf to keep things quiet. Golden ball counter. We're still heading northwards, aren't we? Bit of an interesting stat. We have a golden ball on average around about 1 every 80 games. Okay, so the kind of pace we're going at the moment, it's probably be about once every 2.5 weeks. So once you get above the 80, you're talking about, it's a bit longer than average between golden balls. And that's always something we keep an eye on. Thing is, it goes up so quickly. It just shows you how many matches we're playing on the European Cricket Network. It's unprecedented. It's a bit crazy, but we love it. Hello to Nick Devonshire, who's popped in, and just going back to Steve. He said he was playing cricket on his honeymoon. He was playing on the multi-sport court on the P&O cruise ship Britannia. Teams of 6, runs scored depending on which zone of the court the ball was fielded. Rules were along the lines of indoor or walking cricket. Okay. Sea conditions calm, he says. Loads of fun playing alongside playing abilities from never played to club cricketers. Well, that sounds like a lot of fun, Steve. Akib Iqbal comes and immediately blasts one past Girani. Never played cricket on a cruise ship. That sounds like a lot of fun, actually. I know that when Australians and English teams used to travel by ship many, many years ago, they would sometimes stop to play in places like Sri Lanka, for example. They'd often get beaten because they'd still have their sea legs. So I got told. Don't know how much cricket was played on the ship. They'll probably try and train and stuff, I imagine. All right, goes after this, and he pumps it down the ground. Watch out! Wow, 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 wow. All right, that scared me. Please give us a thumbs up. As don't know who's up there. I'll know when I see the thumb. But that one almost took out the camera. Claire Kailash style from 2021. Well, you want a close-up? Here's your close-up. Ooh, dear me. And that's Gunners up there. And yeah, I'd be shaking too if I were you, Gunners. Keep your wits about you. Cameraman Intrix coming first. He tracked that all the way. Ball goes a little bit shorter. Wow. This is the only venue we've actually ever had the camera hit. I think it's above the shoulder, you know. Probably the one for the over. Yeah, camera one was hit, which is the camera you're watching right now. And it started to hallucinate. It's not often a machine will do that. This one edged away, probably spinning away to the boundary rope it is. So Girani getting going. And this is what we didn't see earlier because he was run out. There's a few sideways words about who should have chased that. I don't think it mattered. Iqbal, pace being used against him. What about that shot straight down the ground, though? It's about as straight as you get when you're almost hitting the cameraman. Akib. Again, class player. Girani, though, had his measure so far. And now it pulls him away, and he times it up nicely. Maximo! Well, just what the doctor ordered for GCA. As they storm back into the contest, they need somebody to go large. And Girani, I told you, he's hungry. And it was help yourself stuff. Iqbal challenges him, and he says, yeah, I'm up to the challenge. Still a ball to go in this over. And you want to be going around about that kind of 32 per 2 overs, something like that. Okay, they're not quite there, but this has got them within touching distance. Last ball of the second. Wide. Can't see what Iqbal's thinking there, but he just misses his spot. Tried to sneak one in and leave the over quietly, but there's nothing quiet about the bat of Girani at the moment. What do you think about this series? I mean, I know we talk about Belgian ball, but yet Austria ball doesn't sound as cool, but watching it's pretty cool. Pretty well bowled. Oh, well, is this going to go for 4? No way. Almost. I just get rolling away from Marcin Youssef. They get 2. I thought he'd be lucky to get 1. The over goes for 19. GCA. Yeah, not going down without a fight. 25 without loss after 2. We did see the highest chase ever on ECN last night. Looking at the table, Donnerstadt, perfect 7 out of 7 so far. They've been challenged at times, though, including this morning by GCA, who had them on the ropes but couldn't quite deliver the knockout blow. Graz Cricket Academy, very realistic chance to make the 4 if they play well, if they can gel. And once you get in the 4, well, it's kind of even Stevens. Each of the 4 teams are just two matches away from the trophy. 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3 is the format. Hassan Youssef, well, it's mis-stumping. Just drifts on it. Kind of does the keeper as well, Chowdhury. Just watch this one. Yeah, you see, he just doesn't react well enough to the in drift. So that's a chance. Ahmedzai survives. Mis-stumped on 5. Now this one gets through mirrors, and that's going to be 4. So wound open, salt inserted. Again, it's a very difficult stumping, more difficult than it looks, because ones that go between the batter's body and the bat and kind of around the stumps, there's a lot of distractions there. That's why he wasn't able to react to the in movement the same way the batter wasn't really able to react to it. But Amatai makes him pay. And next ball, just a little bit wide. Yusuf, I'll say a little bit on the replay. It's quite a lot. I think he's going for the stumping there again. Now he hoiks it, but it's high in the air, but carrying with the wind, it's probably going. It is Maximo. And 6 all the way over deep mid-wicket. And that one was launched out of here. Tariq, he's got the hoodie. I thought he looked a little bit lost, but then I realised who it was. Dug out and get a single. But yeah, Yusuf a bit more expensive this time around. This time they won't get a run. So, funny power play. It's kind of been fits and starts. Nice ball from Yusuf. All things considered, it's been pretty good. And he kind of dangles it out there. Girani's a bit early through the shot into the power play. And it's 37 without loss after 3. Yeah, well, Yusuf none for 18 in a game when you've got 156 on the board. It's not too bad. And so, let's see who they go with next. I don't think I'll go back to Iqbal. If I had to guess, we might see Imran Asif. Potentially, you've got Adil Tariq maybe to bowl. Wonder if Mirza will get a bowl today. Huh, I was right the first time. Imran Asif is going to bowl. Mirza was basically now, I think he was calling himself a bowler that bats a bit. After he rocked up some, let's just say, dubious off spin earlier in the week. Picked up his first wicket in 3 years. And so, Asif having a great game. I think that's 350s in 4 innings, in his last 4 innings. If you include the innings in the first half of this game. Over number 4. Ahmed Zai tries to horn it first ball. This is a long, long chase in and taken. Well, that's a brilliant catch by Umar Tariq. Well, lucky he had the hoodie for a soft landing. This one, I suppose what he had in favour is it was blowing towards him. You can see that he knew he had to still go. Then he had to pull up a little bit because it was blowing towards him. He takes the catch. And Umar Tariq takes a very, very good one there. And unfortunately for Ahmedzai, his luck runs out. Survived a scare. He could have been stumped a little bit earlier, but he goes for 16. Well caught by Umar Tariq. 37 for 1. And a nice effort from Ahmedzai. Gowda comes out at number 3. Gowda said he stuck around a little bit earlier, but he wasn't quite able to hit his straps. As if just everything he touches turns to gold, doesn't he? Anyway, he's got 1 for none off 1 ball. Figures. There's Mona Gowda. This one, not really off the middle, but does get some bat on it. Just a single. Girani's back, though. I mean, Girani, just the way he started, he looks like a guy that could really get them back in the game. You've got other guys that I call kind of cowboy match winners. I put him in there, put Hamid Safi in there maybe as well. Flat batted pretty hard back at Asif. Gets out the way. Hassan Yusuf does the fielding. The Tigers, you can see why they've had a lot of success domestically here. All Austria champions in 2021, representing their nation as the champion club in the European Cricket League, Champions League of European Cricket in 2022. All right, well, that's pretty much belted. That's gone a long way. Don't worry, Gooders, that one's not too close to you. Maximal. And Gowda, well, this is what he was trying to bring to the table before. And you can see, like I said at the time, he's very capable. But, yeah, this time it comes together. And Asif gets a bit of his own medicine here. And there's a little bit of the strut about Burath there after he cracks that one. A little bit of the Viv Richards bat twirl. He knew that had gone. But can he keep producing it? That's the only way back as the rate approaches the point of no return of 18 and over. Good come back. Asif meets him for bounce outside the off stump. Remember Asif, again, he'll give you everything. A lot of cricket internationally as well for Austria. Last ball of the over coming up. Just wants to bring the deep square leg back and brings the third man up. That's often a sign that you're going to bowl a short ball, something on the hook. We know that Gowda pumped him off the front foot out of the ground, so maybe wants to try him out with a short ball, or is it a bluff? It's pretty much a normal ball. Gowda's happy to take the one and gets us to the end of the fourth over. Grants Cricket Academy are 46 for 1. Hello to all of our viewers who might be watching from Grants or the surrounding area, of course. They brought quite a bit of a supporters group here as well. I know there'd be a few watching from Grants. I hope you're enjoying your weekend supporting your team. The pace was set, wasn't it, in the first innings? You can see actually slowed down, if you like, to 156. But they were pretty much there or thereabouts from the fourth over onwards. And it's just a hard kind of pace to go with. It's so rare that you see a 150 plus chase. Never mind a 160 plus. It's quite crazy. Looks like Adil Tariq coming in to bowl over number 5. Steve Cook saying he loves the ACT shirts. Best there have been for a while. Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, I like the Tiger shirts as well. And we get a good close-up of those red shirts. It's okay from that side, but I think the Tiger on the back makes it for me. Yeah, you'll see him here, Tariq. Number 19, almost getting eaten. All right, goes again, but this time it's pretty much straight up in the air. It gets blown towards the fielder, and he takes the catch. Solid as a rock from Aqib Iqbal. And that's 2 balls that have gone up in the air and blown towards the fielders. So, yeah, Gowda blasts one out of the ground, but he can't repeat the dose. As Adil Tariq has immediate success in the 5th. It's the second wicket down, and it's 46 for 2. Nice catch again. It's about reading the wind. So, yeah, yes, you have to hustle, but also, you know, you need to know how much it's going to blow towards you. And Aqib Iqbal, he did it very, very well. Could never really get set under the ball, but had good technique. Cushions the impact and sends Gowda packing for 8. New batter, Hamid Safi, is out there. So, I mean, you've got 2 genuine hitters. I mean, the strategy's there for Grants. They're going to throw everything at this. But you can see there's no real weak links in this ACT bowling lineup. No one obvious to target. Shahab asking, which team is my favourite? Well, I don't really have a favourite team. I just like to remain neutral. It's a good place to be. It's not because I'm scared to pick a side. I think I just really appreciate trying to get the best out of all the teams in the European Cricket Series. And of course the international teams when we see them as well. There's a 1 for Safi. He's off the mark immediately. But I've got to admit, I've been really surprised at the run rates we've seen. I'm not surprised initially, but it's more to do with the conditions so far. This one's hit down the ground. And it'll just be a single. Wow, big swing from Safi. That's where he's going to bring to the table. It's, yeah, there's going to be more of that coming. I'll give you the big tip. Oh, yeah. I mean, not pretty. That's what the way he's going to go about it. Again, it's good bowling. You're kind of making him fetch it, saying, all right, I know what you're going to try and do. Do that, do it to this. And it's just very difficult. He's not really getting that back foot across, getting in position to open up the leg side. Wow, that would have been an amazing catch for Chowdhury. He's not able to get a glove on it. I don't think anyone was going to catch this, to be honest. So, Girani, he watches on as Safi tries a third time. Oh, so close. And that will be the end of the over as well. So 52 for 2 after 5. Oh, we're talking a little bit about the internationals, weren't we? Know that Austria and Hungary and the Czech Republic will be here for the ECI, which is something you'll see every couple of weeks now at the end of our 2-week adventures. Austria and Hungary played an epic contest back in 2021 at the ECC. We showed that. Oh, we had a bit of a rain interruption yesterday. The Czech Republic, they'll be keen to impress as well. Just looking at the squads, they're just kind of coming in now. We'll be able to reveal that to you pretty shortly, hopefully, showing you some of the players that you'll be able to see in that ECI, which is in exactly a week's time. 50 comes up as well for GCA with that boundary off the last ball of the over. Imran Asif ready to bowl the 6th. And now, again, an attempt to try and smack the ball to the leg side. It hasn't really been happening, has it? Great stuff by Chowdhury. I like the energy he brings to the table. Wow, I'm very surprised that's missed the stumps. Very, very surprised. Oh, not too much in it. Asif's had a great game, hasn't he? This one would have hit the stumps, I think. And straight to the fielder, so they're not going to take it on. So just doing enough at the moment. Shabadin Kanafridi saying that's a very political answer, that I said that I'm very neutral. Well, it's also the truth. So in that way, it's not that political. I do really like meeting people from all teams. And that's why, like, I know certain other people I work with have their favourites, and I don't mind that at all, but you can never accuse me of being biased. I'm always just hoping that every team plays their best. I know it seems like a bit of a wussy answer, but that's kind of the charm of it as well. And I'm really touched the way the players invite me in as well to kind of their inner sanctum. It's one of the all-time great swings from Safi. He swings at this, and yeah, I think he needs to go to the panic room, to be honest. He's annoyed with himself. He's had a few proper whiffs. 5 off 5 at the moment. Is this chase is just kind of falling apart. Yeah, it's a wide. It does swing back, but after the stumps. It's actually a pretty good take from Chowdhury. I know no one will really notice this, but this certainly swings after the stumps. Just have a look at it go. About now. Whoa. Good keeping. Asif, though, to go with his half century. 1 for 11. He's got a very good shot at the player of the match award, I think. Another wide. It's almost a carbon copy. I think Chowdhury's kind of expecting it this time. You can see he's pretty keen to stay well away from Safi. Doesn't want a part of it. he gets too close to him, he's worried he's going to get whacked into the wheat field. Last ball of the over coming up, I think. All teams have been pretty good with the time, haven't they, in this series? Some of the short runners have been forced to have something to do with that. And so he does go to Safi, and predictably, he gets moosed out of the ground. So I think Asif runs out of patience after losing the battle with the wide line a couple of times. And he says, look, what's the worst that can happen? Well, that, because he gets Musa Wallet out of the ground. Maximo to finish the 6 at 61 for 2 after 6. Durrani 22 off 16. Safi 11 off 6. That's what Safi's been trying time and time again. Finally gets one out of the screws. But a lot of runs to get, and I mean a lot. They need 4 a ball from here. This is where, again, I kind of like the bonus point concept, where they'd have to fight for their point here after conceding 156. They need to get to 110 to keep their point in this situation. So that would be 49 off the last 4 overs. So something a bit more realistic. Yeah, it's something we might toy with in a future series. Oh, this is high. I know he's charging. It'll go for 4. So firstly, it's a really good shot. But it's a tough one because he's charging, but to me, it was never really coming down. Yeah, I mean, I actually think it's a personally, I think it's high because it seems to be, it just seemed to be slung as an on-pace delivery, and yeah, it's going to be called. I think it's a good call. Like, I know he's charging, but it was chest high when he hits it. So I didn't see it dipping that much. I think it's a good call. And look, if you're not sure, then you've got to give it a no ball. That's what the playing edition says. I don't think anyone could be sure that that's below the waist. I think that's good officiating there. Free hit though. Durrani trying to cash it in. And he might get 2 in the air here. Bermuda triangle. They need to keep it in. Great fielding by the keeper. He still had 2 gloves on. Yeah, you'll see everything in the European Cricket Series. I mean, how is Chowdhury winning that race when he's wearing pads? I mean, what are the other guys doing? Look at this. It's basically your classic 3-man sprint. Oh, I can see. Yeah, let's just say it might not have been a fair race. In the end, it turns out to be 2. Now, they turn down the next run. What do you think about the action we've seen here in Austria? We're just so lucky to still be on the park, to be honest, given the forecast that we saw a couple of days ago. Well, there's another similar ball. Who wants it? Bowler wants it. Tariq takes it. So Durrani's going to go. Sky's another one. This time it's up and it's pretty much landing in the middle of the Sabang cricket ground. Adil Tariq does the rest, gets a pat for his efforts. And another wicket falls. Durrani this time making 28. Again, kind of did his best to stay at the pace. Credit to him, runs out the way. I might have been kind of just trying to breathe down the neck of the bowler. What I could get away with. That's a good catch by Adil Tariq. Good player, isn't he? So that's the 3rd wicket to fall. Top 3 back in the shed now, 68 for 3. This is Yogesh Balage, who's coming out at number 5. Got Safi at the other end. He's always a live wire. But just running out of balls, aren't they? Oh, that's not too bad. Might be out though. Oh, I think that's 6. I don't know though. That's such a great catch. Let's have a look at it. He likes it. He gets high fives all around. All right, firstly, it's an all-time catch. Bang. Yeah, all right, so far. Keep going. Oh, I reckon that's 6, if I'm very honest. Have a look at this. I mean, he almost rolls his ankle. That's the shot for me. It shows he's sitting on the rope. And I think that's been called 6. It's the best bit of fielding off a 6 I've ever seen, though. Anyway, Balague is off the mark, and now he's going to get 4. Well, I mean, Hassan Yusuf is a great effort. I mean, it was the derriere that ends up on the rope, and I suppose it's a bit of an incentive, I suppose, for all the players out there to stay in shape. Hassan Yusuf looks in pretty good nick, to be fair to him. It's a great effort, though. Last ball of the over. Tariq. He'll be filthy. Could have had a 3 for instead. It cost him 6. Although, can't really criticise the effort at all from Hassan Yusuf. What a highlight. 9. It's 79 for 3 after 7 overs. This is what's coming up, and we will see the Tigers again. They've had a busy day, haven't they? We'll see them taking on the Austrian Daredevils. Austrian Daredevils did start with a win, but they're on a 5-match losing streak, and they want to snap it. Of course, Tigers, you're watching them right now, but the Daredevils, they've got some good hitters in there as well. Tariq Ahmedzai at the top. Rafi Mandazai as well behind the stumps. Shokat Zadran, again, he'll be keen to fight back after a bit of a tough game earlier today. Waliula Mandozai, I really liked his bowling. I think that he was a shining light for the Daredevils earlier today. He'll be parachuting in around about 35 minutes. Still 2 more matches to go after this one in day 6. Umar Tariq comes on to close out the innings. Probably going to bowl 8 and 10. First one gets away from him. Umar Tariq, well, he did something that no one's ever done before on ECN, and that was to take 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings. He did it playing for Austria against Malta earlier in the year. We also saw something that never been done before yesterday, as Karambir Singh struck back-to-back centuries. 2 centuries in consecutive matches for his team. This one's okay, except for the fact that it goes for 4 byes because he's not able to deal with it, Chowdhury. Whoa, okay. Wow, this needs another look. It was already 4, and somehow Michael has tripped over the rope. And, well, watch out. Again, they say never give up the chase. I mean, Michael's really not giving up the chase here to the point that the rope has sniped him. Well, watch out. And let's look at that rope still. Well, I'll tell you what. This is up and in the air, and I think he's got that pretty well as well, but not well enough. And Yusuf gets the right to reply. Balague is going to have to go, and this time he has the real estate to play with. So Umar Tariq with a wicket, and GCA lose a 4th. It's 84 for 4. Well, look, I could show you the catch again, but I know what you all want to see out there. Here's the replay you really want to see. Oh, there's that one. I mean, yeah, I do want to see that. You know what I really want to see is how that happened. You might have to wait for the end of the innings to see it. And, yeah, well, bit of everything. Anyway, it's 84 for 4. And, well, this game's had a bit of everything. I tell you what, Sam Williams, our project manager, he has all kinds of jobs. And I think he's actually trying to get the footprint out of that rope right now. And, yeah, Sam, he looks a lonely figure there, the wheat in the background, doesn't he? Nice work, Sam. 8th overtime, and Cotwell comes out. Gets off the mark immediately. I don't think, I mean, let me just put myself in the fielder's shoes there. Michael Subban, I mean, he must have known the rope was there. It's a reference point for trying to stop the ball. So it can't have been a surprise. It's not like he was distracted and tripped by an obstacle. But certainly think we'll play that a few more times. Well, that's about as high as he can hit a cricket ball. Someone get the timer on this one. Here it comes. And there it goes. I think it's gone for 4. I don't know if anyone has seen this either. I really wanted to do a live hang time, but the problem is nobody saw it. I think that includes whoever's up in the tower. I don't really blame them. Safi sends this one to the heavens, but it gets returned by St. Peter. It was dropped. It ended up being 4. Dropped across the line. You'll see everything here on ECN. Whoa! Wow, that one is going places. Maximo! Stuff is so great to watch. I mean, it's already windy enough. He's creating more wind with these swings. That was right in the wheelhouse. He sends that one out of here at pace. Oh, well. This innings, I know they're not really going to get close to this, but it's had plenty of moments. And Wayne's enjoying it. It's a great effort. What do we think about the boundary rope? Rope gate, you might call it. Oh, I reckon that's a what. I mean, he wants it, doesn't he? Suggestion made. He does step a step. I suppose it's not a wide, and I'll be technical. He steps with his toes one stump outside of stump. So if you move the line, it's not a wide. So I actually think it's a really good call to finish the over. But as some of you would know, I'm a big fan of just leaving the wide line alone and forcing the guy to bowl at the batter. Anyway, it's not the rules that stand, so it's a good call. 95 for 4 after 8. So this is what I was talking about with the bonus point idea. The idea is to, instead of giving 2 points for a win, 1 point for a loss, to give 3 points for a win, 1 point for a loss. But you can steal the other team's point if you can keep them to 70% or less of your score. So yeah, that would be if they could keep them to 109 or less. So in this situation, GCA would need to get 15 off the last 12 balls to keep their point. So it kind of keeps games like this alive. Chowdhury gets a little neck rub for his trouble. Tokia gets the ball here in the 9th. Oh, he's hit that pretty well. That's gone all the way. Maximo Cotwell showing what he can do as he slams this one over long on. Yeah, you could tell that was 6 just by his mannerisms there, Cotwell. Looked a bit bored to actually follow where it finished. He knew that was out of the screws. Cotwell puts that one away well. You can see they've got batting, don't they, GCA? It's just hard to chase down scores that are this big. Can't have a flat spot. He hits this one pretty well as well, and that's going to be 4. So Cotwell into double figures. And this is the thing. You need a batter to have a heater. And look, who knows? If Cotwell had come out 5 overs ago and batted like this all the way through, maybe they could have done it, but you never quite know who's going to fire and who isn't. That was just laced. Takia needs to find the block hole, I think, and quick. Cotwell's been really good at those balls that are kind of step hit balls. Now, down leg side. Well, I mean, that one almost got past the keeper. You know what you want to see? This is the one that did get past the keeper. And look, it's one of the most unusual boundary rope trips I've ever seen, because the ball's clearly 4, and then, oh, I see what's happened. He stepped on the rope with 1 foot, and then he's tripped with the other foot. So he's kind of tripped himself there. In the air, hanging. Yes, will be caught. That's a great catch. Wow, this man can do it all, can't he? Imran Asif runs back with the flight. He's running into the wind as well, but I think the wind was scared as it blew back towards him. And he's the 5th wicket to fall. Cotwell, who does come out, smacks as a 6 and a 4. But then he gave Imran a chance at this. I can't tell you how difficult this is. Running with the flight, takes it, makes it look easy. And the score now 106 for 5. Again, I don't want to show this too many more times, but I will. What makes this interesting is he actually steps on the rope with 1 foot, like here. Ready? Watch this foot come down, the right foot, I think, here. And then, oh, there you go. See? When he's trying to bail out with the left, his right foot's already on there. So anyway, we'll leave that for now. But I do think Michael is going to be a bit more famous at the end of this game than he was at the start. Just got a feeling. And he's saying, yeah, Cotwell should come in a bit earlier. Well, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a case for that. It's just hard. How do you shuffle your deck here? Man, they've got a lot of good guys that can hit. Here is Mansour Safi. He's gone down a couple of slots in the order. I do think if we had the bonus point system, they would probably get there. They need to get to 110 GCA to keep their point. But yeah, hello to everyone who's watching from Graz and the surrounding area. Takira Sif rocking into bowl the last ball of the ninth. And it goes a long way. Safi says, yeah, that's what I'm thinking all the time. Maximal. I mean, he's got 27 off 10th. I mean, he's pulled his weight in the chase, hasn't he? And he's been just really good to anything that's near him. It's very tape ball style, actually, the way he sets up. And it's 113 for 5 after 9. 2 for 24, Adil Tariq. Wickets for Imran Asif as well as Umar Tariq and Takira Sif. Got to say early, though, Hassan Youssef was good, set the table nicely. Didn't take a wicket, but they bowled him 2 overs in the power play. Nice to see him back bowling in the power play. Did that in Spain at the ECL. Did that very well. Just pushed that rate up. And really, I don't think they've ever felt that threatened. Even though there were moments when Durrani was going where you thought, well, maybe they could pull off a miracle like we saw last night. Last over coming up, I think Iqbal, the captain, to finish things off. Slower ball first up. Full toss, but not timed. Got the Safi combination out there. That's Mansour that gets 1. Nice chance for Akeem to bowl again. I don't think he'll be knocked too much by the fact that his first over went for 19. There was just some good batting out there, to be honest. Durrani got hold of him a couple of times. This is wide. Breaks on the second bounce, and it will be called. I think it's always just nice to be able to get back in a kind of no-pressure situation. Get a good over in, feel good going into the next game. And we know the Austrian Cricket Tigers, they'll be playing in the next game as well against the Daredevils. It starts in around about 20 to 25 minutes' time. There's that slow ball again. Well, Safi, he's kind of run the full gamut of emotions here. He's looking at the heavens. In fact, he was looking at the heavens when that ball passed him. Oh, yeah, it's probably a wide. Well, we know that Hamid Safi pretty much plays one shot every time. And he's trying to play it to this ball, but the ball was miles over his head. Anyway. Okay, Iqbal will be forced to pitch up at least a little bit now. Oh, yeah. This is sliced up in the air. Yeah, they'll just get 1. Watch where Aqib Iqbal bowls this from. He bowls this from so far back, from behind the stumps. Look, he bowls it from pretty much where the umpire is. That's interesting. I would say if I could have my way, I'd make a rule that they'd have to bowl with some part of their foot in front of the stumps. You might say, well, why is that? I think technically right now you can even bowl a ball from behind the umpire, and how's he meant to know what's going on behind him? I think it would make sense to amend that one a little bit. This one angles in to Mansour Safi. He'll get a single. Yeah, if I could change that without wanting to go on a big rant, I'd say front foot's got to land between, some part of it should be between the stumps and the front crease, and some part's got to be within the sideline. And then don't worry about the back foot, and that'll be it. Nice and easy. Umpires can look at 1 foot and be done. He does it again. Look at this. He's going to almost take a wicket. It's dropped, actually. I don't even think they've taken a run here, to be honest. So it's a long dot. It's long everything. It's a 25-yard ball that doesn't even bounce again until it reaches long on. And then he drops it, and they don't run. Safi of the Hamid variety. 28 plus this. Last ball coming up. And he gets knocked over. Well, there's the variation. This one was bowled from 1.0 pitch lengths. And Hamid gets rock and rolled. Last ball of the match. Probably doesn't matter too much. The final score here in match number 28. It's Austrian Cricket Tigers 156. Grants Cricket Academy 118. 38 runs the margin. Pretty good finish. I suppose that's what that variation does. So yeah, you can see it keep trying a few things there. And maybe some of the Czech or the Hungarian players might be watching out for that from here on in. But the Austrian Cricket Tigers, after they had a little bit of a wobble earlier in the tournament, they're on a bit of a winning streak. They're 2 for 2 so far today. Let's have a look at the highlights. And it was always going to be tough, wasn't it? Habib Ahmedzai and Durrani opening the batting, both able to get a couple away. And that was a scary one, to be honest, for Gunnars, who's up there in the tower. A shortage of aggression here, though, really, from Habib Ahmedzai, who scored 16 off 9. Durrani as well. Nice to see him get a bit of an extended run, 28 off 20. But I got to say, some of the catching was really good. Ahmedzai went that high ball blowing towards the outfielder, Umar Tariq. And then this is another similar chance, wasn't it? Akib Iqbal was able to get Gowda after Gowda smashed a big 6. That would have been catch of the century for Ahmed Chowdhury behind the stumps. Wasn't quite able to get there. Some wasn't judged a no ball. I think it was a good call. You can just see it wasn't really coming down. He hit it pretty high. And Adil Tariq was able to take a caught and bowl there. That was the end of Durrani for 28. He hit 2 4s, 2 maximos, but probably couldn't hit him as often as he wanted. This would have been amazing, but he just kind of sat in the rope before he was able to make the release there. Hassan Yusuf, to the naked eye, it looked like he'd done enough to pull it off. Late in the piece, Imran Asif, he's a triple threat, isn't he? He just loped into the wind and let the ball blow back towards him. Perfectly judged catch. Akib Iqbal, last over. He got a bit experimental, but there's nothing funny about the last ball as far as Hamid Safi is concerned. He got castled, and Grants Cricket Academy finish 38 runs short in this one. Looking at the scorecard, Durrani and Hamid Safi equal top scorers, 28 each. And apart from that, look, a few people getting mini starts. Habib Ahmedzai was 16, 11s for Balaga and Kotwal. But really, by the time Balaga and Kotwal came out there, it was pretty much beyond reasonable what was required. 13 extras in there, maybe a few too many. 4 of them were buyers, but the buyers did create maybe a viral moment. I do think Michael is going to be a bit more famous at the end of this game, like I said, than he was before, as he was attacked by the boundary rope. Wickets for Adil Tariq, who took 2 for 24, also 1 each for Akib Iqbal, Imran Asif, as well as Umar Tariq and Tuki Asif. Hassan Yusuf, though, I really liked him opening the bowling again, none for 18. And he just provided something a little bit different in the power play. We will take a break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes, take you into the next match. And it should be a good one, because we'll have the Austrian Cricket Tigers taking on the Austrian Daredevils in the next match. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. See you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Vienna. Great to have your company here. Day 6 action from Austria. Haven't we had a lot of exciting cricket so far? Austria ball alive and well. And I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what the last 2 matches of the day will bring. Let's have a look at the lineups for match 29. Austrian Cricket Tigers, they snapped their kind of losing record. They're on a record of 3 wins in a row now. So they've been cruising, haven't they? It's actually 4-2 now, because it does include that last performance. Austrian Daredevils are their opponents, and they've had a bit of a rough one. They've gone the other way, won their first game of the series, lost their last 5. And so we'll see if we can have a bit of an upset here. Cricket Tigers, Austrian Cricket Tigers will be batting first. So the Daredevils winning toss, electing to bowl. We know that's risky. We just saw the Tigers put up a big score, and they have some big openers. Imran Asif and Mirza Hassan likely to open. You got Akib Iqbal at 3. All 3 of them are doing the business, weren't they, in that previous game? I want to welcome all of our viewers watching on FanCode in India and all of our viewers watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. And settle in. I'm going to have a very special guest very shortly as well, who was a part of history last night. In fact, we had a crazy day yesterday in day 5. And it was so crazy that Rico had to take the weekend off because we saw back-to-back hundreds. We saw the biggest ever chase that has been pulled off successfully. What a heist that was by Pack Riders. And one of their key players is about to join me in the commentary box as well. So stay tuned for that. And see the openers heading out there. And no surprises, Imran Asif and Mirza Hassan will be opening up. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to having this guy in as well. Someone I've actually always admired from afar. But we'll get the chance to have a bit of a chat with him. You can see there, Daredevils. Just I wonder if this is an issue with the squad. That's what I'm thinking about. Obviously, you can name your team, and you got to make sure that you use the people that are on the list. Anyway, almost ready to go. I think they just need to sort this out first. Well, it gives me the great pleasure then to welcome key member of that record chase. He scored a very good 50 yesterday as well, Zishan Arif. Of course, Austrian national player as well. Zishan, welcome to the commentary box.
Hello, thank you very much.
It's good to have you with us. As we start to get ready for this game, let's talk about you guys, Pack Riders. I mean, you guys are having an interesting time. I mean, you split your matches on day 1. But how did it feel last night? Firstly, that's last things first, to chase 164, the highest target ever achieved. That was an amazing victory, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Like we were like very confident, so we just went out and we had a meeting. They told just go out. We like need like 15 per over, so go out and smash the ball.
Well, I mean that's the way you guys play, though. So I think you're very, very good at what you do. You like to attack. You like to take the game to the opposition. And I thought if anyone was going to do it, it was probably you guys. Anyway, we're going to get going here. Shahid Abed, who will open up the first ball down the leg side for a wide. Now, I will say as well that there's one moment I want to look at shortly, because you have played for Austria as well, and we saw you playing in the ECC last year.
Yeah.
Firstly, what was that experience like to go to the Cardimer Oval with the national team?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Like it's lovely ground there, and I like it there because the weather is always good there, not like here in Austria now.
Yeah, that's true. Although we have been a little bit lucky last couple of days to be able to stay on the park. I will say also that if anyone would like to ask some questions for the Pack Riders and Austrian player Zishan Arif, then please let us know. And you certainly look to be batting really well. You were opening the first time we saw you yesterday. I thought you did a good job opening. You didn't see you opening the second game. Where do you like to bat, firstly?
I like to bat like I want to open like I'm playing since in PCC since 2012.
Yeah, Pakistan Cricket Club, of
Yep,
course, where we've
Pakistan
seen you
Cricket
playing
Club.
before.
Yeah.
Also seen you playing for Vienna Cricket Club. Well, Mirza goes after the very first ball. He He edges it down into his body, and I think the ball might need to be checked after that because he's certainly hit him in the rib cage. Anyway, how do you enjoy T10 cricket in general? I mean, is it something you enjoy playing?
Yeah, I enjoy playing. Like I think T10 is my game because I love to attack, so I love it.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you love it as well. You certainly got all the shot. Okay, that video. Can you play it after one, but with no sound? If you can. This one's a bit too wide.
Ball.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because a lot of batters will say, look, I like being attacking, but I don't like having to attack straight away. Is that something that bothers you, or you quite enjoy it?
I like it. Like straight away is no problem for me. I can do it. I got like different mindset in T20s, 50 overs, and T10.
Try and get to it quickly.
And yeah.
Yeah, well, we enjoy watching you. This is another ball. It's kind of short of a length. And interesting strategy here to Mirza. They're not giving him anything to drive and get forward. Obviously, you know both these guys pretty well from national team play. What do you think about, for example, the Tigers, a team that you've played a lot of cricket with?
Yeah, there are lots of friends with me. Like I sit every day with them, so I know them really well. Akib, Umar, Adil, they are like really good team, very balanced team.
That's an amazing piece of wicket keeping, I've got to say, by Rafael Mendoza. This is always leaving him with the wind. And, wow, have a look at that. That was excellent work, wasn't it?
Yeah, nice keeping.
But, yeah, Tigers know they've got that depth, don't they? How we said that, you guys got a pretty good team as well. As this one pitches outside next stump, that won't be out.
Outside. Yeah, we got like a really nice team as well. So our team is balanced as well. I think for me, we have the like second best team after Donaustadt. And I think we will clash with them again, and it will be a tough match.
Yeah, no doubt. As Abed's bowling a pretty good first over, so we're not quite seeing the fireworks come off at the moment for ACT. It's an attempt here from Mirza, but I'll just get a single. Okay, so look, I've got to be honest with you. I'm happy to have you on, but I do often have an ulterior motive, and after this ball, I'm going to take you back to a moment. I think it was in the 2022 European Cricket Championship. Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
And it was against the Ireland 11. It was in
coming.
Group A. And you know what I'm about to show. And we're going to bring you the highlights. I mean, in the spirit of Michael Subban tripping over the boundary rope there, this was a moment that I thought was a bit of an interesting one. First, here's the last ball of the over from Imran. He's facing up. Won't get it just yet because that'll be a wide. It'll have to be re-bowled.
Wide ball.
But, yeah, I mean, pretty good holding job from the Daredevils so far. I mean, they don't seem like a bad team. I just think that they've been able to put themselves in winning positions, haven't been able to land the killer punch, to be honest.
Quite good over till yeah.
Can he hold on? I think he will. Okay, let's catch it straight away. So it'll just be a single, and it's the end of the over. The score is 7 without loss. Okay, here we go. This is from the ECC 22. You got bowled, and then you pinned yourself in the leg, but then you injured yourself. And I know this is, yeah, obviously against the Ireland 11. Okay, I'm not going to criticise the shot under lights. You know, it's a pretty good ball. And Ireland did have a good spin attack, but then bang, you've nailed yourself. And then, of course, you had to go up the stairs as well. So then you're kind of having to use your bat as a crutch. Did you get a little bit of a ribbing from your family and friends about that?
Yeah, everyone saw it. The thing is why I did this, because I like to smack from ball first. Yeah. First ball. And...
Oh, there's Mandazai. This has gone miles. That's gone all the way. Maximo Asif is just having runs for fun at the moment. Tyrone Peters forced to do the fielding. You know that's trouble for a fielding side. This is a guy, Wily Mendoza. I think he bowled really well earlier today. It wasn't easy against the opposition, Donnerstadt. But yeah, Tyrone, now he gets back in the tent. Nice and warm. Come back to that in a second. Yeah, so I know you like to hit from ball one, but you meant to hit the ball, not yourself.
Yeah, that's the problem there was, like, I like to smack it from ball one, but I wanted to do little bit different there. I wanted to play like technical, so that's why I went like straight away out. So I thought then it was like not good for me, and so that's why I was angry on me myself, and that's why I hit it out. I wanted to hit actually the pads.
Like the knee roll?
Yeah,
Didn't
no,
you-
the pads.
Okay, this is up in the air, and Mirza just kind of escorts this one out of here. Maximal, I think the umpire doesn't even bother turning around to see where this lands. He just went on the sound and gave it 6. Camera 1, including the signal. Let's have a look at this again. Mirza just goes whack, and this is really good umpiring. He's umpiring just on instinct. He just, he has a little glance, and before it even lands, not even close, he's like 6, let's get on with it. Mirza's a powerful striker of the ball, isn't he?
Yeah, when he middles the ball, you should be like sure it's out of the ground.
Yeah, well,
Like
Mendoza's
the power he has.
he's got his hands full to the burly right-hander.
And
Late on this, should be gone.
it's
Caught.
gone.
Yeah, well, there you go. Mendoza gets the last laugh. He gets hit into the potato field, but then straight away, the chance is created, the chance is taken. And the opening partnership is broken before too much damage. Nicely taken as well by Tarek Ahmedzai. The score is 20 for 1. And, well, Mirza, it was good while it lasted, but now he's gone.
Yeah. Now we got Aki Big Ball.
Yeah, so, okay, so you said you were trying to hit yourself in the pad. Well, where did you hit yourself?
I wanted to hit actually like on the pad,
Yeah.
in the middle of the pad, but I don't know. I was so angry on me, like
Was
I
it-
hit the
Did you hit low down on your pad? I mean,
yeah, I hit the like the bottom of the
Yeah.
pad on my foot, and so on the like where the bone is, and then it was over.
Yeah, it was over. And I find it a bit cruel at Cardamore Oval. You got the stairs to go up because, for example, when injured players have to come off, it seems a bit cruel. Anyway, in the air and dropped. Well, he gets 2 hands to that Aki Bikbal, and now he's going to get a run. Probably just the 1, I think. Or maybe he'll get 2 actually. Goes all the way, and yeah, it'll be 2. But he definitely gets 2 hands to this. It's not easy for Shahid Abed low down, but it will be 2. And Mendoza could have had 2 big fish there. Aki Bikbal, he's a good player. His batting seems to have come along a long way in the last couple of years.
Yeah, he got like better in the coming years. He was actually batting before, like really good. He was a really good all-rounder. Then when he came more in the national teams, he got more like focus on his bowling, and now he with his hard work, he's doing in the batting good as well now.
Yeah, he's right up the order. Australian Cricket Tigers 4-2. They can go into outright second with a win here. Having said that, Cricket CC do have a couple of games in hand. Daredevils is starting to get to now or never territory, isn't it, for them? They've already lost 5 games, and they'll be hoping that they can put something together. Maybe get to mid-table. Yep, no problem. Snassi, the only team without a win so far. Apart from, I suppose, without a point. Vienna down, you have no wins, but they do have a point from a washout. This one I think comes off the bat, so it won't be a run. Okay, you're going to do a favour for me?
Yep.
Obviously, I'm amazed with your language skills. I mean, so how many languages do you speak, for example?
I speak German, Urdu, Punjabi, a bit of Turkish.
Really?
Yeah. And then I do like, English.
So, I mean, that's 5.
Yeah, 5 of
I
them.
speak 1.05 languages.
How many?
I speak English, and I'm working on my Spanish, but I wouldn't say I'm anywhere near fluent yet, not even close. But one thing I love to do, obviously we're in Austria, they speak German. Do you think you can do the rest of the over for me in German? I'm not going to say a word, I'm just going to enjoy it, okay? Now's your time to shine, because it's not often you get genuine German cricket commentary. I'm going to take a breather over to Zishan Arif, and you can be as emotional as you like.
All right. In which like accent? Wien?
Wien's good.
All right. I'll do Wien. Und Aki spielt gerade. Und der Bowler von Daredevils, Imran Asif, ist on strike und hatte bisher letzten paar Matches sehr gut gespielt. Und er ist on strike jetzt. Und jetzt schauen wir mal, was er macht. Und der Bowler läuft. Und es ist raufgegangen. Jetzt schauen wir mal, ob sie fangen. Und, oh! Beide schauen sich gegenseitig an. Was ist denn hier passiert? Ich glaube, ihr wollt den Typen nicht droppen, der gerade jetzt top of the scoring Dingsbums ist. Oh, ist in der Mitte gelandet. Die schauen sich gegenseitig einfach an. Aki, Ball bekommt jetzt Strike und der Bowler kommt. Und Aki. Und schlägst um 4. Aki Big Ball. Sehr gut. Auf seine Füße gebowlt und er gibt einfach einen Flick und geht zum 4. Der Kapitän erklärt dem Bowler, was er jetzt zunächst bowlen soll. Denn Akib ist ein sehr guter Spieler. Ihr wollt nicht, dass er Runs macht, sonst haben sie viel zu chasen. Und ein Joker von dem Bowler. Sehr gut gebowlt. Und das sollte gleich over sein.
Oh, sehr gut gemacht. I think that was amazing work. Round of
Dankeschön.
applause from the grandstand, Zishan Arif. And I tell you what, you had a bit to work with there as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
As we get to the end of the power play, it's 29 for 1. I got a few words out of that. The fear, I only know that because I had a platter for 4 at the Greek restaurant the other night. But yeah, nicely done, Zishan. Yeah, I'm amazed with the language skills of some of our players here, continental Europe. But I mean, that was a real chance to get rid of Asif, wasn't it? The keeper kind of called for it, but then realised that it was just drifting away from him, I think, with the wind. The wind pushed the ball away from the keeper. So even though I think that Ruffy thought he'd get there, it just blew away from him. And the bowler was kind of hamstrung. Said, well, I can probably reach it, but I don't want to go for it if you've called it. Anyway.
Yeah. I don't think there's someone called. Like yesterday where Park Riders were Umar Tariq dropped, he catched with one hand.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, wait here because it's going to be start of a new over. It's going to start with a Maximo. Asif continues on. And this is Polis that comes into the attack. He turns that into a full toss, doesn't he, by charging down the wicket?
Yeah.
So Nick's saying, hey Zishan, as his mummy used to say, what did you learn from hitting yourself in the leg? Probably not to do it again, I'm guessing. I mean, Devon Conway around that time, remember he missed the World Cup final when he punched his bat after getting out and he broke a finger. So, I mean, they do it even at the top level.
Yeah, I had some few words with my mom. She said, what are you doing there?
At least you had your bat to help you get back to the change room.
Yeah, unfortunately my bat broke yesterday.
Oh, could be gone if he holds it.
Oh.
And he is gone. Great catch. Camera 4. It's a little nick, and that's excellent reactions. I mean, Ruffy had an interesting one last over, but this one, he just knew he had to try and beat the ball to the ground. Have a look at this on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. It's a little nick on the dab, bang, and then he keeps it, and then I like the way he just tries to get under the ball, saying, well, look, you're not going to reach the ground because now I am the ground. Brilliant bit of keeping.
Wow. Just nicked there. You got now just the run machine from ACT out. So you want that wicket there, Devils. They need to carry on now, yeah. And just bowl the good length now. Shabazz. Ahsan Yusuf.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good bit of wicket keeping. I can't tell you that
Really
how
good.
much skill that takes, because to keep your cool, I mean, your instinct when you panic is to kind of stand up a bit, but that's one time you actually need to get lower because the ball is only heading one way and that's down. So if you can get to the ground before the ball, you've got a shot, and all kind of technique goes out the window there with the hands, but the technique is actually just staying low, having your knees bent and keeping them bent. So yeah, almost,
Great keeping.
just dropping straight away. And look, credit to Asif, he walks for 17, 35 for 2. Ahsan Yusuf comes to the crease, he can use a few runs. That's for sure.
First ball.
Yeah, happy to take one. You've done a little bit of keeping, haven't you, Zishan?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yes. I do sometimes in England. I play there. Only if they need it.
Well, the question has come in from Sam Williams, our project manager. He's popped into the chat. He's been lurking. And it's a weather-related question. Wait for this ball from Polis up first. Taki Big Bowl. He had a life early in his innings. See, I think this is a dead ball for me because I don't think he really tries to get out the way. That's an interesting one. Camera 1. The question is he trying to avoid the ball or not? Nice and slow. See there, for me, he's not really moving out the way.
He just left it.
Yeah, and so the umpire there, even if he goes for 2, he shouldn't be out because You're meant to blow it dead after the first run. So yeah, it'll be a dot
it is
ball.
dead.
Be a dot ball essentially.
Dot ball.
Yeah. So question from Sam: Is the weather better here than in Derby? Is that where you've been in England? Is it?
Yeah. I'm from Derby. Yeah, I do live there in Derby.
Maybe you could tell us a little bit about your cricketing experience, where you grew up playing your cricket and where you've played. Maybe after this ball, Apollo Sami gets another crack at Iqbal. Still has the strike. Well, he doesn't care at all because now he's back at the business end and he's ready to do some business.
6.
Maximo. That's Gundy ball, really. It was short, was down the leg side. Smack for 6. Good shot.
Yeah. Chaka from Maki Big Ball.
Chakalagya. Any Punjabi I know from Rico. and my dad does speak fluently, but I must admit I've learnt more from Rico than I ever learnt from my father because my mum's from the UK and they never really spoke it in the house. Last
From
ball of the
UK.
over coming up. Yeah, my mum's from Scotland.
All right.
Yabba dabba do here. They're looking for 2. They might get it if they go straight away. That's excellent running from Iqbal. He's got hustle. End of the 4th over, 44 for 2. Yeah, so tell us, how did you get into cricket in the first place? And give us the Zishan Arif story, where cricket's taken you.
So when I came first, like in Austria, I just started before with football, and I wanted to play football. When I moved from,
So how old were you when you came to Austria, for example?
I think I was 7.
Okay.
Yeah. Then when I moved to another district, I was in 2012, I started actually with hardball then, and before every Saturday and Sunday we went to masjid,
Yeah.
so to the mosque, and we all, like me, my brother, older brother Aslan, Noman, younger brother
Yeah.
Akib, Umar, and with Umar, Adil, and we were playing together table.
So that's so interesting. So actually at the mosque is when you got into cricket with all the other youngsters.
Yes.
It's Tariq Ahmedzai, by the way, coming on to bowl. What a great sense of community that must have been. That must have been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we just after the mosque we.
So you
went-
play tape ball, like how big was the space you'd play in? Was it
We
big
were
or
playing
not
in
really?
Wienerberg. It was like all right. We were playing in a football ground,
Sure.
so we were playing there. Once we went wanted to change the place. We went like Handelskai. There is a cricket ground where the Donaustadt people playing there.
Yeah.
And we went there. Then we saw from PCC manager, named Khwaja, and he saw us everyone. And then we started a PCC junior team. Everyone played there.
Yeah. Pakistan Cricket Club, right?
Yeah, Pakistan Cricket Club. So everyone played there, and then from there on, everyone went then some changed it.
Oh,
What a
sorry to
6.
interrupt, but that is another kind of leggy from Ahmedzai. Tries it out again. Iqbal's ready for this one. That's in the woods. Now, you had your own problems in the wheat yesterday. Tell us what it was like with these kind of chases just before we go back to what you're saying. It wasn't very comfortable yesterday, was it?
No, it wasn't. I saw before Obaid from Danube,
Yeah.
and he was shaking his leg
You
when
had
he went in.
You had a different technique where you were trying to almost milk your trousers like a cow.
Yeah.
To try and get the water out of the knees.
I was doing to bring them all up and then milk them, but I was running like a horse there, not to get very wet. So, but
Yeah, he had the gallop going. That's trouble as well. That's too short, but it might work out for him. It's dropped. Oh, will you believe this? That's Zaharullah Jabarkel has put down Iqbal, who's had 2 lives now on 0 and 21. Again, not the best ball, a bit short, but it's mishit. And really, they don't come much easier. It's the old crocodile style, and the fingers get bitten. That one could really hurt in more ways than one. End of the over, score 52 for 2. Just having a quick look at some of the top performers. Imran Asif, I mean, that doesn't even include the last game where he put up another 50. He's been in great form. Same with Iqbal. Mirza's gone already, but and Asif's gone in this innings as well. But you can see Austrian Cricket Tigers have lots of ways you can hurt you. Omari, I think, has been really impressive with the bat for Austrian Daredevils. Tariq Ahmedzai, we just saw bowl that last over. He's also scored over 100 runs. But Oriakil leading the wicket takers in this fixture with 9 and over. Although his economy rate of 11.9, probably something you'd want to bring down a bit. Anyway, Jabarkel after dropping a catch. They say, right now it's your problem. Now, it could be another one in the air, hanging and going nowhere.
in the middle.
So, Dad, tell us, I'm going to just go back a little bit. So when you're playing tape ball, like how many fielders would there be? Was it fairly casual kind of cricket you were playing?
It was like it depends on us how many we got. Like we got 2 teams, and then mostly there is everyone is fielding.
Yeah.
Even from the batting team is
Sure.
fielding.
Yeah, gotcha.
And then you're doing batting.
Well, that's hit
And
pretty
what a
well.
6.
And look who's back. That one's going to disturb the officials with Tyrone. He's a bit of a ball magnet at the moment, isn't he? As Hassan Yusuf goes back and goes Shabazz. Bang. Up and over. 6 runs. Good batting. Now, Andy O'Connor, that is to his preferred side as well, to his left. Just being the bodyguard. Camera 1, shall we drop some stuff? Hakeem. He's a little bit off-putting if I was batting, if I noticed a non-striker drop both gloves and then have to pick them up late in the piece. There you go. Yeah, he even times that well, doesn't he? Yeah, okay, so then you started your club cricket journey in a more organised way with PCC, with Pakistan Cricket Club here in Austria.
Yeah.
Of course, we have seen you playing for PCC in the ECS formerly. Also, we've seen you playing for Vienna CC and now Pack Riders. Here's the next ball from Jamakel. And this is
What a
correct.
6.
That one ain't coming back. Maximal. Well, a bit like my golf, that one's hit out of bounds. And Aki Iqbal, he's had a couple of lives. And just have a look at that. Slow-mo that ball. And, well, this is one of the hazards. I mean, we know that to the right of screen, it can be a bit of a problem. But just have a look at this. I mean, when this ball is picked up from the fielder, it is filthy. We've got about 3 seconds here. Anyway, they've dusted it off. We're ready to go again. And this one can be helped on the way as well. Maximal, 6 more to Iqbal. And we have an expression in Australia which is don't look a gift horse in the mouth. It means, look, if someone gives you a chance, you better take it. Because right now, Akeem is going to the well time after time.
You won't drop this guy.
Yeah. Okay, so, and obviously through your performances in the club scene here, you've been selected for the Austrian national team. So how much international cricket have you played?
I started like in 2016 playing for the national team. Yeah. I think from the younger generation, me, Akib, and Rasmal.
Oh, well, look at that. It's gone again. So this over's gone magical, and 6 to add insult to injury. Jamakel not having a great 5 minutes. Drops the catch that goes for 26 in the over. 6 overs down, 78 for 2. So that must be a big honour for you. Obviously, living in Austria since you're about 7, right?
Yep.
To play international cricket. And, of course, with all T20 internationals now being recognised as full internationals by the ICC.
Yep. Yeah, for international I played there. So I started like even in under 17 as well. And it was, I think, in 2015 or 14. I don't remember now.
Yeah, great. So you've kind of played in that era where it's gone from, I suppose still fairly serious, but now there's clear criteria to represent your country. It's ICC recognised. Tariq Ahmadzai comes back for another over. It's a pretty good ball. That's a pretty good shot as well from Hassan Yusuf. Deposits it. Maximal. Oh, there's Michael. Now you know who you are there. Well, he had an interesting moment earlier. This is good fielding, though. It's a brilliant shot. I mean, actually, one thing I've been really impressed from you is your leg spin. So I haven't seen you bowl as much as I have in this series. I've been really impressed. Is that something that you're always bowling, the leg spin?
I always since I was a fast bowler before, but I was bowl leg spin since 5-6 years, I think. When I started for national team, I started like leg spin.
Yeah.
I got like up and downs. So when I don't train my leg spin, so.
Oh, hold on. We've got some bird life there. I know the crew are very good. We have 2 of them there.
Yeah.
Now, we were asking all the ornithologists out there to tell us what kind of birds they were. But anyway, good spot, guys. Oh, this could have easily got onto the stumps. Camera 4, maybe? Or 2. Let's have a look. This one.
Ooh.
Yeah, it actually hits the keeper on the full. I don't think you'd really call it a drop, though.
Just missed the wicket.
Oh. Pity it didn't hit his foot, maybe bounce up there. This one will be a wide.
Wide ball.
Okay, yeah, so Sam was asking about Derby. And so did you bowl spin there as well? Or is it something you just kind of developed here in Austria?
Yeah, I'm bowling the spin as well, like this year.
Could be a chance here, hanging in the air, and carries a drop. Well, he just kind of hits it at too much pace, doesn't he, Omari, who's actually caught really well in this series. But that's the thing, the wind's pushing it towards him. So as he runs in, the ball's kind of gaining speed, if anything, and he just didn't seem to be in the right position early enough this time.
Yeah, you need to work in with the bowler and then be faster and then catch the ball.
I know that you pride yourself on your fielding. Good keeping this time down the leg side from Rafi. He's had a good 10 overs for the most part.
I actually dropped 3 catches.
There were some tough ones in there, though, Zishan. I loved
Yeah.
you one down here at third man. That would have been an all-time hanger if that had stuck. That's the thing. There's so many opportunities that happen, I suppose, in this game. It must be crazy to play this format, to play a week or two of it, because you'll have your best moments, your worst moments all packaged together, won't you?
Yeah.
That's a good stop down there by
Well,
Wally. And it'll just be a single.
Actually, in the derby, I play like red ball cricket,
Yeah.
and it's a lighter ball as well. When I came for the first match, I was third man
Yeah.
because they need someone who's faster.
Yeah.
And the ball came to me flying, and I thought it would be easy. Then it came on my.
Oh, there you go.
Well
It's
done.
going to be gone now. Ahmedzai gets one straight through us and Yusuf. The 50 partnership came up, but it won't last too much longer as he swings all around this one. The third wicket falls, 88 for 3. Probably gets a bit carried away, but the keeper went back for the spinner, which is a pretty weird one. So he thinks, all right, okay, I'll charge then because I can't be stumped. But he pretty much yorks himself there, and he's going to go, again, not a bad innings at all, 16 off 9, 2 Maximos in there, 88 for 3. So in Derby, you're playing some red ball cricket, so slightly different ball, you said. So here the ball's maybe a bit heavier, you said?
Yeah, it's a bit heavier. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because I don't play often like white ball there. Because even if I play white ball there, I play during the week.
Yeah.
The leagues is still lighter. The white ball is still lighter than here.
Yeah, for sure. So I just got to say, I'm really impressed with your leg spin. I hope you keep working on it because I think, especially in this form of the game, it's so awkward. You know, as a batter, when you have a bowler that's a bit, I don't know, different, I suppose, than just your straight up medium pace or even your finger spin. I think that leg spinners and wrist spinners are a different kettle of fish, especially because I know you've got the ball that can kind of like shoot straight on. You've got a bit of a wrong in as well. So, yeah, I think keep working on your bowling. I like it. Umar Tariq comes out, last ball of 7th over. It's pretty much a top spinner. And it'll be the end of 7. The score is 88 for 3. Just a reminder about what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. We have lots of locations we're going to visit. We love being here in Austria. It's my 3rd time here. I know we had some cricket here in 2020 as well on ECN. Also, we've got 2 weeks in Bulgaria coming up, then 2 weeks in Sweden. I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Let's say that you're playing for Austria in the ECIs. I know I don't think you're playing this weekend, but next weekend. But if you could travel to any other country to play some cricket in Europe, where would you like to go? That's my question for you.
Where I already was, or
Where you'd like to go, maybe somewhere you haven't played yet.
haven't played. That's the thing. I don't know how to say the ground there is, but I
I'll
played
tell you.
like. I think I played in Netherlands.
Yeah?
They got like beautiful grounds there. I wanna play again there.
That's true. Well, who knows? Austria, Netherlands have a bit of history. I know that Austria beat the Netherlands at the ECC back in 2021. Anyway, what a
Ooh,
shot
what
this
a
is. This is a
shot.
jump cut, and that's flying. It's gone miles off the bat. Maximo. Iqbal, touch of class about this, as I think this would have been a wide. And Shaukat Zadran's come on. He hasn't had a great day with the ball, and it's not getting any better. 2 feet off the ground when he hits that, and absolutely smashes it over backward point for 6. Yeah, Netherlands is a good choice. Really nice choice. We'll go straight. Does he have the legs? He does. Classical stuff. Maximal. And Akib Iqbal brings up his 50 off just 19 balls. 7 big sixes in there and 1 4. He was dropped first ball. He was dropped on 21 as well. But before you know it, he's made you pay. And he's not finished yet with almost 3 full overs still to go. Great batting by Akib Iqbal. And now he'll get more. He'll get plenty more. This has gone all the way as well. Maximo up to 60. And we called it, didn't we? If they're going to drop a keep a couple of times, he's going to make you pay. And he's rocketed to 60.
Shabakib, Kora sada lagi.
Yeah. Unbelievable stuff, really, from the all-rounder. And he's a genuine all-rounder. It's hard to work out if he's a batter that bowls or a bowler that bats now. He does them both so well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's actually really good in it.
Excellent fielder as well. On the charge this time, drags it into the gap. Fielder won't get there. 4 runs. Cuatro carreras más, or vier, as you'd say here. And he drags that from just outside the off stump. Right now, all the momentum with the Tigers.
You know, actually, when I play against them, they always bet on me. If you hit 2 sixes, you'll get a pizza. I have a bet for Akim now. If he hits 100 now, I'll give him a Red Bull.
Oh, well, be careful. You say a Red Bull. Well, you might want to head down to the corner store because there's 6 more. Maximo, a key moves to 70. All right, so yeah, if you hit 2 sixes, you get a pizza. That explains, I mean, of all the people yesterday when the 4th match got rained out, you were the most desperate to get back on. And now I know it's just probably because you were hungry.
Actually, there's a bet behind this as well.
And you know,
there's a bet between Mirza and Imran.
Is
if
that
I score
right?
350s.
350s. And what do you get?
One already. Then.
Tell me in a minute. Here we go. Oh, down leg
Wide
side.
ball.
It's a wide.
So actually, Imran said, I will score 350s, and Mirza said he knows I will do 350s.
All
He
right.
said he won't, so they bet on a pizza.
Ah, right. So what are you up to? 1?
I got already one,
You
yeah.
got 1 already, right?
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? This is Akib Iqbal's highest score ever on ECN now.
Ooh.
He survives that scare. Into the 8th over. The score is 117 for 3. His previous highest score was 57, and that was actually during this series against Vienna Cricket Club. That's yeah, he's a guy that we have seen playing not only here, but also we've seen him playing for Austria in the ECIs in Malta a little bit earlier this year. So actually, the Austrian T10 team we'll see shortly in a week's time. We've seen them play already in ECI cricket this year. Have a look at that. I mean, pretty powerful straight. I think they've strayed onto his legs a few too many times. And obviously he's been pretty good in that fine leg region as well. So, could he get 100?
2 overs, 30 runs, I think, yeah.
You think it's possible? He
If
needs to get the
he's-
strike back first though, doesn't he?
Maybe he will get 90.
Well then, Umar Tariq has to get out the way, doesn't he, if he's going to do it. Polisab is something a bit different though. That's your slow medium. Oh, well, he's not going to get the
6.
strike back that quickly because that one's in the wheat. Maximo! And Umar Tariq's a funny one as well. I mean, can you believe that Umar took 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings in a match earlier? But right now he's letting his bat do the talking. A little bit too short and gets sent over the square leg boundary for 6.
2 hat-tricks in Malta series,
He
yeah.
took 1 hat-trick, not just in the series, in the same match.
Yeah, actually, I
same
was there
innings.
as well.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah, too crazy. He bowled really good in this series.
Yeah. Anyway, Polisab needs to pitch it up a bit. I mean, Iqbal kind of grounded on 70 at the moment, but let's see if he can get back on strike. Tariq probably doesn't care. He gets another one that might have gone. Instead, he'll get 1. So the Akib show will be back in business.
No. Akib is on strike. Akib, you need 30 runs now.
30 off 10.
30
I mean,
off
we
10.
saw it yesterday. I mean, it's been a year of firsts. Obviously, the first ever 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings for the same bowler, although we did have 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings last year, but different bowlers in the ECC for Germany. First ever time we've seen a batter get 2 consecutive hundreds. Karambir Singh yesterday was an absolute beast. And then you took the win away from him as well, which is a bit rude. Got to run
yeah.
hard here. He wants to, I think, but I don't think he'll get it, despite the slight fumble. Yeah, so I mean, scoring 100 in a losing cause, normally it's something that might happen in a test match or something like that, or even a one-day international, but not in a T10 match. To score 100 and lose.
Rahula just took it away, like he
Batted
played
so
really
well.
good.
Well, there we go. Tariq wants more, and he's going to get more. Maximo, as this score climbs out of control. 131 now. There's still 8 balls left.
Shaba Umar Tariq.
You can't bowl that back of a length here unless you're really kind of rushing the batter, right?
Yeah.
Because those boundaries to the right of screen, because the wind's going that way as well, it's just a fairly easy pickup, isn't it?
Yeah, he's good on the body. Everyone here in Austria, they are good on the body.
Yeah.
They just flick it away or pull it away, and it's a 6.
And the thing is, especially these guys, they can go offside as well, so they're not easy to bowl to. Yeah, Polisab kind of has the right idea, but he overcorrects this time. So, okay, we've got about an over and a bit left. What are your ambitions then for cricket? Because you're only a young man. How old are you now?
I'm 25 now.
That's young, as far as I'm concerned. Polisab comes in again. And he does go the other way this time. And he goes very well. Dropped in the crowd. Maximo Tariq turning it on in the ninth. Well, he might be costing Iqbal the champs at 100, but I don't think Akeem minds because the score just keeps on climbing for the Tigers.
Yeah. Very beautiful shot from Umar Tariq.
50 partnership in 12 balls as well. Things are out of control.
Ooh.
Straight up and over. And in fact, it'll be a bye. So Umair will retain the strike. Nine overs down, 139 for 3. So look, what are your ambitions with cricket? What would you like to achieve? And what are your ultimate goals with the sport?
At the moment, this year I got goal for this year. I'm playing like now in Derby on 12 wickets, and we got our national team World Cup qualify in July, I think.
That's going to be a big one, right? Some very good teams there, but I think you guys will compete well. It's like Scotland, Jersey, Germany, Ireland. Maybe a couple I didn't think of off the top of my head. Denmark, I think, as well.
No, not Denmark. Italy.
It's Italy.
Currency.
Well, time for the last over. Tariq swings away. And, well, a bit of a Tortuga job, and it's going to go for 4. Well, Tariq's a bit of a swami here. He puts in an awkward spot, and Shaukat Zadran, he's had a bit of a day to forget, if I'm honest. And unfortunately, he just can't deal with the side spin on that one. And that's going to go. Anyway, next one is going to be gone. So, well, Tariq, he makes a pretty handy 23, but he'll have to go. And it's Shahid Abed that takes the catch. Yeah, but Shaukat Zadran is going back. He's had a bit of a rough one. Even this innings, his over went for 29, and he went for 2 similar overs earlier on today. But ACT looking pretty safe at the moment, 143 for 3.
Adil Tariq, next batsman.
Tell us just going back to what we were saying a moment ago, what's the key to chasing a really big score like this? Go 140, you guys chased over 160. Is there a different mindset, or is it kind of just go out and bat?
Like actually, I tell people in my team, do what you can best do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Like
Do what you do best.
Do what you do best.
Do what you do best. That's probably good advice. It's fairly simple, but good advice. So, yeah, in the future, more cricket in England, more cricket for Austria.
Yeah. Actually, yes.
And how much time are you spending in England during the season, during the summer?
I actually stay like there since last year. I didn't came here.
Yeah.
First.
Up and just over the fielder. Adil Tariq comes in and says, well, I'm just going to keep on plugging. And that's exactly what he does. Maximo. That's how you get off the mark. And the score just keeps on getting bigger. Up to 149 now with 2 to come. Hello to Marnus as well. Nice to have you. Chris wants to know if it's food chat time. Sure is. Throw it in. Low full toss. Probably feel like the one here is fine because lucky Iqbal, we were on kind of 100 watch, weren't we? And I think he's just faced one more ball since then. He won't mind at all. It's his highest score in ECN. And he'll have one more chance to improve it. 150's come up now. So another big score. I'll get a wide, so I'll get one more chance. Now I think he jumps across that time. I think this time, I feel like he might stand still and try and smash it straight.
So Aslan is saying 1-6 and food from him.
Oh, there you go.
Iqbal.
That's a lot of pressure. Free food last ball opportunity. Ooh, steps all the way off the pitch. Almost on camera 1. And now, well, camera 1 at the end, or camera 3 at the end. Sorry. Someone's run out. I don't know who, but we'll try and work it out. Try and freeze it when it hits the stumps on camera 3. As he actually stepped all the way off the pitch. And then let's see who's out here. Won't be an easy one to call. I think Akib's out. Okay, try and freeze it when it hits the stumps. Ready? Yeah, Akib's gone. That's a bit of a shame to get out that way, but let's take nothing away from that innings. 71 off 25. He gets a pat on the back from Omari, and so he should. I mean, it's the highest score he's ever scored for ACT. The highest score he scored on ECN and in the T10 format, of course. 151 for 5. Pretty good effort. And, well, we saw a big chase yesterday. The Daredevils, they'll be giving it a crack. Zishan, I want to say a big thank you to you for joining us and wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go back and look at some of the highlights of the first innings of match 29. You're going to have to deal with some heavy hitters. And Mirza, he threatened, but he went all too soon. And then this was a funny one, wasn't it? The keeper called it, but then wished he could take the words back and put him back in his mouth as he wasn't able to get near that. This one he was. Ruffy with a great reaction catch. He jumps in, and yeah, credit to him, and as if he walks. You see, really good bit of improvisation to keep that ball in the air. But then, Aki Bikbal, he gave a life first ball, got dropped, ended up with 2 overthrows to his name, got dropped again on 21, and he wasn't in the mood to muck around to keep today, as he just launched the ball all over the Sabang cricket ground. Hassan Yusuf signs that he's coming back into form. Andy coming up with a nice bit of fielding with his left hand as well. But have a look at this. He was ploughing the field like it was going out of business here. And that came up with a dirty side. And really, Daredevils are a long way behind in this one. Tigers, don't forget, only won one of their first 3 games. That was a nice bit of fielding from Michael Suman. Shabazz swung all around that one. Hassan Yusuf had to go, knocked over. But probably too many balls that were this kind of length that you can kind of get back and just mow into the wheat. It's been a persistent problem, hasn't it? Like the vortex over there. I mean, even when you get it right like that, he goes 6 the other way. So just a very, very difficult pitch to contain batters on. And it doesn't help when you get bounces like that. It went around the fielder. The next ball was caught by Shahid Abed. I mean, Hakeem had batted so well for 70 odd, but he kind of took a back seat late in the piece, didn't he? After the very last ball, he was run out for 71, but still a fantastic effort from the captain. And he set up a large score, 151 for 5. And Aki Bikbal, like I said, gave a couple of opportunities, but he made his opposition pay. 71 he was able to score, and that included 9 big sixes and 2 fours in there. Other significant contribution, 23 off 8, Umar Tariq with a nice little cameo. 17 for Imran Asif early before he was expertly caught behind on the juggle from Rafiullah Mendoza. Apart from that, Hassan Yusuf 16 as he did whack a couple of balls out of the ground. 2 for 27, Waliullah Mendoza takes the figures, but I think Shahid Abed bowled really well. Up front, 14 he conceded off his 2, but he couldn't get a wicket. Polisam 1 wicket, but he was a bit expensive. Tariq Ahmadzai bowled decently as well, 1 for 18 off his 2 overs. But yeah, more trouble with that 5th bowler. Jamakel was tried, he went magical. Zadran tried himself again, he went even worse. So a bit of a day to forget for the skipper so far with the ball at least. But they'll have the right to reply, and we've seen crazy things happen before. Daredevils, they'll be trying to jump through the flaming hoop when we come back. 152 will be the target. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back very, very shortly with the reply in match 29. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Austria. We are getting ready for the second half of this. It's day 6 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Mr. Maximo with you, Vinny Sandu for ECN, taking you through the weekend. And it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Chris Smith in there. Now, you threatened with some food chat, Chris, if you're still there. I'd love to hear what you were talking about. Hello to Marnus as well. And to everybody else that is tuning in. Austrian Cricket Tigers on the park, and they've had a pretty good start to their day with a win over Graz Cricket Academy, 156 to 118. Right now, they batted first. They put 151 on the board, so 2 150-plus scores for the Austrian Cricket Tigers, sitting pretty at the moment. Bit of a task for the Daredevils. I mean, they have made a few runs in this series. I suppose the issue they've got is maybe it's slightly less experience than some of the other teams here at this European Cricket Series. 11 sides taking part. It's the most sides we've ever had in a single tournament in Austria. There's Tariq Ahmadzai at the other end, number 66. I think he'll be an important one. Likes to attack from the get-go, but again, I like that they're going to Yusuf in the power play. Arsene Yusuf with his left arm spin. Not easy to tie him up, especially early. So Shaheen Mahmood will face the first ball. 152 for victory. Well, action straight away, and it's gone. Wow, how do you like that? Umar Tariq takes the catch and he launches it back into the sky from whence it came as Yusuf breaks out first ball with the wicket. Shaheen Mahmood goes for a golden derrick. Let's have a look at it again. I mean, just takes it on. Doesn't quite get it in the middle, hangs up in the air, and Umar Tariq, well, he covers a lot of ground out there, doesn't he? He judges it perfectly. Again, it kind of blows towards him. And so the first wicket goes off the very first ball, and unfortunately, Derrick's golden mode is activated, and the score is 0 for 1. Will bring the captain, Shaukat Zadran, to the crease. Well, Zadran's equalled runs today, one way or another. He'll be hoping for a few off the stick here. I suppose if you're going to make a duck, especially in a huge chase like this, you don't be wasting balls. If it doesn't work, get out there quickly and give someone else a go. Hassan Yusuf cleverly kind of slows this one down. Often new batter's a bit itchy to get going, doesn't want to get beaten for pace, so he's so early there. Shaukat Zadran. Well, Chris, thanks for the reply. Once again, bites back towards the batter. I think he's back here, Ahmadzai, but I'm not 100%. Did he get the bat down? Because the throw hits the stumps. It's a quick little kind of shovel job. Let's have a look. I think the bat's back, but I think he's just in. You see, that's a really good shot of it hitting the bails and bouncing off. And I think the bat's just down. Excellent camera work there. Give that cameraman a raise. Just gets back. And that would have been a diamond derrick. We haven't seen the old diamond derrick for a little while. Another one that kind of bites back. He's such an interesting bowler, Yusuf, because it looks like he spins it, but he doesn't. If anything, it just kind of comes in the other way. I mean, thing with derricks, they're not like Pokemon. You don't want to catch them all if you're the batting team. All right, goes for this. How far? Oh, almost take it. It's going to go for 4. I don't mind the decision-making, though, from Umar Tariq to go for this. I think the value of the wicket is worth more than the 4 runs early on. You see, this is always dropping on him. Almost gets there. Kind of yorks himself, doesn't he? And the result's a boundary. So Tariq Ahmadzai survives a scare first up. And then cashes in with a boundary. Again, pretty quiet, though, in this first over. Run a ball so far. Last ball of it is coming up. Ooh. I've got a feeling it's too early here. I'm just going to call this that he whips the bails off, and then there's a little lift. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh, he misses. That's what happens. He misses. Oh, actually, he's out. He didn't miss. Can you believe it? I thought he missed, and he didn't miss. He almost missed, and then the foot comes up and down, and he's gone. Well, there you go. I mean, he almost missed from point-blank range, Ahmed Chandri. And he's a little bit embarrassed, but he asked the question, and it results in a wicket. So Ahmed Zai 4 and out, and Hassan Yusuf with 2 wickets in the first over. Oh, that was neat wicket keeping. Could have used some of those in Milan last week, where normally all 3 stumps would be knocked down to the ground. And really, the wheels are off the train before we've even pulled out of the station here. 5 for 2 after the first. 65 matches without a golden ball, and well, judging by that first over, I think we might be up to clickety-click 66 before you know it. So, Chris Smith, again, I was asking him what his food chat was. He said he's done a homemade chicken stew, 7 litres of it, and he's on his 3rd big bowlful. Wow, Chris, life in the fast lane. Now have a look at this. I don't advise this as a method. This is baseball catcher style. He doesn't really go with the hands. Look, he goes the double knee block, and really, you better have the platinum box in if you're going to attempt that method too often. Well, this is up in the air. And it's flying. Well, that's actually going to go a long way off the bat. That's out of here. Maximo has some captain-to-captain action. Akib Iqbal's brought himself on here in the second over, and Shortcut Zadran straight pulls him out of the ground. Great shot. So, they're going to have a stab at this. No point not going for it, really. Iqbal tries out the short ball and loses. Oh, clever bowling, though. He charges wildly, and Akib Iqbal takes some of the pace off. So early through that. Marnus liked the catch. And then he liked the direct hit. And what did you think about the stumping? Marnus saying that is nuts. Slow ball again in the air. He's going to have a long run at this. Almost gets there and almost pulls it back. Almost being the key word. This will be 4. He actually gets a hand on it here, Adil Tariq, and he bats it back, but he bats it back into the ground over the boundary. Have a look at this. He has a shot at it, but he doesn't get enough on it to get it back into play. Good effort, though. 4 more to the total. Now in the air, and it's dropped. It wasn't an easy one. Ahmed Tariq already took a great diving catch. That time he couldn't quite organise the dive to get off his feet. Mistimed. Gets 2 hands to it, but can't hold on. Wow, this ECN cricket is unlike anything in the universe. All action all the time. Last ball of the over. Mandazite can count. And, well, interesting. It's a fake throw. What's this? I mean, this is where, I mean, I hate this rule, but if you're going to go by the letter of the law, you're not allowed to do that. Naughty boy. Ended 2, 16 for 2. And Austrian Cricket Tigers 4 and 2, Daredevils 1 and 5. Austrian Cricket Tigers on a bit of a winning streak now of 3 matches. Could be 4 if they can hold on here. It looks like they will. Yeah, if you want to be technical, this is why I think it's not a very good rule. Because I don't think he's, well, it says if he willfully tries to deceive the batting team by pretending he has the ball, and that comes under unfair play, fake fielding edition. But I don't think that's too serious what he was doing there, Imran Asif. But technically, it'd be 5 penalty runs, and the ball won't count. It has to be re-bowled. They could probably use them at the moment, Daredevils. But I think common sense prevails. Yusuf hunting for a 3rd wicket. And he's got one, and we wouldn't believe it. I think he's nicked that onto his body, and it's gone back onto the stumps. And now Shortcut Zadran has to go. So everything working out for the Tigers. The decision to open the bowling with a left arm spin of Hassan Yusuf. It worked for them at the European Cricket League, so why wouldn't it work here as well? And 3 down. And they've all gone to the spin. Look at that. Edge into the back hip, down onto the bottom part of the stumps. Yep. And Chalkat, he's disappointed, but he's going to have to go. Oh, no, they've got some good hitters, but this could get a little bit ugly. The Daredevils kind of forced to go for it, but there's no real net run rate they're playing for now. They're just hoping for the miracle. Here's one guy that could change the narrative, though. Brusad Omari. And he's a guy that hits the ball real well. That you see, the top order, they're kind of used to pace. They want to use the pace. They want to kind of use it to their own advantage. But Yusuf doesn't allow you to do that. It's an uncomfortable pace to face early in your innings, especially when you want to make the play. Omari, how much patience has he got for Hassan Yusuf? Some. And he sends back his partner, Mandazai at the other end. That's Rafi Mandazai. Did a really good job keeping, actually, in the first innings. Christmas is telling us what he used in his 7 litres of stew. It's ingredients that would feed a small country, I think, Chris. Yeah, once again, really clever bowling. Just always angling in. The key here is don't play for turn. In fact, I'd almost play him like a slow medium kind of inducker bowler rather than an actual spinner. Once again, you see that comes in the extra bounce he gets that time. Kind of does Omari. Does well to keep the foot down. And it will take us to the last ball of Yusuf's spell. 3 for 5. What an effort. Hello to Trip and Denny. How are you? Hopefully you're well. Rico's off today. It's just Vinny here. Hopefully you're well. Hope you're having a nice, I'm going to say morning in your part of the world. Am I right? Yeah, it should just be 1. No dramas out there. So Omari's off the mark, but a disastrous power play where they lose the top 3. It's 17 for 3 after 3 overs. Hello to Logan as well. Yeah, Trip and Danny, how are you guys? Watching from Virginia, USA, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, how about this from Chris? He used 1.5 kilograms of chicken, 1 kilogram of potatoes, 500 grams of carrots, 500 grams of sweet, 3 big leeks, 2 big onions, 500 grams of sage and onion stuffing. Wow. That sounds like a feast. And you're onto your 3rd big bowl. Wow. Where's the invite, Chris? Sun threatening to poke out, which is a really good sign at the moment here in Austria. I'm a bit worried about the forecast this weekend, but so far so good. Adil Tariq comes on. Chopped into the ground. He wants it himself. Almost kind of chases it down and scares them off the single. But Omari said, I've hit that so high, I'm just going to go for it. And he does scramble through for the single. Yeah, looking at tomorrow. Tomorrow's forecast looks a lot like yesterday's forecast, actually. So with a bit of luck, we can stay on the park. This is up, it's in the air, and it is dropped. Wow. That's Azam Mahmood down there. It's gone for 6. He had room to move there. We'll check it out on the replay thanks to Spring. Kind of went with a bit into the wind. Holds up. And, yeah. He just loses the handle, doesn't he, Azar? And probably wasn't expecting it to fly so far off the bat, but maximal time. Ruffy trying to get the Daredevils back in the contest. Now he gets beaten for bounce. Adil Tariq, good player. And so, yeah, feel free to keep going with the food chat. I must admit, I had a very good Austrian meal on Monday night. I've been pretty good since then. You can't overindulge here. Thinking I might have to go back It was pretty authentic. You knew it was when everyone turned and looked at us as soon as you walked into the place. Again, just blast the fast ball past Mandazai. And so, Daredevils probably kind of searching for some inspiration here. I mean, ACT, especially after the start they had, they'll want to go in for the kill here and make this a big win. Boost that net run rate. This one slides in to the right-hander. Rafael Mandazai. Just a single. Chip Denny saying that it's a good morning watching ECN cricket. Well, must admit, I haven't been to the States for a while. It was actually late 2019 when I was last there. Don't have that much time to travel on my own time off these days. Obviously traveling a fair bit, but who knows, one day it might be in your area. Maybe we can catch up and watch some ECN together. And the whole family. Up in the block hole this time. Little Tariq has worked away. They get one. Well, there's never two there. And I think he's sent back at just the right time, Omari. He wanted there to be two, but in this reality, it was never there. And I think his partner's right. Rafael Mandazai to put up the stop sign. Turned around just in time. As we get to the end of the over, it's 26 for 3. Have a look at that. That run rate just continue to climb. It's pretty old Dow Jones around 1928, 1929 there. Just going up. And the Daredevils, well, they're trying their best, I suppose, but it's not easy when you lose your top 3 so quickly. This is Takira Sif bowling the next over. Slight miss here. Probably 2, I imagine. Although Yusuf Hassan's got a powerful arm. They get it fairly comfortably. Yeah, well, Chris has said he'll have half today, he'll have half tomorrow of his chicken stew. Said it always tastes better reheated the next day. Well, yeah. Leftovers are always a viable option. It's very interesting what we're doing, or what they do at our hotel at the moment, actually. They've got what they call a hate waste meal, which is they hate to waste stuff. So for food that maybe isn't eaten, maybe from the breakfast buffet, for example, they will turn it into something that'll be on the buffet the next day. So for example, if the bananas are going a little bit old, they might turn into banana bread, that kind of thing. It's quite good. As this is a really good shot from Omari, who launches that one. That's got miles off the bat. Maximo! Good batting. Wasn't the worst ball ever, really, from Takira Sif. But I mean, that's classical. You can see he's very, very capable, Omari. Almost ran himself out for no reason last over. I'm glad he didn't, because he's trying to bring the Daredevils back into this contest. You'd have to go absolutely crazy, but who knows? Crazy things have been happening this week in Austria. Again, challenges the batter again. Probably needed to go the same direction that time. Tried to go a bit straighter, maybe slightly across the ball. Yeah, so thanks for the tip there. Kitty and Emma are there as well. What do you think, guys? Oh, he's bowled him. He's gone straight through the gate, little inside edge. And Omari plays on to Takira Sif, the successful bowler. Again, just pitches it up. Gets in a dangerous area and basically has Omari playing down the wrong line. Over goes the target. And Daredevils slip further behind in this cricket match, 34 for 4. It's good length, to be honest. And Omari can't really doubt the approach. Played a really nice shot for 6 earlier in the over. But unfortunately, he doesn't survive to the end of it, as he's the 4th wicket to fall. Daredevils, big learning curve for them. I mean, they did start with a win, didn't they, in match 2 of the series. But looks like it's going to be 6 losses in a row. Not going to be easy coming up against some of these teams. ACT, I mean, they're a team that did really well at the ECL in 22. I mentioned the fact that in their group they had the English team in it and the French team in it. Now, the English team made the final last year after winning that Group A, and the French team, they actually won the whole thing this year. I noticed It's no disgrace to finish third to those two. Zahra Jamakel comes out and swings all the way over a ball that goes over his middle stump. No run there. End of the 5, 34 for 4. Well, speaking of the Carnamore Oval and some of our adventures there, the next time we'll be there will be for the ECC. It's the Euros of cricket. So I know a lot of people love the Euros of football. This is the Euros of cricket. And this year will be the biggest ever, and I'm sure the best ever, with more teams involved, 31. He almost makes this into a catch. Very good effort, this. Have a look at this from the bowler. Yes, follow through. Oh, we just miss it there. But just out of the camera shot. Almost was able to catch up with that. There you go. Maybe even got a little finger on it. Short, late on the pull. Hanging in the air. It'll be a good catch if he takes it. Oh, and he almost does. That's Adil Afzal. It's always great to see him out there. But it's a very similar catch to the one that Imran Asif took earlier on today. We had to turn and run with the flight. Kind of had no option. He's just kind of looking over his shoulder. Just short of where he needed to be. Pitched up. And no run. Pretty well located. Ball by Adil Tariq. So, yeah, to all of our friends in the USA, hopefully you're well. Kind of nice way to start your weekend, hopefully. Now it will be a wide. Just kind of moves away off the surface. Still one full match to come, don't forget. And yeah, looking forward to it as well tonight. And big swing and a miss. It's kind of a noise there, but I think it was more the kind of bat moving around on the grip than a nick. Yeah, and so GCA, they'll be back out in the middle tonight. Late afternoon, I suppose. Taking on the Daredevils. They will really need a win. Up in the air. That's going to fly away for 4. So Jamakel finally gets some bat on one. He's swung and missed it a few. Same approach here. Just kind of throws the hands at it. Does get enough to get it over the infield. Almost the outfield as well. No third man in place on the boundary. So he gets off the mark at his 4th attempt. Oh, lucky he hits this, hits onto his body. And so it's got a fashion foul ball, as you'd say in baseball, but here in cricket, it'll finish the over. It's 40 for 4 after 6. Yeah, well, Kitty is now popped in the chat. Didn't realise that Denny Tripp were in there chatting. So I'm going to give you a challenge. If I come to Virginia, tell me what's the name of the town that you live in? Be a bit more specific for me. So if I come to Virginia, maybe I get a couple of weeks off, and I come to Virginia, what's a good place for us to go and catch up maybe for a meal or a drink? Let me look it up. Maybe I can talk them into getting ECN, streaming ECN on the TV. We can enjoy it together. That's my question to you. I'll even pay. I just have to remember in USA you have to tip, right? All right, wraps about around this. I don't think it's going to go for 6. It's dropped. Well, I think 9 times out of 10 he catches this and he tries to gun him down. But anyway, remember, Tariq's gone cold with the hands here. It's just a good old-fashioned symbols job. Does everything right. Bang. Clunks off the palms. He's 1 for 3 now in the catching. This one does get past the fine leg. Well, just watch out. Michael Subban makes his way towards the rope, but he doesn't want any part of it. It'll be 4. I'm pretty sure that was off the gloves, to be honest. Consolation runs, it feels like, at this stage for the Daredevils. That's going to be a wide. Nice take behind the stumps. Yeah, Mana's saying after that great catch from Umar Tariq in the deep in the first ball of the innings, the fielding standards have been a bit subpar But it should have little effect on this match's result. Yeah, I think they've done the hard yards. And ACT to have their campaign back on track now after a bad first day. Edge and almost taken. Wow, this would have been all time. Oh, he knows it as well. He was slightly wrong-footed. Let's try and diagnose this. You see, his weight was slightly to his left on his left foot, and he had to change direction quickly. Oh, that would have been good, because it almost came down his other glove, even though he wasn't watching anymore. Next one could be out. No, says the umpire. Yeah, this is the next ball, which I think is nothing but maybe the bat hitting the ground. That would have been an absolute hanger behind the stumps for Chaudhry. And he's had an interesting time back there. Kind of got a stumping when he missed 99% of the stumps earlier in this innings as well. Steps across and gets a wide. Nassif can have another crack. Yes, I'm waiting. Trip, Denny, Kitty, get together. I miss going to USA, actually. Had a lot of good time there. Always keeping track of what's happening with cricket in the United States as well. Some exciting things happening over there. Guess the challenge there is such a big, I suppose, vast country geographically and politically in a way. This one will pull up. We'll just get a single, a long single. Brings up the 50 for the Austrian Daredevils in the 7th over. And still one ball for Takira Ziff to bowl. Hello to Shrug as well. Nice to have you with us. Nice ball the over. Almost in the range of Imran. Now, well, won't be out. I'll tell you why. Because it knocks off the bails, and even though it then bounces off him back into the stumps, he'd have to knock him over completely. So actually that ball hit the stumps. It actually hits the stumps the second time, and it would have been out. Like if the wind had meant we're playing without bails, this is actually out. Because look, goes there and actually hits the stump again. But by then, the bails are off, so he'd have to knock the stumps over completely, which he doesn't do. So that'll be the end of the over. And the score is 52 for 4. Coming up in the final match of the day, Graz Cricket Academy are back. Big day for them. Worth the trip, though. Wide start the over. But Daredevils, they desperately need a win, don't they? In fact, crunch game for both these teams. Daredevils going to go 1-6 after this. They don't want to make it 1-7. That's for sure. And Graz Cricket Academy, they can get back to square and maybe start building something. Maybe get towards the finals. That's coming up in around about 35 minutes time. Saturday Night Fever live from Austria. Oh, it has gotten a little bit dark here. Sun made a brief appearance earlier, but pretty overcast again. Uma Tariq now in to close the game out for the Tigers. Step across, swing and a miss from Rafi Mandozai. I like the way they're hustling through their overs, even though they've got heaps of time. They've got about 13 minutes to bowl 2 overs here, but he doesn't care. He's in the habit of hustling, and I like that. Also rushes the batter for the next ball. Yep, and they're straight away. Well, he's going to be stumped. So how about that? He gets the wicket. Yeah, it's a funny one, really, Ruffy. He was a long way from home, and he couldn't get back. Yeah. He's not trying to run. He turns around and he kind of sees trouble. And so Uma Tariq's going to get a wicket. I don't think he even saw it because he's too busy turning around going back to his mark. So, yeah, Rafi, frustrated, run a ball 15 in the end. And just couldn't quite put anything together. And Chowdhury's got 2 of the most unusual stumpings you'll ever see. He got one where he pretty much whiffed at the stumps but just nicked them. And then he gets one standing back. Wicket for Tariq. 53 for 5. Jaffrey, the new batter. Misses this one. It's an interesting one. Let's see where it is, where it passes the crease. I think maybe gets fooled by where the keeper takes it, but don't think that's a wide. But they can definitely use the run. Jaffrey, though, still in a golden, so he won't be that comfortable. And he might get one here because it's in the air. Two fielders converge. It's dropped. Wow. You wouldn't read about it really, as that ball went high in the air. That's Adnan Sunny, who finally got his moment in the sun. He called it. He made it his, but he just couldn't hold on. I mean, Michael was kind of lurking just in case, wasn't he? And so, well, you can't take that away from Jaffrey. He gets a run. And with Tariq, probably got one wicket he wasn't expecting, but he didn't get the one he was expecting in this over. Just had a regulation swing and a miss, but Rafiullah Mandozai was stranded metres out of his crease. This time, Jaffrey will get one. He's going to turn blind for two. And, well, one of the wider throws this week. Now they're going to take one. There's no one back at the keeper stumps. And, oh, it's a bit of a schmozzle, really, in the end. I mean, I don't know if you can call fielders for wides, but I think I'd be calling one on Adol Afzal there, who misses the target by a long way. And, wow, I love the hustle there from Subhan. I don't think it's in the 11, but he's on the field as a sub-fielder. End of the over. And the score is 58 for 5. Yeah, Kitty saying she could find some places for the crew to go. All kinds of cuisine and places to go. Yeah, what's the... Be a bit more specific. Maybe the town or the area you're from. Maybe I can look it up. Find some suggestions. Kitty says it'd be interesting to see how things are similar and different between the two continents. Yeah, for sure. All happens in the 9th. Imran is going to bowl his only over for this game. And he's going to be nicked for 4. Well, he won't be too happy about that, but he certainly is having a good tournament, Imran Asif. And Jabakel, you know, he swung like a rusty gate for pretty much his whole innings. And sometimes it's worked and sometimes it hasn't. There's been a lot of nicks. I think he's one guy I would consider having 2 fielders in that quarter in the circle, kind of pseudo slips, maybe a bit deeper, because I think it's going to be a high frequency of balls going down there. This time he gets a bit more on it, and he'll just get a single out to Akib Iqbal. 10 balls to go in this innings. Yeah, so we've got about about a half an hour break until we'll be back for the last game of the day. Yeah, Daredevils, they'll be back. See if they can get something from the day. GC8, likewise. Edged and gone, and more or less a regulation catch this time. As if he doesn't often go wicketless, does he? He'll just get the one over here. Chowdhury, he's actually putting on a bit of a show behind the stumps. Just imagine if he could have taken that one-hander. Reacts well to this. Takes it nicely, fingers up. And so another wicket goes down, 63 for 6. Yeah, so that battle tonight in the 5th game of the day, 2 teams that have played 2 games and lost 2 games today. So one of them will come up empty-handed on day 6. One of them will get 2 valuable points. So yeah, stay tuned for that one. But it's been a rough one for the Daredevils, and yeah, probably seen the golfing experience between these 2 teams. Loving the Austrian flag, kind of the regional flag actually on the Tigers jersey. Oh well, really like some of that. Now see if probably wants to throw blindly. This would have been out. Well, anyone backing up? Well, yes and no. And the throw comes in again. It's never too late for some chaos. It all happens in the 9th. And my favourite bit of this is Imran Asif telling everyone to settle down at the end. But he wasn't telling himself to settle down. First he tried to knock Waliula's head off, and then he throws blindly. To be fair, it would have been out. And then at the end, Asif gets the ball back. It's like, hey guys, settle down, settle down. I'm like, well, actually, if you remember 5 seconds ago, you threw it. And next one is going to be a play and a miss. Well, credit to Waliula Mandozai. He does get off the mark. He's got 2 runs to his name. thanks to that man there. Missing the stumps. Oh, trip. Danny, nice. Can call some of the cricket clubs in the area. Special type of broadcast. I'm more interested in the food right now. It's probably out, I reckon. I don't see that missing, unless he's hit it. Maybe he has hit it. You can see Imran's actually making the inside edge signal. Whew, if he didn't hit it, though. And I think that's good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Anyway, end of the over. You're 65 for 6 off 9. And so, looks like it'll be a fairly hefty margin. I just remember the portion sizes were right up my alley when I spent some time in North America. Probably Toronto and Canada is where I spent the most time. Hit and run from Jabakel. Oh, good effort. Here's the issue. Is he in or not? I mean, he slides his bat and stops, but is it past the line? This will be an interesting replay, you know. I mean, his bat's pretty much stopped, so I think it'll be an easy freeze frame. Let's check it out on the replay. Oh, I think he's just home. And I mean just home. Good bit of fielding, though. Back to the action. Full toss. I think of 2, but Matazzai's not thrilled about it. Now they might take it on. And wow, now almost double overthrows. Let's have a look at the height here. I feel like it was probably not quite high enough to be a no ball. No, I think it's okay. Yeah, probably plays it from the thigh. And now watch where Aqib Iqbal bowls from here. Is he going to bowl the far back one? He bowled it earlier when he bowled the 10th over. That's a really good slower ball. So yeah, I mean, he was really messing with the crease before. He bowled a ball from, I'm going to guess, about 2 yards, 2 metres further back than he's allowed to. So just keep an eye on it here. Something I think he's working on. It's more or less normal. Well, that is a beamer. No doubt about it. No ball called. The Matazzai, I don't know what he did. Don't know if he was throwing some shade at the Tigers, but he's come out. He had Imran Asif try and knock his block off first ball. Now he cops a beamer from Aqib. And I don't know if the benches are going to clear, but a bit of an auspicious ending to this game. Free hit coming up. Jabakel gets a wide. And so the free hit will remain in session. Free hit will remain for Jabakel. Just umpire reminding him. He says, yeah, I'm not a goldfish. I know. Oh, goes upstairs. But I don't think he's bowled and bounced to this over, so it's a viable option. Yeah, I think when it goes past him, yeah, it's actually perfectly judged. Don't forget, Jabakel does bat with his hands the wrong way around on the bat. Something we picked up the other day. I'm kind of used to it by now. It makes him interesting to watch. Yeah, I mean, if you missed this before, look at the way he holds the bat. He's a cross-handed bandit. And, yeah, really, it's an unusual technique. I've seen it done pretty well. Not even the first time I've seen it in Austria. Bowen to sing that way. Last ball coming up of the match. That's a big swing and a miss, and Chaudhry's basically done everything, and it's going to finish with a nutmeg for 4 byes. So 75 is what they'll get to in the end. He tries to rush this, and in fact, he's pretty lucky he doesn't hit the helmet. He probably would have preferred that because it wouldn't be byes. Anyway, this one's put to sleep, and the Austrian Cricket Tigers basically keep the Daredevils to half their score. Final score in match 29. Is Austrian Cricket Tigers 151, the Austrian Daredevils 75. Austrian Cricket Tigers certainly making a run now after having the first day where they dropped a couple of games. They've been perfect since then. Let's go back to the highlights, and it had the perfect start, didn't it? With Ahsan Yusuf getting a wicket the very first ball. And then this was almost out, almost diamond duck time for Ahmadzai early on. This was a weird one. He almost missed the stumps. I thought he did, but he just flicked the bails off, and that's good enough. This would have been a great piece of work. Couldn't quite turn into a catch. And, okay, stop, drops and rolls, but doesn't pull it back. And then Yusuf was able to get another wicket that time. It was Zadran, the captain, who found a way to chop on 3 wickets in the end for Hassan Yusuf. This one would have been a great catch for Azam Mahmood. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to grab it. In fact, he knocked it over for 6. Omari is a good hitter, but Takir was able to find his stumps. And yeah, even though they were trying hard, Jabakel, the cross-handed bandit, swung at everything. This would have been a fantastic catch. You certainly can't accuse Chowdhury of not having enough opportunities in this innings. He did take a catch and 2 stumpings. This is one of them. Kind of suspended in the quicksand, wasn't he? He couldn't get back even if he tried. That was the catch that he did take. And Imran Azif decided to throw in the short stuff and then throw in the shy, which caused the first 2 runs for Waliullah Mandazai. Imran was just saying, hey, everyone settle down here. Nothing to see. This was really close as well. This is a good bit of work from Mahmood to hit the stumps, but that it was just home. And in, I suppose, semi-humorous fashion, even though I don't think the keeper was laughing, last ball of the ball game goes for 4 byes. Looking at that, you can see no one was able to break out of the teens. 15, the top score for Rafiullah Mandazai, but he didn't have the turning circle to get back, and he was stumped off the fast bowler Umar Tariq. Apart from that, 13 not out. Jabakel was swinging at everything, hit 1 or 2. But yeah, just a tough innings for the Daredevils. You can kind of see the golfing class there and experience. Hassan Yusuf 3 for 6 off his 2 overs. Apart from that, wickets for Takir Asif as well as Umar Tariq and Imran Asif. And Umar Tariq and Imran Asif just getting 1 over, trying Takir Asif as well, giving him a bit of an opportunity. And really, the Tigers far too good in the 4th match of the day. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes, take you into the 5th and final match of the day. 2 teams without a win on day 6 in 2 attempts. It'll be 3rd time lucky for one of those 2 teams. One of those 2 teams will go empty-handed through the Saturday action. GCA versus the Daredevils. The other side of this break, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. See you very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back. One more game to go on day 6 here at the FanCode European Cricket Series, Austria. And it's wonderful to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And we've got plenty more action still to come because two teams that are desperate for a win are going to face off in match 30. Time for some Saturday night fever. And here are the two teams. Graz Cricket Academy taking on the Daredevils. News from the toss that Graz Cricket Academy won the toss. They've elected to bowl, so they will be chasing. I think that's what they've done pretty well at times in their series. Now, Graz Cricket Academy are 2-3, and they desperately want to get back to 50-50 with a win here. Daredevils, unfortunately, they got no reserve parachute at the moment. They've been struggling back to earth with a thud. Now 1-6 if you include the last game. Of course, that was prepared just prior to the finish of the last game, which only finished about half an hour ago. So the Daredevils get another chance to bat. So we saw them just batting in the second half of match number 29. They'll be opening up here. They certainly have a lot of attacking intent. I mean, I do like the way they go about their cricket. Both these teams in their first ever European Cricket Series. So it's a learning experience for them, I'm sure. But we've seen a lot of raw talent. So you're looking forward to seeing how these two teams face off against each other, considering they both really do need a win. Welcoming all of our viewers, of course, on FanCode in India and all of our wonderful viewers on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Reminder to follow us on social media as well at European Cricket. And if you haven't already, make sure you smash that subscribe button, as I know that we're edging towards 350,000 subscribers. And I know we're not too far away at the moment. Not too far away from the start as well. And it looks like it'll be Habib Ahmedzai. He's bowled pretty well in the first over today. So, shake, rattle, and let's get rolling. Oh, first one seems back a long way. The keeper likes it. I don't know who he's asking exactly about this, but there's no edge there. Have a look. Misses it by, I won't say a mile, but choose your imperial measurement of choice. It's just the seam movement there that brings it back so far. But Ahmedzai survives. Bit of Ahmedzai and Ahmedzai action as well, with Habib bowling to Tariq, who's on strike. Same openers for the Daredevils. Oh no, he gets himself in a real mess, but I think he's going to get away with it. Running away. He'll just get one. I think he would have come back for two, except for the shock of what had just happened to him. He kind of completely squares himself up and actually plays it with the full 360 with an added twist. And then he says, you know what? I'm going to stay at this end for a while. All's well that ends well. They do get a run. This one edged away, and that's going to be 4. So Mahmood off to the races. And he'd love to get amongst the runs as well. Seems to bat the distance or go really early, doesn't he? Mahmood, Shaheen Mahmood. So I'm doing a little bit of keeping earlier in the week when Rafi was unavailable. Yeah, but Daredevils started with a win since then. 6 consecutive losses. They've all played 8 of their 10 matches as well after this match. Look, and I don't think that they're really in the frame for the finals now, but I mean, every game will feel like a final for them now. You want to get those wins somewhere, make them feel a little bit better about things. And it's not just about, I suppose, trying to win the trophy, but also just about improving your cricket, improving your performance under pressure. And certainly the ECS format does put you under pressure. Oh, well, that was almost lights out for Mahmood. Well, if you want an advertisement of why you wear a helmet, that's it right there. That got big on him real quick. I don't know how old he is, but he had time for his life to flash before his eyes. Well, it's called a wide. I don't know about that. Can you be killed off a wide? Yeah. Jury's out on that one. This one does hit him, but a bit lower down. I suppose it's the kind of call you got to make split second. And was actually focused on the replay instead of watching the umpire signal, and he does call it a wide. Scary wide. Last ball, the over coming up. Now, pins his ears back, hanging in the air. Fielder's going to get there, and he catches it. Brilliant bit of fielding. And Mahmood, well, he's shaken up, then he's knocked out here in the first over. And it's a great over, really, by Habib Ahmedzai, and a brilliant catch as well. One thing about this Graz Cricket Academy, they have caught really well, and that man has led the way. It's the captain, Barath Gowda, that takes the catch. So, unfortunately, we talked about the fact that Mahmood often goes the distance or goes early. For him, it's the latter here in match 30. And the first wicket for Graz as well. Daredevil 6 for 1 after 1 over. So, let us know what you think in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Girani, it's been important for Graz Cricket Academy. Needs to go on with it, though. They've got Hamid Safi up over 100 runs and Gowda over 100 runs. So they have had several performers, but no one's really kind of stood out, head and shoulders above the rest, I suppose. Daredevils, I mean, they've got their own issues with the bat, don't they? First ball, a bit of a walking wonder from Tariq Ahmedzai, who is a powerful striker. We've seen that. I think also at this stage, considering we're still in the first week of the tournament, the fact that these teams are playing their 6th and 8th games respectively, I think you'll see a bit of fatigue creeping in. In fact, also, they're playing their 3rd match today. Oh, edges this onto his leg, and now he's kind of stuck. Just gets back, I think, regardless. Shortcut Girani bowling the 2nd over. So they've gone away from bowling Moman. Got taken to the cleaners earlier on, but earlier on than that, he took 3 wickets earlier today. Scrambles back. Again, it's a big hack across the line. You'll see that. I mean, you can understand why they're targeting the leg side so much, because the wind has been going in that direction over the course of this tournament. So there's been runs there, but yeah, you've got to make contact first. Loving the shirts of both teams, really. Kind of a New Zealand style for Graz. Now, this time they're going to sneak away. Keeper goes the flick. I think this would have been out, you know. I think he would have had an easier time picking it up and going to the bowler's end. Mansour Safi with the gloves. Have a look at this. Goes the flick. I reckon he would have been gone. Yeah. Would have been a fancy one. Wow, top edge first up. It's the backward straight drive, and it's gone for, well, Barham's convinced it's 4. I must say, I mean, he's closer than me, so I'm going to reserve my judgment. Yeah, it's Wally who's out there. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, I'm going to say that's 4. It's a good call. And I never doubted the honesty of Bhargav Pandya, who, like I said, is a lot closer than us. Anyway, backward straight drive from Wally Ahmedzai gets him off the mark, and he's batting 3. Tries it again. This time he gets more of the bat on it, and this is a great shot. And I think that's gone all the way. It has. Maximo. Well, credit to the youngster. Wally has been sent up the order. I mean, here's a guy. He's just 21 years of age. He's playing his first series. And before this, his highest score was 8. And he's already gone past that as we get to the end of the 2nd over. The score, 17 for 1. Have a look at the table. Donnerstadt leading the way 7-0. Graz Cricket Academy, don't think that has actually been updated yet, because they'll be 2 and 3 after the last game. So we'll keep an eye. Maybe we'll get that back up a little bit later in the innings, when that last game has been put up there. But they'll be fighting 2 and 3. So he can't really afford to lose more than 4 games, I think. Well, take that. He's been trying it. Now he's got it. And the battle of the Ahmedzais continues. And this time it's Tarek who sends one into the wheat. Well, I tell you what, we haven't had as many fielders getting lost over there today. It was peppered yesterday. But that ball comfortably makes it. Good retrieval, though. I think the difference there for Tarek Ahmedzai is it wasn't quite as wide outside off stump, so he's able to get a swing on it and drag it to the leg side. Well, gets a fair bit of this as well. Go fetch it. Maximo, back to back. This is exactly what they needed. Just no one's got hot for the Daredevils, have they, today? So, yeah, beg, borrow, or steal. You know, get that 100, 120 on the board. Bowl well. You know, whoever wins this game today will go home feeling pretty good about their day, despite the fact that they lose 2 first. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. I'm just popping back in there. It is the last game of the day, so please feel free to throw some random questions in. Rico is having his weekend off, which he's thoroughly deserved. Well, take that. That is miles out of here. 666, the Devils' number. It's the Daredevils that are living up to it at the moment. Maximo, Maximo, Maximo. Un, dos, tres. Triple punch, and he's absolutely smashed that. I mean, I feel like you could get Tarek Ahmedzai batting in a blindfold, and he'd probably hit just as many, but who cares when you can hit him that far? Yeah, well, I mean, I've heard of bowling machines. He's like a batting machine, isn't he? He's just turned on that and gone woofed up. Well, good luck. Well, he doesn't swing at that one because that one's a wide. Yeah, so there's a bit of discussion about the cricket marathon. Still is in the calendar. We'll have to get approval, but yeah, it would be 48 hours of cricket in the weekend. Cricket marathon, so pretty much 24 matches straight. And Chip and Denny saying exhaustion levels will be high. Wow, that's a miss by Marsh. While he takes it on and he gets home, going to the danger end, they'll get it by. And Manchester Safi doing the keeping this time around. Yep, gets one glove on it, picks it up. Yeah, I think he's safely home. Manchester Safi been behind the sticks for Graz today on day 6. Well, there's another top edge. He's the top edge specialist, but it's 3rd time unlucky. He's going to have to go. And Ahmedzai gets 2. Habib Ahmedzai, that is, as he's just a little bit late in the hook here. And you can see there, Mansour Safi takes that one easily. The one before, looks like it might have just hit him on the end of the finger, which is pretty nasty. And that one really, you probably could have caught that with a blindfold. Pretty easy stuff. That's well, productive innings from Waliul Ahmedzai away, because he doesn't waste too many balls. He goes 4-6 out, so 10 off 3. And he's the second wicket to fall, 37 for 2. It's good time for this man to come to the crease. Basat Mari. 1 ball left in the power play. There's James in the chat. Hope you're well. And James watching from Estonia. Always love it when you pop in. It's a good ball first up. Bat last up as well, because Ahmedzai's bowled out. 2 for 25, his figures. End of the power play. It's 37 for 2. Yeah, we'd probably go the 3 commentators if we went the 48-hour marathon. Now, imagine Corey would probably pop in every 4th game or so. You know, probably come do 10 overs, probably go back, have a sleep, have a snack. Maybe have a little bit of a dance if we had the dance floor going. Maybe we can get Charlie as well, actually, because Charlie should be on break from uni. But it should be an experience. I think there'll be a bit of sleeping under the table. It'll be a good challenge, though. thinking about doing it over New Year's. James, talking about me being in America, saying me in America is something America's not quite ready for. Well, they like big personalities over there, don't they? You're not mentioning any names. Fourth overtime. It's Ashtek Shah who's getting an opportunity here. Well, he rocks in. It's the old Max Walker Tangle style, but it disappears. David Copperfield style. Maximo. Well, I love it a little bit different, you know. Thought it was an octopus because I thought I spotted 6 arms and 2 legs as he ran in. They came over, and it was pretty accurate, but it was the length that Ahmadzai loves. He's on a heater now. He's hit 4 in a row. And this time he's gone. Yeah, well, 6 and out, and well done to Ashtek Shah. Little outside edge. And fairly simple catch from Mansur Safi behind the stumps. Well, there you go. I mean, Tarek Ahmadzai looks in shock. He said, what just happened? Almost like one of those impressionist paintings where everything's a blur and you can't really make out really what you're looking at. I think that was the situation. And he gets a little edge. And so, pretty good contribution, but maybe over too soon for Tarek Ahmadzai, who does make 25 off 12. 4 big Maximos in there. So basically, his innings was this: 4 sixes and a single, and 7 balls he doesn't score off. He gets a few pats on the back. So he's done his job, but someone else has to take him further. Probably gets more hugs for a 25 than I've ever seen before. But yeah, what about this? Ashtek Shah. It's the proper windmill job, the way that he goes about his business, but he has been pretty accurate. Here's Rafiul Ahmadzai, keeper for the Daredevils, coming out to bat at number 5. Well, Kitty saying that apparently they're in the moonshine capital of the world. Well, that's trouble, because in Portugal they do get involved in that, and have sampled it. There we go again. It's Rafi not getting off the mark. Pretty accurate stuff. It doesn't matter how you do it. Just, yeah, the thing is, you'll see that the front arm, he like threatens to lift it and then just kind of flays it. But the actual moment of delivery, it's nowhere. And well, a drop catch. It's one of the most unusual front arms I've ever seen. Check the one on the replay, is it never touches the ground from the moment he releases it. Yeah. Yeah, that for me is high. It's coming in, it's hitting there. That's a great shot of it. So yeah, no ball. But the good news is we get to see more of Sharp. And it's a good effort on the free hit. Yeah, it's definitely unique. Look, I love bowlers that have something a bit different about them. Oh, another good ball. You see, it's pretty off-putting. That left arm kind of comes out to the side. Yeah, it's kind of a front-on kind of attack, isn't it? This one hurries on. This is a good over. We get pumped for a 6 first ball, but it's a great comeback. Well done to Ashtek Shah for taking his opportunity. As we get to the 4th over, the score's 46 for 3. Hello to Wayne as well. How are you today, Wayne? Hopefully you're well. Maya Patel loves it. Such a cool action. Yeah, I agree. Looking at the run rate worm. It's just taken a little bit of a dip in that 4th over. And that's because of the great work from Ashtek Shah. As we get ready for the 5th. Hey, who's got a random question for me? Yeah. I'm looking forward to receiving a couple. Where's Rico's off today? So come on, throw them at me. Yeah, Meyer said such cool action. I agree. I think it'd be pretty hard to time him up. If anything, kind of came out a bit slower than he whipped his arms over. He's got bowled well earlier today. Bugger Panja comes out. He gets driven pretty well. That's going to be 4. Nice shot from Omari. I think Omari holds the key here. He has, pound for pound, been as good as anyone for the Daredevils. They're trying to make something out of this. Hasn't been an easy day for either of these two teams. '50s up for the Daredevils as well in the 5th over. All right, loads up again. This one's slicing away from the outfielder, but he will get there. They're going to take on a 2. Good throw might have had him in trouble there, but it bounces, just takes enough pace off. Good hustle from Omari. Gets back for 2. So, yeah, I like that. If you're not hitting boundaries, push hard between the wickets. That throw would come back on the full, might have been trouble, but it was a long throw for the fielder out there. So he'll get short, doesn't time it up, but he'll get away with it. We'll get a single. Kitty says that she'd like to try some Portuguese moonshine. I don't know if you do, Kitty. They do call it diesel. And they call it diesel for a reason. It's the kind of stuff that would probably start your motor vehicle. But we do try it on occasion when we spend our time in Portugal. We're very well looked after there, probably too well looked after. This one just sneaks inside. Panja's happy about it. Let's have a look at it on the replay. It was kind of on the line and then just tailed in a little bit. Whole ball inside the line, so that's fine, according to the umpire. Yeah, Wayne's got a very good comparison, and I really hope we see Shah again in the air, but this should be cut off. No, it won't be cut off. It's a tired effort, really, from Shahad Afzal, unfortunately. Just turned it into an awkward length in front of him in that last bounce. Have a look. It's the second bounce he won. It's the second one. Kind of yorks himself. A little bit of the side spin maybe doing him. It's a mini Tortuga and 4 runs to the total. Rafi Mandazan will be happy about it. Yeah, so Wayne says he's kind of bowling off the wrong foot. Looks a bit like a fielder Freitas type action. Yeah, that's a very good comparison. I didn't think of, but now I think of it, yeah, I agree with you. Big swing and a miss to finish the 5th over. Score is 57 for 3. Well, I feel like that kind of 115 is about par. They're on target for that at the moment. But the question is, will the wickets hold? If you want to know where we're going to be, we will be all around Europe. In fact, the ECS season should run into December this year, but the next locations will be Bulgaria and Sweden. Each of the European Cricket Series that you'll see from here on in should contain a European Cricket International 2 days of T10 international cricket. This will be no exception here in Austria, as we'll get Hungary and the Czech Republic next weekend. So just a week away from that. That's going to be really, really exciting to see those players come together. We should have the squads for you tomorrow, so stay tuned. All right. So I don't know if he's off the wrong foot. It's more like the weight, the final stride. Yeah. I mean, lets it go late, so it's kind of he's almost landed that front foot well before he bowls. So he doesn't really land on the wrong foot, but he almost does. That's why it looks awkward. So yeah, you see the front foot, which is the left foot, kind of lands. You see the left foot lands here, and then the ball comes out fraction after. Well, in the air, and I think that was a chance. It was a spicy one. Again, he's bowled a great spell. That's Jurgesh Belaga, who's a good fielder. This one's hit pretty well. Batter went across. Yep, he got one hand to it, actually. That was a tough one, but it has to go down as a chance. This is driven wide of the fielder, and that's going to be 4. Quattro Cadetas, Omari dealing into double figures. He's trying to move things along. And first random question is coming from Maya Patel. Random question, Vinny. If you weren't doing ECN commentary, what work would you do? That's a very interesting question. Well, probably, well, my background is actually in the gaming industry. I started as a casino dealer. That's why I got quite used to talking through games. So I suppose I could always go back to that. Ended up kind of working into the kind of supervising kind of role. Just high, I think. So almost hits him in line. They're just going to get the one leg by here. It'll be the end of the over. 65 for 3. This will give you an idea. He's climbing up and over the stumps anyway. But he will retain the strike. Rafael Mandazai. Yeah, so there's probably that. Probably before this, I was a professional MC and events host. So that is probably what I'd be doing. I do quite like those office admin jobs when I was running my own company. I did enjoy that. And believe it or not, I'd spend whole days in the office not talking to anybody, preparing for some functions on the weekend. Not as hard as that is to believe now. But yeah, I don't know. The other thing I could probably do this sometimes for fun. I used to be a piano player. Well, in the air. And who wants it? Bowler's going after him, but he's not going to get there. And Safi into the attack. Got to say, just quickly, shout out to Ashtek Shah, who takes 1 for 16 off his 2 overs. Wasn't he brilliant? Just, yeah, it was an awkward customer. First time we've seen him bowling, so yeah, hopefully we see more of him. Safi, seen a bit more of him. Oh, that misses by not much. Omari tries to take him out of the ground. Yeah, I have done a little bit of music as well. It's from time to time, I suppose. Yeah, Wayne, I know that he's planning to play a bit of poker, I believe. And good luck to you, Wayne. In a little while. I don't think it's 2 here, but I don't think Mandazai gets through the first one quick enough. So yeah, random question. That's a good one. I love random questions that I haven't had before in the chat. So that is one, Myra. So yeah, short answer, I don't know. Tell you what, if I wasn't doing commentary, I think I'd love to play some European Cricket Series cricket. I think it looks like a lot of fun. I know the players love it. Short and pulled away. Nice one. Just turns it around the corner. Nice shot by Rafi. Just uses the pace of Safi against him. 4 runs. It's a talismanic effort so far from the Daredevils. So I want to say hello to James in Estonia, but I also want to say hello to Jacob. Jacob's on snag duty at the moment, so I assume that means that Jacob's in charge of the barbecue. Well, make sure you do a good job. That's an important skill and responsibility, Jacob. Always happy to have you watching with your dad on the network. Steps across and smacks it, but he's picked out the wrong guy. And now, oh, this is super close, you know. He kind of double clutches and decides he doesn't have to go for the direct hit. He goes to the bowler. But I think he might have just got him. I think he might just be gone, you know. Oh, maybe not, you know. I think he probably just gets the bat down in time. You see there, the bat's down, and he got a weird position. He wasn't the correct side of the stump, so I think got to give this not out. Amari will face up. Yeah, he kind of had to swing his arm at the stumps, roundhouse style there, Safi. There's another shortish ball to finish the over. And it will take us to the end of the 7th. The score is 73 for 3. Well, you might have noticed it is the weekend, but we're still here, and we ain't going anywhere because tomorrow's day 7, Sunday. I'll be with you to take you through the rest of the weekend. So week 1 will be over after tomorrow. Matches 31 through 35. We'll get the Tigers on deck again. So they've got a busy weekend, don't they? Cricketers are back, though. That's going to be good. Cricketers CC, one of the form teams in the competition. Indian CC Vienna, we've only seen them play 2 games so far, but they'll play 2 more tomorrow. We'll get to see Vienna CC, the host, as well as Vienna Danube. So stay tuned. You'll get to see plenty of cricketers tomorrow and plenty of cricket. 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India for day 7 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, Austria. 3 overs to go. Daredevils fighting. Get a piece of this. I'll get one as Shaukat Durrani does the fielding. He'll be a really important batter, I'm sure, in the second half of this game. Yeah, I'm loving the random questions. Yeah, Wayne saying almost bowling off the wrong foot. Yeah, I mean, very rare you see a bowler actually land the wrong foot before they bowl. That's why it's technically not the front foot. Up in the air. And should get 2 here, they will. Yeah, I mean, if you were to land that foot before you bowled, and that becomes your front foot, right? So the thing is, when you bowl just after your foot lands, I suppose everyone does to an extent, you know. It just depends how long it is. Then you, yeah, as long as your foot hasn't landed, it's not your front foot, right? Front foot's your last foot you put down before the ball leaves your hand. So I think this is still a wide. And he's saying, hey, but he moved. And umpires say, yeah, but it was almost off the pitch. So, yeah, I mean, he does move, but, yeah, that's wide. I like Bhargav. Bhargav seems like the kind of guy, he'd make a good defence lawyer, I think. You know, he's always trying to come up with some reasons, some reasoning. Anyway, you can just do that. And Madzar doesn't deal with it that well. Neckbite signals that one beats the bat. So yeah, Maya. And a friend of him, Ben and Colours Onion Roulette, placing chips is, oh yeah. Well, Maya, sometimes we do get into random threads. Maya has said that his friend put his chips on black, and if he loses, he doubles his bet, and if he loses, he doubles again. So he effectively can't lose. In theory, oh, if he picks that up, that might have been interesting. That is what's called the martingale strategy, Maya. You can look that up. And it's a strategy that will get a few people because it seems like it's infallible. So I'll tell you what I'm talking about in a minute. It's more mathematics than gambling, to be honest. This is hit down to long off. Yeah, it's a strategy. Oh, wow, there's not 2 here. Well, that's funny. They almost didn't cross there. Don't know if we'll get a look at it or not. This is a strange one, you know, because I don't know why they won't think there's 2 here, because there wasn't even 1.5, I think. Let's have a look. Check this out. So, yeah, I mean, they probably crossed, but I'm not convinced. There's 1, and then look. Yeah, have a look. I don't know if he's crossed back. Oh. You know what? Honestly, who's got the closest bit to that end? If I had to guess, look at the shadows. I actually think it's Omari that's out, number 10. Because I'm not convinced that they've... So it's, when we say crossed, the batter who has the bit of their body closest, or their bat closest to the bowler's end, is out. And I don't know if they... For me, that's a really good shot of it. So I think right there, if you look at the shadows, look at where the shadows of the feet are. I actually think Omari's out. You couldn't be out by more, I tell you that much. When you got 2 batters out there, they're right in the middle of the pitch. And Omari's getting ready to face up, but I don't know if they're going to overturn it or not. They might say it's inconclusive. But, I mean, that's the best shot we'll get of it. Thing is, if the umpires have probably assumed they've crossed, and so if they don't think it's conclusive, then they'll say, we're going to stay with it. So I think Omari survives, but I think he's lucky to still be there. He's facing up now. And he's going to be gone anyway. Well, I think he's been out twice there in 2 balls. You'll see something else you'll never see on the European Cricket Network. As Omari only lasts 1 more ball. There's a bizarre second attempted where there wasn't even half a run in it, and then the next ball Omari finds a way to get out anyway. So he'll be out for 18. And the score is 79 for 5 after 8. Let's have a look at this run rate graph. Just heading the wrong direction at the moment. So, Maya, let me come back to you. So, that strategy of doubling what you wager every time you lose. As I say, it works every time but one. So, the thing is, you'll make little incremental gains. But you're saying that he lost because he landed on red 11 times in a row. Well, once, when I was supervising, I saw 19 in a row. 19 in a row. And the thing is, it gets very expensive really quickly. So, for example, if you start with a unit of 10, then pretty quickly it can be in the thousands, tens of thousands, and just keeps going up exponentially. So it's actually one of the worst strategies you can use, because the one time you lose it, you lose everything, shirt in your back and everything. And I don't know if this is completely inside. It's an interesting one. I had this having a bit of the line. Probably umpire's call. I might have had a different opinion. Umpire's got to make their play, make the call in real time. Oh, clever slow ball this time from Girani. He's been held back for his second over. Yeah, so I'll give you an opposite strategy, Maya. And there's no real, there's no infallible strategy. They've all got their pros and cons. A bit like life, right? There's no guarantees. There's always risks and rewards. You could go the other way. You could double your bet when you win. And again, it's no better or worse, but it has some benefits, such as, okay, yeah, you'll lose most of the time, but when you lose, you just lose a little bit. But if you get on a big roll, you know, imagine if you won 11 in a row, and suddenly you've turned a little bit into a lot. And to be honest, you're probably going to lose anyway. I think this is a wide for width, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think it comes back in time. Yeah, so yeah, there's lots of different strategies, but I hate to say it to you on the roulette, they're all about the same. Anyway, up and in the air, and I think that's gone all the way. Maybe, maybe not. I had this as 6, but let's see how good my eyes are, because it's late in the day. Oh, it's going to be close. I think that, yeah, that kind of shows. Oh, no, I take it back. I think that's 4 runs. Great shot by Spring Productions. I think I knew my shutter rate of my retinas was a little bit off late in the day. Forward to Zadran, though, gets him going. Now gets another slower ball. I wonder if there was one for over the shoulder earlier in the over. How high does this bounce? Yeah, probably not above his shoulder in standing, but almost. Girani, maybe a bit lucky. That didn't bounce a bit more. All right. Well, it's not the greatest Mankad attempt I've ever seen. Yeah, a little cheeky one. Look at that. He's just giving it a little wink as well. He's gone here, and I think he's going through with it, and he's like, you know what? But then he's missed, and now the umpire's backed it up. So, yeah, Girani, you cheeky one. That's got to be a no ball, right? Because wasn't the one earlier in the over for over the shoulder one was almost a wide for width? I mean, that one's miles over his head. Obviously, it wasn't called as one for the over earlier, so it's just been called a wide. Yeah, I don't know. And so Maya, yes, liking that strategy. I'm not saying it's a good strategy, because you probably shouldn't play. Oh, this is gone. And it's gone miles out of the ground. Maximo! Well, no doubt about that one, which carries comfortably. It's the end of the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. Kind of all does in a way. Just seeing Ebad Rahman now batting. He's backing up from pretty much behind the wickets. But anyway, it didn't matter because he didn't need to run. It's 91 for 5 after 9. Look at the bowling figures. 2 wickets for Ahmed Saib. Identical figures for Ashtek Shah and Bhagat Pandya. Both bowled really well, 1 for 16. Safi bowled 1 over. Probably come back for the last, I imagine. Yeah, so if you say, well, what if you double after a win? You know, won't you lose eventually? Well, yeah, but I mean, probably lose eventually anyway. This way you could at least maybe walk away with with a big win. Most people chicken out after 1 or 2 or 3 wins in that strategy. But anyway, keep your money in your pocket. That's my advice. Yeah, Wayne says something very poker player. He says he knows where his plus EV is, and it's not the blackjack table. What he's talking about is expected value. So each one of these games we're talking about has an expected value, which is basically the odds and how much it's tilted towards the house, or normally against the house. Yeah, lots of people bet on sections. Yeah, that's right, Maya, in roulette. But again, even dealers, they'll say, oh, I'm really good at hitting sections. But again, there's a bit of confirmation bias in that. So I'll tell you what that means in a minute. But yeah, it's just probably know more about that industry than I do about cricket, to be honest. But lots of people will pick a section of the wheel and hope it lands there. And some dealers will feel like, okay, they know what's going on here. They know that they're putting in a certain section. But again, you know that 11 of blacks in the row, it's not like the dealer was a specialist black spinner, was he? It's just luck. So if you get 11 in the same half of the wheel in the row, the dealer will take credit. But really, it's just random distribution, I think. Big swing and a miss from Rahman, who's still trying to get off the mark. Yeah, I'll give you some free advice. If you ever do go to Vegas, learn how to play craps. And it's not, okay, it is a complicated game, but just learn a simple bet and just play that. They're good value, and your money will last longer. All right, he's gone this time, I think. Well, Safi, let's see if he actually is gone or not, because, yep. Oh, I mean, let's see. Yeah, I think he's going to be gone here. And so, yeah, the key here is don't leave before the arm swing's over. I mean, we already saw and almost, didn't we? And, well, I think we're playing some Gruts rules here. Because if you're going to run out someone, you're taking your life in your hands. When your Mancat, the captain, Shorkat Zadran, he's had an interesting day at the office, hasn't he? He's run out backing up. So here with 3 to come. And now the next ball's a dot ball. I mean, yeah, maybe the bowler was feeling that the non-striker might be trying to get the jump to run on the miss. Yes, I mean, that's the thing. It is, I know it leaves a bitter taste in the mouth sometimes, but I mean, it's lazy non-striking. You need to make sure that arm goes over. I mean, it's no different really getting picked off in baseball. You know, you're trying to sneak some ground. You just need to make sure you're not caught with your hand in the cookie jar. Yeah, so if you learn craps, for example, pick a number on craps, say maybe number 5. It's very simple, and your money lasts longer, because if a 5 is rolled with a 2 dice, you win. You only lose on a 7. And if it's anything else, doesn't matter. It stays on the table, and you can play, you know, you can have $100 last a long time. Whereas I think some of the other games, it can go pretty quick. So that's my tip if you're going to Vegas. Or another tip if you're going to Vegas, and I have been there quite a few times for work, learn how to play the 25-cent poker machines, the ones with the cards where they deal you 5 and you hold on to them. And you'll probably win or lose only a few bucks, but you will get free drinks if you're playing. You're only having to play quarters. Now, oh, well, actually he does well to jump out, and now he's going to make it. Well, how about this? I mean, he's the most generous batter I've ever seen. He actually hurdles the ball. He genuinely tries to make sure it misses him. He could have just run. He saw it coming. He actually jumps. Says, yeah, go on, get me. And, you know, 2 wrongs make a right sometimes, and somehow the bowler has missed, and that'll go down as a bye. Well, the viral siren's just gone off again, because that was bizarre. And it's kind of happening at a funny time of the game, but, well, day 6, bringing it. I don't even know how to describe that in my notes. Anyway, in the air, it's the last ball, should be caught. Couldn't drop it, could he? No, he's too good for that. And Safi will get a wicket. Genuine wicket this time, not the run out. And the Daredevils end up making 92 for 7. And so, well, all you guys, if you want more advice on that, probably shouldn't talk about it too much on the network, but you can message me at Mr. Maximo, and I can tell you the pros and cons of what you're doing. Anyway, wasn't that weird? 92%. Got that Game 5 feeling about it. Still, Grants Cricket Academy there without a win as well. It's not like they're high on confidence either. So you've got a good old-fashioned mudslinger here in the last game of the day. Two teams desperate to get a win on the board after losing their first two of the day. I mean, that was interesting, wasn't it? Shaheen Mahmood almost knocked into the next life, but it was called a wide somehow. And this was a nice catch. This is a guy that's fielded really well, Barath Garda. Previously seen him with the Zagreb Assassins in Croatia. But Tariq Ahmadzai, well, it was the classic blind man's bluff. He's shutting his eyes and swinging at everything, and he hit 4 big sixes in his 25. Bang, 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 getting this innings moving. But he needed some help, didn't he? That was the issue. Bit of a top edge special from Waliullah, who got away with it a couple of times, 4 and 6, but the third ball was unlucky. Loved the work of Ashtiaq Shah. Did get pumped first ball, but he's got that unusual action, and he was able to get the big wicket of Tariq Ahmadzai, who would be the top scorer in the innings. There was a bit of production in the middle when we saw batters 3, 4, 5 and 6 get to double figures. This was a slight fake Tortuga that got around Shahad Afzal. And then there was this. It was a run-out where, I mean, still not positive they crossed, but I mean, there's inconclusive on the video. Omari would only survive one more ball anyway as he was caught. And then everything broke loose in the last couple of overs. That was just 4. There was no doubt about that one as it was whacked into the wheat. And, well, you know what they say, when you're playing and you've come 200 Ks, you play prison rules. And that's basically what happened. There was the Mankad fake, and then there was the Mankad take. And then there was this. He jumped over the ball. It was a perfect hurdle, and he actually started running sideways so he'd have a quicker route to the pavilion, but he survived, and he got it by. And somehow, out of all that, I actually don't know how Ibad Rahman is not out at the end of the innings. He ends up 0 off 5, but he does survive. As Jaffrey went for a golden duck off the last ball. Having a look at the scorecard, 25 off 12, Tariq Ahmadzai, top scorer. Some production, like I said, in the middle, but Omari, I mean, a bit hit and miss. Couldn't really get going, 18 off 18 for him. Waliullah Ahmadzai liked the fact he got to double figures, didn't waste too much time. Rafiullah Ahmadzai with 14, but again, just struggling to get the kind of run rate required. 92 for 7 the score. 2 wickets for Habib Ahmadzai. He's had a pretty good day. And then Ashtiaq Shah and Pandya, identical figures, 1 for 16. And then we had the maiden, although it was a fake maiden because there was a bye, which I don't know how it was a bye, but it was in the last over. And that was a good effort from Safi to finish off. He finished with figures of 1 for 8. So things really ground to a halt as they only crawled from 91 to 92 in the last over. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back pretty shortly with the reply. And we'll see if Grutz can put the chase together. It won't be an easy one. Bit of a tricky number. 93 will be the target. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN. See you for the final installment of Day 6. After this, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back. It's Saturday Night Fever from the Seiban Cricket Ground in Austria. The European Cricket Series is the longest and therefore the best European Cricket Series on the planet. It's almost 1,000 games this year, part of 1,500 game season on ECN. I just wish I could do them all, but now it's the time for the fifth and final game of the day. Graz Cricket Academy 93 to go home with some points, and it's a long way home for them, about 200 Ks. Around 125 miles for those of you across the pond. Shahid Abed is going to bowl first, and he bowled pretty well earlier. Ahmedzai, the opener, Habib Ahmedzai, opening up with Durrani. Let's rock. Oh, height. It's only height here because it's definitely not missing the line of the stumps. Oh, and if you don't play a shot, you kind of lose your benefit a bit. I think it is high, you know. I think it's a good. I would have been tempted to get the trigger out for sure, but I think it's a very good call. Very good call, and I'm not sure about the decision making from Ahmedzai, and I don't think he'll be leaving this one. He doesn't. Turns on it, gets one. Wow. It's almost like he played that game where you draw a shot out of a hat and you have to play it first ball, and everyone always dreads the leave when you get that. Anyway, nice words during the nice nice comments during the break. I was going to say, Kitty saying she loves the community here, and we're always happy to have you. Admire it. If you want more advice, just message me at Mr. Maximo. Must admit, when I was playing cricket, my teammates were always fascinated and picking my brain because they would think they had some super duper strategy that was they'd only kind of knew the surface of, and I was able to pick it apart pretty quickly most of the time. Hooked away to the leg side. Pretty deep there, so they'll get one fairly comfortably. Kitty saying, I have no voice left if I did all those games. I don't know. Been building up my vocal strength, I think. Believe it or not, I lose my voice a lot less doing this job than my previous job, where I was hosting functions often at some pretty rowdy sporting clubs. Charges this, knocks it down. This is a funny one because I think if it was at the crease, it'd be above the shoulder, but even though it doesn't matter, it kind of does when you charge it. You see, for me, if you want to be technical, it's one for the over. He kind of plays it slightly below the shoulder, so probably won't be. Probably doesn't matter anyway. Well, that one gets away. Yeah, so yeah, previously when I was doing a lot of fundraising for charities and sports clubs and that kind of thing, and sometimes the microphones wouldn't be so good. I would lose my voice if I did a lot of those in a row, and it wasn't particularly pleasant. But now, with this fantastic equipment we've got, thanks to Spring Productions, I'm coming through loud and clear. It doesn't take that much out of me. Oh, he horns this across the line and it'll get 4 runs. Ahmedzai. It's probably a better strategy than not trying to hit the ball, if I'm honest. He pretty much plays it on length. And that is the scoring side, isn't it? So I just got a feeling this could still be a close one as we get to the end of the first over. It's 7 without loss after 1. Having a look at the golden ball counter, 66 clickety-click if you're into bingo. 66 matches since the golden ball. Last time we had a golden ball was the 30th of April. It was a Sunday morning, and I know because I was just walking into Charles Croucher, the sheriff's wedding lunch. In the air, catchable and caught. That's a nice bit of work by Amari. He's got a good pair of hands, and 90% of the time he catches them every time. He gets down on his knees, gets closer to the drop zone, and that's a big wicket because Durrani's a good player, but he's going to go for just a single, and that can break this game wide open. They needed an early wicket. They got one, and it's Waliul Ahmedzai is having a pretty good series with the ball. That gets the big wicket of Shorkat Durrani, and it's 7 for 1. We could have another thriller, you know, last game of the day. Of course, yesterday we had a ridiculous one, didn't we, where we saw 167 play 163, and that was with 4 balls to go. 330 runs in that game. Anyway, yeah, hit me up. This is the captain, Baraf Gowda. Hit one of the best sixes of the day earlier. Okay, there we go. Any more questions on that? Because I don't want to spend too much time in the broadcast. Get me at Mr. Maximo. People are very fascinated with those kinds of things. I don't want people wasting their money. You work too hard for it, so you can get me at Mr. Maximo. And of course, follow out European cricket. Rico's there. He's got his day off though today. He's got the weekend off. Hopefully he's just getting on top of a few things. I know it can be difficult. He's spending so much time behind the microphone. Ayula, nice ball. First up to Gowda. Yeah, says, you know what? I'm going so well, I'm going to ditch the arm warmer. And yeah, I like the attitude of Waliula, to be honest. I think that he brings a lot to the table. He's now setting his own fields, and I like that as well. So they got both the straight fielders back. So it tells me he's going to pitch up here. He does, but he misses this line. It's a random appeal, but not out. Yeah, so please, you can direct those inquiries to me at Mr. Maximo. Yeah, as far as my voice, I'm pretty lucky, you know. Now, one thing I did when I started doing this job a bit more seriously, a bit more frequently, I suppose, than just a couple of times a week. He nicks this into the ground. So well, I do think he hits it, to be honest, but I think this will show it, yeah. I mean, it actually bounces behind the stumps. So that kind of, well, not behind the stumps, behind the crease. That tells you all you need to know. Even though I think he does hit it, it's not going to be out. And Kitty has just said, a bit of news in the chat. Edged and gone. There's another wicket, and Gowda's gone for a duck. This game is wide open now. And Wally's done it again. He's having a great day. Well, the Daredevils dare to dream here, trying to defend double digits in the last game of the day. And Mandazai just gets Gowda. You know, it's a fairly careful shot, you know, the dab, but it can go wrong. That's one of those times, if you miss it, you're fine. If you get a bit closer, you're in trouble. Nicely held behind the stumps as well by Ruffy Mandazai. So the Mandazais combining for a wicket. And, well, Derek's been a little bit quiet this afternoon. And he's going to follow the GCA captain off. Goes through a 3-baller, 8 for 2. I feel this could be a thriller. Just feel, it has that kind of Milan feel about it, where we saw scores like this quite defendable. Hasn't seemed that way so far. Anyway, so Kitty was saying today is her daughter Skylar's birthday. So Skylar's turning 14. Hello, Skylar. Hopefully you're watching. And I'd like to wish you a very happy birthday. And I'm so happy for you. You've still got so much of it still to go on the East Coast of America, that is. Yeah, it's only lunchtime, right? At 12:30, I think. So, Skylar, hope you have a very happy day with the family and your friends. Right, that's a really cracking shot first up from Sohail. But, I mean, Wally had set his field straight a couple of balls ago, and it works out pretty well. Yeah, I like that he's thinking about it, the youngster. I like that he's obviously bowling to a plan. I think there's been a bit of mindless zombie bowling this week where guys have just rocked in and got smashed into the wheat, and then they get the ball back and they just do it again. The cycle of pain continues. But yeah, Ahmed Zayat. He's got 2 speeds, fast and very fast. And this is going up in the air, hanging for a long time. It will not go near a fielder, and he's overrun it. Well, that's good fielding. The only problem is, wrong side of the rope, 4 runs. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Wally was hoping for, a miscue down the ground. But they just kind of widened the long on and long off there. And then he overruns it when it bounces. He can't jump back on it. So this This game's had everything. It's the end of the second over. It's 13 for 2 after 2. That's Cricket Academy there. Still showing 2 and 2. I'm pretty sure that they've gone 2 and 3 now. I think. Anyway. Oriakil is going to bowl now. I think from memory, he was 12th man last game, so just give him a rest. I mean, a bit of a workload, particularly for some of these bowlers. 13 for 2. Need to come up with a good third over here. Good start. Although the umpire, I have no idea how he's called that. He's going to call it a wide, and I'll tell you why. He's looked straight. He's run straight in front. The umpire's got no idea. And he said, you know what? If I don't know, I'm going to ping you. Oriakil's really only got himself to blame for that. His father wasn't a glass maker because he's not see-through. That one is a big wide anyway. No guessing about that. Kitty said, we've embarrassed Skylar. Don't be embarrassed, Skylar. We all have birthdays. I had one myself not too long ago. In fact, I was triple your age about 3 weeks ago. But yeah, nice to see everyone chipping in with some happy birthdays. And hello to Sijit Yadav as well. Well, there's a skied ball. It's a long chase. He's not going to get there. Can he stop the boundary? Well, no. And also, ouch. I mean, he does get there, doesn't he? And well, getting there was no problem. It's the stopping that was the problem for the fielder. Have a look at this. Spinning away from him. Abdullah Safi down there. And you don't often see the forwards moonwalk, but he pulls it out there. And he cracks his left big toe for good measure. Must be a wide. Certainly no doubt about this one. So, speaking of chipping in, Wayne's chipped in with $2 Australian. Well, you know, if you are going to waste your money on things, we'd much rather you chip into ECN. And we'll try and use those $2 appropriately, Wayne. Okay, that's good karma. What goes around comes around, as they say. On the pull. Yeah. Is the Omari zone down there. Pretty solid. You're going to have the odd blooper, I think, when there's so many balls coming your way. But he's a guy I really like in the field. I do think, with this kind of a total, 93, if you can get one guy in and stay in and crack a 50, I think it's curtains. So, I mean, someone like Ahmedzai is hovering. You want to get him before he can do too much damage. I mean, they've got other batters still to come, like Hamid Safi, for example. Palagi's another one. This one just misses the stumps. Oriakil's got a good head of hair. Well... Yeah, so here's the thing. This is a long, long period of time from when he misses the ball to when the stumps go down. It's just it's whether it's a dead ball or not, and also if he's out or not. I suppose that's relevant. Let's have a look first. Does he go back into his crease? Yes, he does. Okay, that ball's dead for me. And the reason it's dead is that he's gone back in here. And then from there, I mean, the play's over. Even though he's out of his ground, I don't think that's out. And I think that's sensible umpiring. It's a different story if he hadn't have gone back into his crease and re-established his ground. But for me, the moment he goes into his crease, the keeper isn't looking to advance the play. It was just opportunistic. And to be honest, in the first innings we saw, I don't know if we should call it a cheap shot, but we saw a bit of interesting tactics, put it that way. This is a wide again. Too much movement. What I was going to say is that Oriakil has a beautiful head of hair, but he might be tearing it out before the end of this series. Got to say that was a good decision from the officials. And hopefully they explained that well. Guess the ball's dead when everyone acts like it's dead. And the keeper had acted like it was dead. He wasn't doing anything. The batter wasn't doing anything. Therefore, it was dead at that moment. I think this one's probably okay. Just sneaks inside the line. Umpires have been put to the test here, but they've passed most of the tests, I think, today. Yeah, so there's a bit of a misconception that as soon as the keeper takes in his gloves, the ball's dead. It's not really true, because otherwise you can never get a stumping or anything like that. Oh, close, but I think this is just okay as well. Oriakil probably feels like he's owed a couple of calls. That'll be the end of the power play. And it's game on here at the Saban Cricket Ground. It's 21 for 2. I think that's a good call as well. Got to say, at the moment it passed the crease. I think it's okay. Shrug agrees, can't give that out. Dead ball, yeah. And I'm a believer, if there's doubt if it's a dead ball or not, it's probably not a dead ball, if there's doubt. But for me, there's no doubt there, because you could see he went back and then he wasn't trying to run. It wasn't even immediately after executing his shot. But the key thing was that he regained his crease first. And if he hadn't done that, I think you got every right to take as long as you like to get the guy out, because he's never regained his crease, and that's his obligation as the batter. And as a keeper, I'm always looking for an angle. I suppose it's clever thinking to try from Munster Safi, but the right decision's made. Rahman gets the ball. Well, he was immune from dismissal earlier. Somehow, when he jumped over a ball that was destined to result in him being run out, and then the bowler missed from approximately 2.3 metres. It was the only run in the last over, a bye. Kitty's off. I think Skylar's birthday celebrations are getting going. Oh, how's that missed? Have a look at this, go straight over the middle stump. Oh, not too far away. Oh, this is going to be a good old-fashioned arm wrestle. I can feel it already. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, so all the best to you and the family, Kitty. And Skylar, happy birthday once again. To Danny and Trip as well. Hope you have a great night. And Skylar, of course. Right, hit straight. Pretty well placed. That's going to be 4. Zosa Hill gets swinging. I mean, they do have the batting to do this, but they can't spend too much time getting going. I think it's hit out or get out, really, for Gratz Cricket Academy. They've just fallen a little bit behind. Only a little bit. A little bit behind of the rate. Probably gone up around about a point. From 9.3 to about 10.3. So Rahman, don't know if this is about where he's running after he bowls. There's still a bit of noise, which causes Sahil to back away, but back on it pretty shortly. What do you think, guys? Who's ahead in this game right now? Pretty hard to pick. Oh, another big swing and a miss. Shrug with his analysis, saying these two are chewing up balls like crazy with some pretty ropey shots. Well, I mean, they are better than run a ball, so I suppose that's something. But I'd say probably for me, even though I think the bowler's putting in a good showing here, if you go by history here, there's been runs on this field. This is going to pick out Omari again, just a single. But yeah, it's an interesting one, that's for sure. I feel like one big over puts Grants ahead. It'd be a pretty interesting red line to look at the end of this over. Yeah, that's about as ropey as you get, to be honest, from Ahmed Zai. That's what he's there to do, though. He's out there opening the batting. He's a little bit of a one-trick pony, though. Trying to take everything to the leg side. And that's where you want to be as a bowler to make it difficult for him. Chow for now, says Kitty. Oh, I was chatting to Joe a little bit. That's his catchphrase. All right, this time he gets a piece of it, but how much? Hanging in the air. Fielder won't get there, Omari. In a funny way, does that work out well for the Daredevils, because Ahmed Zai's only run a ball pace. He's 10 and he'll retain the strike. It's 28 for 2 after 4. All right, I'm curious to see where they're at. I think they're slightly behind the 9.3, which is the red line there. Yep. Never quite pulled ahead yet. So someone needs to nudge that vertically, don't they? Nudge that up and above the red line. So now we'll have a slight change of pace. Tarek Ahmedzai. This is going to be big. If he gets it right, I think he'll be trouble. But if he bowls short or bowls a bunch of full tosses, the trouble will be on him. He gets the first one pretty right. Full swing from Ahmedzai, but he can't beat the fielder. Yeah, so leg spinners bowling well, they're a real weapon. Bowling badly, they're a real liability. Let's see how well he can bowl here. It's a good start. Goes after it, they go on contact, and a slight fumble means they'll get a run. Just determined to keep the score ticking. Yeah, I wonder if they're thinking of a point where they might consider a tactical switch here. By that I mean retiring a batter out and getting someone out there that might just shake things up a bit, like a Hamid Safi, for example. Maybe a Balage, missing a leg. Again, they'll scramble, having to work hard for every run at the moment. Could be a leg bite. Yeah. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Ready, that rate's crept up to about 11.5, you know. On the charge, it kind of bails out of the shot. Another dot ball. Well, snail's pace really at the moment. And we talked about Tarek Ahmedzai coming into the attack and would he bowl well or not? Well, he is bowling well. Something's got to give here. I think Ahmedzai's running at this. He's going to try and launch him. Well, he does. Stays at home, though. But again, can't get more than a single. Despite Omari doing his best to turn it into more. And you can audibly hear the Daredevils. I mean, there's two teams out there. Neither one have been able to come up with any points, losing 2 matches in a row today so far. This is the third attempt for both of them. This one he gets wrong, but only costs him 1. The thing is here, I know it's risky, but do you even really want to take a wicket with these guys not really able to score at the rate required? Nice ball the over. Well, that one was the short one, and it gets cracked. Maximo! Well, he got so far, didn't he, Ahmedzai? He only conceded 2 off his first 5 balls, and he goes wide 6. This looked like the kind of top spinner that comes out straight over the back of the hand, but it was well smacked away. And that will also end the over. That tips the hill to 17. 38 for 2 after 5. Those of you out there that are enjoying ECN, you'll know all about the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of Cricket. The 3rd edition is on the way at the end of September. We held it for the first time in 2021. I actually showed a classic match yesterday during an interruption, Austria-Hungary. That was a bit of a close finish. But it was the England 11 that won the first year, Netherlands 11 last year. Will we have a new champion this year? We'll have to find out. Anyway, back to pace, and this is out of here. Maximo. Topsy-turvy contest at the moment. They decide to stick with Ibad Rahman. Only 7 came off his first over. But this is in the slot and it disappears. So that's the risk of it. When I said, do you really want to take a wicket? Well, the risk is that these guys come good as well. You weigh that up against a new batter coming out, maybe being a bit unsettled at the beginning as well. I mean, they might come out and smash them, but I think typically you're still trying to take wickets whenever you can. I think the key here is you don't mind dot balls, so you're trying to keep it outside off stump. Swings and misses are your friend if you're the fielding side. Yeah, that's a good spot. Will create a bit of work for the fielder, and he won't be able to do it. Omari gets a hand to it, but it concedes 4 in the end. So, yeah, got a feel for Rahman there in a way because he had his field set straight. He got the ball, I think, where he wanted it, outside the off stump. But Omari, like a cat in a hot tin roof, a lot of steps, but not much impact. Back to the action. Now this goes into the gap as well. It's not hit that well. They should look for 2 here, and they'll get it. The ball whistles in, but good backing up. So the 50 comes up for GCA, and you feel this has turned a little bit. I wouldn't say the worm has turned, but it's definitely blinked. Can Rahman get out of this over now? Well, it's straight up in the air, and this looks like it's Tarek underneath it. He drops it, he just misjudges it, blows away from him. I don't even know if they're going to run there. They will now, or will they? So, well, this is a bit of a hairy moment. Again, it's blowing away from him back towards the pitch. Yep. So they get one while it was in the air, and they get one on the overthrow. Now this is short, turn around the corner. This should be 4, and it will be. So, yeah, gets the strike back, survives, and now he thrives. He moves to 30 off 19. And, yeah, Raman's just getting it slightly wrong. Happy Mahmadzai. Oh, it's amazing how quick things can turn around. Chirag Sangamari having a bit of a nightmare. Well, he's had a mixed bag. He's taken some very good catches and made some good stops as well. But yeah, he's had a couple in this innings where it's gone wrong. Looks like Charlie Hunt's lurking. Hello, Charlie. How are you? What are you up to? Oh, he's hit it, and it's going down the leg side, and I like that. And then the striker, Habib, says, hey, why don't you want to run here? His last ball over. He looks up and he sees the stop sign, and then he points to his batting partner and says, hey, why didn't you come? He said, well, now it's my turn. So Sahil will be on strike as we go to the last 4 overs of the day. Oh, well, guys, buckle up because this could be a big finish. We had a big finish to yesterday when we saw a target of 104 achieve the highest ever target on the European Cricket Network. That has successfully been chased. They're right on the red line at the moment as well. 9 1/4 required and over. And Ahmadzai's coming back. Now his last ball was his worst ball. Let's see if he can sort it out. Oh, well bowled. I'm curious to see exactly where this is taken by Rafi. Just gotta be careful he doesn't break the plane of the stumps. That was close. But close is okay. Yeah, well bowled. That's his office. That's where he does his best work. Tariq Ahmadzai. Just one. Every ball's got so much riding on it at the moment. Oh, he's knocked over, inside edge onto the off stump, and Tariq breaks through. And finally, Habib's vigil comes to an end, though he does have some shots to show for it. So at least he does get to 30 off 21. So he kind of goes at the rate required. Doesn't tread water for too long, though. He goes, and the score 57 for 3. I mean, he was going to be stumped if he wasn't bowled here. If he hadn't got the inside edge. Have a look there. I mean, it probably would have got past the keeper because it was such a big edge, but nowhere near the middle of the bat. Ahmadzai, with the exception of that last ball of the first over that he bowled, has been really good. Just the ticket for the Daredevils, trying to snap their losing streak, which currently stands at 6. Well, this will be interesting. It is Hamid Safi coming out, and this guy is going to swing. He might have a look at one, but maybe not. That's a great top spinner again. And have a look here. Yeah, sooner or later he's going to get no balled, I think. He's playing with fire. And in a close game, you've got to be super careful. Safi doesn't care. He whacks it leg side, but straight at the fielder. He still won't get a single, despite you see the fumble, but yeah, they just get the single. There seems to be balls, certain balls that that the keeper reaches for. This will be a wide. Yeah, so last ball Blues. That's what got Tara Kamatai last time. Held really well throughout the over, but went wide and then 6. Is this Lightning striking twice? Last ball the over. Won't be 6. Probably 1. And a great spell. I've got to say, I said a lot was riding on Tarek's overs, and he bowled really well. He's going to finish with figures of 1 for 13 off his 2. And the score is 60 for 3 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, more cricket here, day 7. It'll be Sunday. And look, I know that certain people might have rested on the 7th day, but we don't here at the European Cricket Network. 5 more matches coming your way, starting with a blockbuster clash. Get up out of bed early and watch the Austrian Cricket Tigers take on cricketers in the first game of the day. Also, we'll see India and CC Vienna. We haven't seen too much of them so far. We'll also see Vienna CC. We'll see Vienna Danube. It all starts tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. Join us for another day of FanCode European Cricket Series. All right, got to get cracking. 11 and over required. And a big swing and a miss as Oriakil comes back in to the attack. That's where you want to be. I mean, it's... If there were points for swinging, then I give full points to Sahil. But I mean, you got Safi at the other end, who is a genuine 6-hitter waiting to happen. This one might have been a wide, you know, but it's off the end of the bat. Will be 1, and that's all they'll get. It's a quick turn, and it's like a breakdance maneuver there to get the ball back in. All right. This is where the rubber hits the road for me. You got Hamid Safi out there, and he's thinking Wheatfield, Wheatfield, Wheatfield. And Oriakil, he's been put in some pressure situations in this tournament. He's going to be bowling. Need a boundary here. And he's going to get one. It's up and it's muscled out of here. Maximal. Well, the change is as good as a holiday for Grants as they send out the wild card, and he whacks that one, goes and drags it from 2 stumps outside or off and puts it out of here, and he's smiling about it. I'd be smiling too if I could hit the ball that far. And that can change things real quick. Run of boundaries, and, you know, this 26 can dwindle pretty quickly. All right, Oriakil with a comeback ball. He's probably got flashbacks. Oh, straight up in the air. Is it falling to the grass? I think it is. No, he's dropped it. And now they're going to go for 2. No, they're not going to go for 2. Oh, Oriakil. He's the only man on the field that could reach it. Although that's being debated right now. You can see Ahmed Rahman saying, I could have got there. Well, I'm not so sure. I mean, at least somebody went from it. I think, yeah, Rahman coming around from cover. Don't know if he would have got there. Even less sure that he would have caught it. In fact, I think that was Waliullah. Mandazai was coming around from cover. Now I look at it. A life for Safi on 7. Sohail back on strike. And he swings and misses again. Well, I know he's on 20, but this has been a picture we've seen a few too many times in this innings. 25 off 13, last ball of the over. Well, he throws the kitchen sink at this. Is it going to spin for 4? No, great fielding, and it might create a run out. No, he's home, I think. So Sohail having to work so hard for every run. That was great pickup. That's Nucky Jaffrey that goes one hand, one bounce. And he just kind of hurls it in. His weight was going the other way. Yeah, he's home. So it's the end of the over. It'll be 70 for 3 after 8. And Safi will be on strike. Got to say, it was pretty well bowled by Oriakil. He executed his skills pretty well in that over. Okay, 1 disappeared, but 10 come off it. Look, where you got another thriller. Yeah, thing with Safi. He's hitting a lot of balls that kind of in that slot length, hey. So, looks like Shahid Abid is going to come back. All happens in the ninth. They need 23 off the last 2 overs of the day. Starts with a wide. Unless this hits the pad. I don't think it did. I think it's a good call. Yeah, so Shahid Abed has been pretty reliable. The left armour just misses his line this time. Safi steps, doesn't quite get it. Hang in there, Omari goes right back to the line, he can't get there. Maximo! Well, Safi, like a breath of fresh air in this innings, which was a little bit pungent leading up to his entry. And he has just provided that extra spark, hasn't he? 14 off 5 now, the difference maker, 16 off 11. Deep in the crease. Oh, it's a look-away hook shot, and this will fly to the fence as well. I think that's gone for 4. Oh, it's a risky ball to bowl to dig it in. I think you've got to get up in the block hole. Yeah, you'll see. He's not even looking, but he gets bat on it. Just inside the rope, 4 runs. With things falling apart late in the day for Gratz. Daredevils had a long day as well. We're 10 hours pretty much from when we got here this morning. But we're going right down to the wire, 12 off 10. Oh, there's half of them. Maximo! Hamid Safi goes bang, and we're 1 shot away from the end of the day. What a hit. Again, where's he been all my life? In this chase, they needed someone to go large, and he's come out and he's overtaken Sohail now, and he's only just arrived. Like the guest at the party showing up the host, and he can win this game with 1 swing of the bat. 6 to win. Oh, it won't be 6, it'll be gone. Oh, what a catch. Oh, what a catch by Waliula Mendoza, and this game is alive. We've upgraded its status. There's still a pulse. Oh, I hear the church bells ringing. I thought it was last rites, and that was laced, to be fair. But what an innings from Hamid Safi. He walks off with more than the man he leaves behind. 24 off 8 in the end. It's just what Gratz Cricket Academy needed. And now what kind of pressure are we going to see? Here's the thing, they're not really running out of batters there at the moment. Great innings from Safi, though. As, he's got a smile on his face. He's taken him this far. So will they give up on this big swinging strategy, or will they just keep going? Balaga, yeah, he's the man I thought we might see next. I mean, you can be sensible here. If you score off every ball, you can't lose. But Balagi, does he want to go for glory? 2 to come in the 9th, 6 to win. He hits it pretty hard. He does score. He might look for 2 here. It's going to be an awkward stop, but he actually does really well to keep that to 1. So, 5 to win. How important was Safi's innings? I mean, it's almost a man of the match innings, isn't it? Considering this game and just how quick he scored them and when he scored them. But will they get home? 5 off 7. A boundary 4 will tie it. A 6 will win it. Anything less, we're going to the last over of the day here. Saturday Night Fever on the European Cricket Network. Abed comes round the wicket. Sohail, he's laboured. But can he get the glory? Oh, that's going to be super tight. They're going to look at this. Oh, I reckon that's high. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that's a no ball, you know. Yeah, it goes, it's too high. You know, yeah, it's coming down a fraction to the line, but not much. So no ball called. And I think you have to go on the way the umpiring's been done. If it's waist high or above, it's not acceptable. So now, Sohail, look, I just don't think you can mess it up from here. I don't think you can mess it up. Now a 3 will tie it. A 4 will win it. Sohail has the immunity cloak on as well. Can he win the game for his team? He gets some on it. He'll get caught, but it won't count. But now he's got to turn around. They're going for 2. Throws it in left-handed, and they get 2. Well, he just spent too much time looking at the ball, didn't he? That's Ebad Rahman. And the catch didn't matter, but he had to at least field it. And that means that we are going to go to the last. But look, he turned around before he went after the ball. 9 overs down, 91 for 4. Just 2 runs required off the last over. They've got a good bowler to come back as well. I mean, it's not impossible. Don't forget the first innings of this game, there was only 1 run off the last over. In fact, the scores are tied after 9 overs. There was only a bye, which I'm not even sure how they got that bye in the first innings. That's all there was. And yeah, you can see the golden ball timeline there. These are golden balls this year. It's 4 to batters, 5 to bowlers. We've had some action. Last one went for 6. Was actually caught. But Muktir Singh from Bergamo CC stepped over the line. All right, let's get back to the action here. You got to put the squeeze on now. You got to read the room. You know, I think you got to try and save every run possible. Dots are your currency. Dots are your only way back into the game. It's a very good bowler, Waliula Mandozai. He took 1 for 6 in his first over, or 2 for 6 even. 2 for 6 are his figures. So, no, he's the man, I think, that's capable. But I think now you're running on contact. You're forcing him to make the play. 2 to win. Yeah, oh, they don't run. Oh, they misfields the ball. They're pretty much stopped. Oh, come on, guys. I know it's a long day, but the game's on the line. That's what pressure does. And this ball, well, there's 3 of them there, and 0 of them field it. You've got to run on contact now. You've got 6 wickets to play with. You're dispensable. Balagi, 2 runs to send us home. Misses. Oh, no. The pressure ramps up exponentially now. All you mathematicians out there, get your log functions out. He goes for glory. Probably thinks if I swing 6 times, surely one of them will go for 2. 2 off 4. I'd have a third man in here. There's a third man in the circle. Surely this circus can't last any longer. 2 to win. 1 to tie. Mendoza missed. Missed again. 2 off 3 now. And Balagi, he's got this high-risk strategy of trying to win the game with a 6. But a quick check of the rule book says you only need 2 to win. Now they're chatting. Well, that's a chat you might have had 2 minutes ago. So Hill, don't know what kind of tips he's giving out. He's dawdled. I think he's saying we're running here. If you hit it all, we're running. Fields come in. Again, 2 to win. 4th chance. Oh, off the pad, he's running. He's got to pick it up. He's got him. Oh, I can't believe it. He's got the backflip, and Sohail's run out. Oh, I cannot believe my eyes. How has that happened? It was going to be a big wide down the leg side. He hit the legs of the batter. It was an incredible bit of work from Mansoor Safi, who picks it up, and with the indoor cricket style backflip, he's hit the stumps. We'll get a load of this, and if you wonder how we can still be excited after 10 hours of cricket, well, have a look. I mean, still don't know if they're running. It's a bit of hesitation. I don't know why he's hesitating. He picks it up, just flicks it from his knees, and he hits the stump. Oh, that was absolutely incredible work. That's a 1 in a many kind of situation. He doesn't have time to set himself and throw. And so Hill just has to keep on running. Again, they just need 2 off 2 here. They've gone for broke every single time. And Waliula Mandazai, or the patient, I still think the patient's on all the machines on life support, but he's very much alive now. This is what pressure does. I still think that's a complete fluke, but I've got to give some credit to the keeper, Mansoor Safi, for his quick thinking. All right, Shah. Shah can win the game for them now. And he might, he will. There's 1, and they're definitely going to get 2. It won't go to the boundary, but it won't matter. And well, build that man a statue. Hashtag Shah comes out. He only needs 1 chance. We don't go to the last ball, but almost. Second last ball of the day. And I called a thriller. We got one. Final score, Grants Cricket Academy, 93 off 9.5. Defeat the Austrian Daredevils, 92. But what entertainment to finish the day. Well, it's easy when you're watching in the cheap seats to say what should be done. But that was just the pressure. And really, Shah, he he just dawdled through for 2. He knew exactly what was going on. He said, look, guys, I've been sitting on the bench the whole time. I'm here and I'm ready. And, oh, that's a crazy finish to the day. But, well, I hope you enjoyed it. And don't forget, there's more action coming up tomorrow. But first, let's just track these guys because, Grants, and they've taught hard. So have the Daredevils. You've got to hand it to them as well. It's a long day of cricket for these guys. Got a feel for the Daredevils. They get so close, but they come away empty-handed from day 6. And, well, I'm almost speechless, but not quite, as we'll go into the highlights. 93 was the target. And look, you trace that, and you have 2 teams that have really dodgy last overs. In fact, in the first innings, there was only 1 off the last over that was a bye. In that last over, there was just those 2, which are the winning runs. That came after 4 dots, essentially. But, yeah, the Daredevils, credit to them. They took those early wickets, didn't they? They got Durrani. They got Gowda. Gowda without scoring. So Hill came to the crease then. Ahmedzai, and he was kind of off the boil a little bit, wasn't he, for a while. Ended up making 30, but it was a while, like I said before, he got going. And you start kind of micro-analysing, don't you, in such a close game. You see that Habib Ahmedzai did eventually kind of knock one out of the park. Sohail did 1 as well, but, well, I know you can be booked for speeding. If you look at the rule book, you can get booked for driving too slow in the fast lane as well, and that's kind of the situation here in the middle overs. The rate was getting out of control. Got to say, Tariq Ahmedzai bowled really well. I think he kept his team in the game, and that was a little inside edge that went onto the stumps. Again, I like the areas they were bowling, I like the line they were bowling as well. I mean, that one disappeared. How important was Hamid Safi, though? And he came in like an uncaged lion, and he was dropped there, had a bit of luck as well. But you can see there, nothing like 2 teams in full-blown panic mode to provide some entertainment. I mean, this was also a good bit of fielding, and the throw just pulled the keeper away from the stumps a little bit. But late in the piece, we had these important blows, didn't we? Abed copped a bit of it as well. I mean, don't know about banging it in there. That ended up being 4 more. So that impacted innings 24 off 8. And that one was pure. So they needed 12 to win. That made it 6. And you'd have to fall over to lose. Well, guess what? They may not fallen over. They did stumble because Safi went. And there was still a handful needed. And, yeah, they were just working hard for every run. And that was the free hit, actually. Remember, there was the no ball for height. He took a little bit of time. And when you consider it came down to the wire, that's a run they probably should have given away. But then, give some credit to Walula Mandozai and Rafi Mandozai with the back flip. Barely looking run out to keep the game alive. But, well, that certainly gave us some hope. We could have even been in golden ball watch, but look who came out, Ashtiaq Shah, given his opportunity, and he calmly stroked, and he just trotted a 2 and won the game for his team. He beat the field. Look at this. He was in no danger of sprinting it. He looked very cool, and he kind of gave that look like, what's the fuss about, as they do it with just the 1 ball to spare. This is what's coming up tomorrow. ACT back on the rack tomorrow. They've got 2 matches, Cricketer CC with a couple as well. We'll also get to see ICCV as well as Vienna CC, Vienna Danube. So you'll see 5 teams playing 2 matches each tomorrow. Join us for day 7, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. Well, I still can't quite believe that finish. That's 2 days in a row I've said that. If you look at the scorecard, 30 for Habib Ahmedzai early on, but it took a while to get going, didn't he? Failures for Durrani and Gowda. So he was there, wasn't he? But just couldn't really go at the rate required. Ended up getting run out for 24. But Hamid Safi, his 24 was very material. Just 8 balls. 3 went for 6, 1 went for 4. But he was caught at a pretty key time as well, while you were keeping his team alive with a very good catch. And he also bowled brilliantly, 2 for 8. The best of the bowlers for me. Got to say Tariq Ahmedzai was really important there as well. And Oriakil did a good job. I bet a bit expensive early, but that's always the risk, I suppose. You're bowling at some of these players. So that is the tail of the tape, your match 30. And I'm going to say great chats as well from everyone in the ECN European Cricket Network chat room. I've really enjoyed some of the tangents we went off in the last game of the day. Just a quick reminder before we go, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, whether you're in India or not, because there's all those player of the match videos there. You've got the highlights videos, and it certainly is worth a look. Everyone as well, if you haven't already, make sure you follow us on social media at European Cricket. And don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. That's the place to go to get all the latest stats, fixtures, and of course, all the scores of the completed matches, not just for this series, but all our past series and all the series we'll have in the future. There's the program again for tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy, hope you have a safe Saturday night. Hope you've enjoyed the entertainment. There's been plenty of it. Be back tomorrow with more. For now, here's some highlights of the day. Thanks to our fantastic crew at Spring Productions. Big thank you to Karina, to Gunaz, and of course to Elza pushing the buttons. But for now, at the end of a big Saturday of action, we'll have to hold out for Super Sunday. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and it makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go. She sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer. cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka, 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and it makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers,